Hello, my friends. Welcome to U.S. Nationals. I am Brian Gottlieb. I am joined by my best friend in the world, Mr. Craig Krempels. Craig, pleasure to be back in the booth with you once again.
Yeah, I like that moniker, your best friend.
Well, it's early. I mean, we're going to work through it. I'm sure by the end I will be absolutely fed up with you. But for the time being, it's a pleasure to share the booth with you once again. We did this for a long time back in the day. It's always good to kind of relive some old memories. We got Cedric Phillips over our shoulder out here out of frame.
Unbelievable.
We got Nick Miller over in the inventory.
Who are these guys?
I'm having flashbacks all over the place. But that's not why we're here. We're here to play Flesh and Blood. And we have a banger of a format, Craig. Part the Mistveil just came out. And, you know, I'm always a little hesitant to be the one hyping these things up, but how are you feeling about Part the Mistveil?
10 out of 10. Honestly, I was on a podcast earlier in the week and talking about the new heroes, the metagame. I don't expect any one hero to be more than 20% of the metagame, which means we're wide open here. Whatever you like doing, you can do in this metagame, and I think we're going to see that this weekend.
Yeah, unquestionably, and we have a feature match loaded with heroes from Part the Mistveil that we're going to get to in just a little bit. But before we do that, I want to walk through what we're going to be doing this weekend, because, of course, we have an absolutely loaded schedule of Flesh and Blood action. 3 days we will be battling here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, trying to find out who's going to replace Charles Dunn, or maybe not replace Charles Dunn as the U.S. national champion. Charles could go back-to-back. Who knows? We've seen it before. But we're going to start things off with 4 rounds of Classic Constructed today. It's going to be myself and Craig bringing you those first 2 rounds. Then we're going to get Ponkage and Doa in the booth covering some action as well. And then it's time for Part the Mistveil Draft. And Craig, you were telling me this is one of your all-time favorite limited formats.
Dude, I was so excited going into this set. We'll talk about this more later, but I was so excited. I played in a ton of pre-releases, and the transition from the pre-release sealed pool format to the draft format is just so wildly different. It took a while to get my head around it.
I love to hear that. And I think the sealed format also one that players enjoyed quite a bit.
Yes.
So very good news on that front. Great to see players really taking to Part the Mistveil thus far. They're going to be taking to it again on Saturday. 3 more rounds of Part the Mistveil Draft, kicking things off. And then we come down the stretch for those final 4 rounds of Classic Constructed. We see who's going to be participating in that type 8. We see what heroes are going to be shaping this metagame. This is a big deal, Craig. This is the first national championship out the gate in national championship season. Of course, around the world, players are going to be competing to be their country's national champion. All eyes on the U.S. as we set up that metagame.
Yeah, the first national championship, but also this is the first premier level event that we have with Part the Mistveil. So we've seen it in some of the Battle Hardens recently, but I think this is really going to set the stage for the expectations for these heroes moving forward.
I think that's spot on. I also want to set the stage for what we're playing for. It's a lot of money. $10K in your pocket. Of course, that trophy, that coveted gold foil, beautiful playmat, and that invite to the World Championship out in Osaka, Japan. I will be there, Craig. Are you coming? Going to come with me to Japan?
I'm your best friend. Of course I'm going to be there.
Love to hear it. I'm sure all of you will be there as well. It's going to be an absolutely off-the-chain event. Of course, as we head down the list, there's more prizes to be played for, more World Championship invites going down all the way to $1,250 if you make that top 8, and some nice consolation prizes going down the list, all the way down to 64th place this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of cheese on that board.
Oh, absolutely. The stakes are sky high. But obviously the biggest stake, becoming the U.S. national champion. And we are going to kick things off this weekend with our defending U.S. national champion. It is going to be Charles Dunn down in our feature match area. And there's a bit of a team kill situation going on right off the bat. It is going to be Charles Dunn taking on Pheano Black, members of Runaways, along with yourself, Craig. So, you know, a little bit of turmoil internally here. Who do you root for in this match? But we are also kicking things off with 2 Part the Mistveil heroes. It's going to be Zen versus Enigma.
Yeah, and we look at our players here, and we look back to last year's national championships. I took Pheano out of the top 8, and then Charles took me out of the top 8, out of the top 4, on his way to winning the event. So, you know, I have a lot of emotions here, a lot of feelings about this.
Yeah, so I had under 5 minutes for Craig mentioning his top 4 in last year's Nationals in the pool. So I just got paid on that one. Great to hear it, Craig. I'm glad you brought that up immediately.
I did it for you.
I knew you had my back. So loadouts on both sides going to be focused a lot on some powerful new equipment we see over on Charles Dunn's side. It is that kind of classic setup for Zen, the ability to create those 6, 7, 8, 9 card hands. Who knows what Zen is capable of at this point, out of nowhere, with that combination of Traverse the Universe as well as Stride of Reprisal. And Pheano with a somewhat similar grip on his side, going to be looking to set up maybe those big Miragai turns with Traverse the Universe as well. Having that Chi on demand, so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, the new equipment, home run, 10 out of 10, right? You guys have knocked it out of the park on this one. I think thematically, all the cards like just ooze the characters, the themes, the artwork, absolutely gorgeous. I'm not one to go and chase down the highest level rarity of cards, but that the full art Traverse the Universe is something that I just absolutely have to get my hands on at some point.
Beautiful, beautiful card. And I want to talk a little bit about what's going on here, because I think there's already a story that we have to cover. Pheano Black playing an Illusionist, no surprise.
Yep.
I think we all expected to see Enigma when Pheano sits down in the feature match area this weekend. Charles Dunn picking up Zen, though. Charles has always pushed back against this characterization for what it's worth. Charles kind of known as the fatigue master. This weekend playing a hero that is very, very aggressive in Zen, but Charles always said, I just play what I think is the best deck, and obviously that's where Charles has fallen for this particular weekend.
I think Charles is unique in both his understanding of the game and his ability to find the spots to exploit it. And if it's being defensive, he will exploit it to the absolute maximum. But when it's being aggressive, he's going to slant that route as well.
Looking to prove his diversity here this weekend. Pheano going to kick things off offensively with a Spectral Manifestation. Going to go ahead and create that big Spectral Shield. 4 power Spectral Shields going to rumble onto the combat chain. Charles just had some light forays, I would say hand-filtering forays across his first turn, easily blocked out by Pheano. Both players still sitting at 40 life. Charles now making his first defensive decisions of the game. Looking at a very, very key card in the grip for Charles. It is, of course, that Art of War. That's kind of the thing I'm looking for from these Zens. When are they going to kick off the offense? It often revolves around when they find that Art of War to just go ahead and make those massive hands. And with that equipment available, with the Traverse available, with the Strides available, you could make that giant hand right now if you would like, if you were Charles.
It is super interesting. One of the things that Charles has stressed throughout his testing in this process is that there is a balance for him when he's playing Zen between offense and defense, gas and brakes. And we're going to see him regularly blocking more than you would think other Zen players would be blocking.
Oh, I want another card.
I want to point out an interesting block here from Charles. It is Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast being put out on defense. And, this card is starting to make its way into Zen lists, but I don't think it's stock at this point. So maybe we see the first kind of breach of etiquette from Charles here as we see what his Zen list looks like, because it's not going to be the stock Zen list. I'll just tell you that right now. Charles, one of the best deck builders in the game. If there's spice to be found, Charles will find it.
Yeah, and like I was saying, Charles is slanted towards a more control-ish, combo-oriented version of the deck. So he's going to be wanting to preserve his life total through the first couple of turns until he can find that big pop-off turn and set up, that combat chain where we see it 40, 45, 50 damage even, going 8, 10, 12 cards wide, whatever crazy amount it might be.
Here we see a card we're going to see a lot of over the course of this weekend, Craig. It is Levels of Enlightenment. Only one blue card pitched thus far, so just one mode here. Looks like it's a go again mode. And that card, when it's powered up, feels special.
Yeah, and a lot of jockeying early in this game where it's not explosive, it's not exciting, but neither player has transcended yet, and I think that's a big part of it, where you're feeling it out, you're setting things up a little bit, and like I said, preserving the life totals early on in these matchups.
Yeah, that is the go button for Zen. We talked about Art of War being one potential go button, but you do have to have Transcended before Traverse is online. It is one of the few limitations that Traverse has. A very powerful card, but you do have to find your first Transcend before you can just go ahead and get that rolling. Both players will be looking to do that. Miraging Metamorph, the play here from Pheano. Pheano's played a lot of Miraging Metamorphs in his time. Very comfortable getting that 1-for-7 Phantasm. And Zen, not known for the poppers, of course.
No, you're not going to see a whole bunch of those. It is interesting because you guys you've given us a lot of interesting toys to play with right now, where the classic popper is Command and Conquer, but we see cards popping up now that are Amnesia or Blanche or
the Weakest Link is one that comes to mind for me this weekend.
Sure, the Weakest Link, Battlefront Bastion.
There's so many options at this point. And I think that's the state we're getting to with Flesh and Blood is the card pool has gotten deep. And there's many, many decisions you can make at this point. There's many ways to customize your deck. And that's going to be the story of this metagame. How have players adapted to part the Mistveil, because it is a set that requires full adaptation. It's not an additive set. It is a reset. It is a reset on the metagame, and the players who succeed this weekend will be the ones who understand that. See our first Transcend card of the match, but it is just being pitched here. Going to go ahead and power up that Tiger taming Kakara one more time, and Charles looking patient thus far is the only way I could describe his gameplay. Just slow and steady, chip away, not letting Pheano build a board. And I think that's smart as the Zen side of this matchup. You are able to clear ward very, very effectively. You don't need to go ahead and put yourself out there and leave yourself vulnerable. Just get your damage in, make your smooth plays, play out your hands as you set up, get things rolling.
All right, 3 enders. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think
I'm fatiguing you.
we're seeing the experience here, right? Because it's easy to get distracted. It's easy to be too anxious if you're on Charles' seat, because you see this Art of War. You've got your foot armor here that's gonna just feed you the tiger that you can dump into the Art of War if you want to. And Charles is saying, no, I want all of these pieces on the same turn and really have that payoff. And in the meantime, he's building the graveyard with all of these combo cards. So once he starts popping off, we're going to see him take advantage of that.
Assuming he's on bonds. Craig, you might have some inside information as far as that goes, but I don't think we've seen a bonds yet. And of course, there are 2 schools of thought when it comes to Zen. We have seen things like the list from Jake Warburton over at the UK Games Expo, relying very much on the Tiger side of things, not really dipping into the bonds line. It seems like the default at this moment is the bonds build of Zen. We'll have to keep a close eye on that throughout the weekend. And in Charles's defense of, not that his actions need to be defended, but as far as reasons why he's played very slow, frankly, his hands have been kind of messy. They haven't really lined up exactly how you would want. Single blue in this particular hand with 3 reds. As you heard Charles mention, all enders, no starters. So a little bit of stickiness thus far. And look, for all of Zen's undeniable output and power, there is a little bit of stickiness there. You can get caught sometimes. And there we do see in Charles's hand the first of those 2 bonds, a blue bonds and a red bonds at the ready here. Looks like also Ancestral Empowerment in hand. But the action is on Pheano right now as it goes ahead and makes another Spectral Shield with that first Transcended Inner Chi.
Charles giving this a good think. Like you said, he hasn't put together any of those impressive turns yet, and this still might not be the hand to do it. He just really wants to transcend that first time in the worst way, get that card into his deck, and then when his hand presents him the right opportunity, he's going to be blocking with the Traverse, and it's all gas after that.
Has to find the moment to put his foot on that gas. Pick the window carefully, and you see Charles already thinking about some defenses here, but he says this one is good. Go ahead and come through. And Craig, you're familiar with both these players. Enigma's Achilles heel is thought to be aggression, particularly Zen. Not a super favorable matchup is kind of the talking point. Other very aggressive decks tend to pose some problems for Enigma. Does Pheano feel like he's got a handle in this matchup? Has he sorted this out a little bit more, or is he just taking his lumps when it comes to the Zen matchup?
The team put in a lot of work here. They definitely put in many reps. They tried more aggressive versions. They tried more defense reaction versions, and it was pretty tough across the board, no matter the way you were building the deck. But they did settle on what they felt very happy about, and I think Pheano would prefer dodging Zens early in this event. But in general, he is happy with the deck he's playing.
And +1s.
Interesting. So here is our first Art of War, and not being used in combination with Traverse. No Transcends thus far. So it's not going to be that massive hand, but doing kind of a half pop-off here, and finds triple
Play Ancestral Harmony.
Ancestral Harmony. This could be a big one. Hits on the first.
Descending Gust Wave here.
We've got Gust Wave ready to go. We have Bonds ready to go. Craig, I was just setting this up as maybe a mini pop-off turn.
Oh.
I might take that back. Ancestral Harmony has potential to go ahead and drastically change the output here for Charles. And here's the second one. Can we find another combo piece? No, this one is a miss. Pheano has to breathe a sigh of relief there. A second combo card. It frankly could have been lights out should the pieces combine appropriately.
Crouching Tiger is
3 unknowns. Okay.
Yeah.
5.
No,
6.
6. Wow, 6 to start.
Yeah, and we know there is
Let's go again.
substantial follow-up here for Charles. Does have the natural drawn combo Bonds of Ancestry at the ready. Some more follow-up past that with the Mauling Key.
3 mysteries.
Key or Chi? It's Chi whether you spell it that way or not. Don't look at me like that, Greg.
You're one of the boys in the back room, right?
I am on
You're
the
responsible
design
for
team,
this.
Greg. I am not on the card naming team. So occasionally I sneak one through.
What have you snuck through?
I'll know it when I see it. It's really hard for me to just recall out of memory.
Oh, I'm
what
sorry, I
named,
put you on the spot like
yeah,
that.
yeah. If I see one, I'll point it out to you.
Okay.
And Pheano put to the test for the first time in this matchup. See some okay defensive options. Bastion in hand. Boy, what a powerhouse of a card that is.
I will declare no defense. Do you have any more Art of Wars?
No attack reactions. Dense blue mist. Okay, so that drops down to
This is a good answer from Pheano on a pretty critical turn here. Dense Blue Mist going to go ahead and stem the bleeding a little bit from those Ancestral Harmonies and Art of Wars.
So
that's for the Art of War? Okay.
So I've got like net +2 on my things,
And
basically.
they're going to do a little bit of setup math here. Cancel out one of the Art of Wars for that Dense Blue Mist. It's often how these things go.
Yeah, this is interesting. All the additive and subtractive effects we have going on here.
Absolute sackery.
Bond's going to go ahead and find another 100 wins here. Chain a little bit longer. More combo output.
Red 100 wins.
Getting buffs from those harmonies.
Yeah, and I think the Charles plan here is to set that extra Ancestral Harmony at the end of this turn, and then potentially be ready to do this again on the next turn.
Makes sense to me.
Thanks. It can't be this combat chain because then it wouldn't work. It's not on the
For
combat chain.
everyone in the U.S. Nationals area,
When this resolves,
clear of spectators, the judges can get
Looks like Pheano was giving some consideration to the Stonewall Gauntlets there. Pheano, a very staunch supporter of this card, I think rightfully so. Look, this card has some hoops. It has some things it targets, but it is very, very annoying for ninjas to play around.
Yep.
You find other uses for it as well. Boltyn shot is another great use case for these gauntlets.
Yes.
I'm playing against the Boltyn, fantastic. So, yes, it is somewhat niche, but it's also a generic arms. And if you look at the defensive options for generic arms previously, this is miles above what we were offered.
Yeah, I think it's just another tool where, depending, like you're saying, on the metagame, the right matchup, this is absolutely something that you want to have.
Yeah, much like we've seen Balance of Justice rise to prominence in certain metagames, in those Art of War metagames, in those Blood Rush Bellow metagames, Stonewall Gauntlet also with an important role to play going forward. And it is going to be committed to defense here on this Bonds of Ancestry.
5. Take 1.
those blocks. Okay, so this drops that down to 5. 5 to your 3 blocks, so you take 2.
Oh, right, because I don't get the. Yeah.
Take 2, you go to 32.
A little misstep from Pheano there. I think he thought he was going to get the extra prevention from the Battlefront Bastion here.
Comes in for
Is going to be eaten up by those Bonds. And Charles is going to follow up with 100 wins here. Buffed once more.
No,
Right.
20.
Oh, sorry, 4 because the Stonewall affects it here.
Yeah, 28.
28.
You're mathing out their chain, navigating it well.
Then we'll break the combat chain
And now those gauntlets will go away.
and then attack with Mullion Key for 7.
Nice follow-up here with the buffs from those Art of War's Ancestral Harmonies. Yes, Dense Blue Mist still in effect, but even on a closed combat chain, Mauling Key going to go ahead and offer 7 here. 1 for 7. Not bad from Charles Dunn.
Yeah, that's a fair rate, right?
Nice first salvo here. And like we said, a half salvo. It didn't require the Traverse to be used, so Charles has plenty more down the road to tap into to get some more output. But now we're seeing a critical move from Pheano, looking to shove in his own Traverse here. Does have Chi available in the deck, and that could mean a big follow-up, maybe Manifestations of Miragai, something else that just requires a Chi, maybe just hero ability, but gets the momentum rolling back in his favor, hopefully, if you're a Pheano fan.
Yeah, I think if you're on the illusionist side of this turn, you're actually thankful that it wasn't a bigger turn than it was.
Even worse, yep.
But the flip side, I think if you're in Charles' seat, you're happy that you were able to push through a lot of damage. You cleaned up all of the auras. You took care of some of the equipment, and now, you feel like you can take some damage here and still be in the driver's seat.
Oh, 8. shuffle with Traverse?
I did not.
Okay.
Look at you, Bryan. The fans at home don't know, but you just making sure that we're keeping everything on the up and up here.
I'm always watching, Craig. I've always got 2 eyes on you. Just remember that. You're over in your armory. You're having a good time. I'm watching you.
Okay.
I know what you're up to.
Okay.
No, an honest mistake there from Pheano. Gets it sorted out.
Yeah.
Knew where the position of the chi was, so just shortcutted a little bit, grabbed it. But we do still have to shuffle, and he did so. And now we've got a big manifestation of Miragai. This is another critical tool from Part the Mistveil. Get used to hearing that a lot this weekend.
Yeah, what a
Powerful
ridiculous
cards.
card.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big one. This is what Enigma really relies on to go ahead and turn the tempo. And speaking of turning the tempo, here's a classic way of doing so. Command and Conquer going to go ahead and threaten that arsenal. Charles happy to move some cards in front here, play a little defense. He knows he's got to go after that manifestations of Miragai on the next turn. You do not want that to stick around for multiple turns.
Yeah, it's this between a rock and a hard place here for Charles because he knows this is his last Ancestral Harmony that's in his
Stashed away in his arsenal.
Thank you. Jeez, what a blank.
You're getting up there in the years, Craig.
I am.
I got your back all weekend. Don't worry.
I appreciate that. So, yeah, Charles saying, I want to defend this card. I don't have this great hand to swing back, but like you're saying, you start to leave some of these auras on the board, and they snowball.
Yeah, and life totals are even right now. So Pheano's done a good job offering offense in this game. And Charles, we mentioned not having many poppers, but I was wrong. Here's Blanche. And, a few weeks ago, I recorded a podcast down at the LSS studios. I alluded to my all-time favorite popper being present in the set. It is Blanche. That's what I was talking about.
Sure.
I think this card is an absolute powerhouse. It is so devastating when you're playing one of these Mysterio heroes to get caught with a Blanche.
This card is too good for the limited format.
It's really strong. Really, really strong. Unfortunately, in this case, it was not strong enough. Pheano with a clear block for defense of Sink Below coming through along with a 3 block to go ahead and clean up that Blanche, so did not hit, and that meant 2 turns of manifestation of Miragai, and we see that's put Charles right in the tank. Charles still unable to transcend thus far in this game. A real problem for him, not able to access that Traverse yet. We see probably has access to it on the next turn. Yeah, it looks like blue 100 wins, but being attacked for 8, and the life total is getting low. And look, this may be a hard matchup for Enigma, but I think as far as ones that Enigma wins against Zen, all the pieces are in place for Pheano right now. I think everything is working in his favor. Charles's stickiness of the first hands, the fact that he's kind of had the right offensive output at the right moment,
It's at least
this is within range of Pheano stealing this one for sure.
Well, and this is the way that you do it. It is, the Zen player stumbles just a little bit. You establish this very wide board that's pressuring the opposing life total, and you're saying, hey, if you give me cards from your hand, you're not able to come back and clean up all of these auras that I have on my side. And if you don't give me cards from your hand, well, the auras are protecting my life total, and they've chipped away so much at yours that maybe I can just steal the game with a couple of big attacks at the end.
Yeah, and Pheano's going to further protect the life total here. Adds Restless Coalescence to the board. This is another banger from Part the Mistveil. Get used to it, Craig.
So good,
Restless
this card.
Coalescence can come down at instant speed, grab a couple of those +1 counters, and turn them into Spectral Shields. So out of nowhere, Pheano with an army of ward at the ready. And Charles really has to break through on this turn, but still has not transcended thus far. So it is presenting a problem. Even if Charles does transcend here, Traverse is not ready to go. So it's going to take some time before he's able to go ahead and access that very, very powerful tool.
so fast.
What can Charles put together without access to the hero ability? That Ancestral Harmony really needs a nice find here. It does find bonds.
So nice.
Yeah, this could be ridiculous here.
Yeah, blue bonds as well. So
The nicest they've ever seen.
there is the Preserve, going to go ahead and get this Transcending going. That means Zen's going to be online, can use that ability to go find the Gust Wave to kick things off. Makes a lot of sense to me. Preserve even going to go ahead and add a card back to the deck. It can be a Bonds.
That one back under, right? Yes. So put this bonds on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, we see Charles' life total just 10 here. He needs to reestablish control of this
He's
game.
vulnerable. He's got to find a big turn here. I think this is a critical juncture in this game. Thankfully, does have the Chi finally to go ahead and activate Zen. Go searching for the right sauce here. I assume it's Descendant, but it is contextual depending on what's in hand here.
Yeah, I believe you're correct. It's going to be Descendant, and it's so nice when you search for the Descendant. because you have the extra resource from transcending with your 12-petal Kaseya, which we haven't even talked about yet in this game.
Another very powerful piece of equipment.
Turn, but I think you're going to end in single digits.
Charles, Charles, leave the narrating of the game to us, please.
Oh, we can let Charles take over. He knows what's going to happen on this turn. Telling Pheano he's going to end in single digits. So we expect Charles to find a way to claw back into this. Ancestral Harmony active.
So I was making sure I didn't dent your sleeve.
And these buffs are just so important on some of these turns where
Absolutely.
your 3s turn into 4s and you're rolling over breakpoints. Your 4s turn into 5s if they've got that D-react. And so this is the turn that Charles needed.
Yeah, and we're checking out Pheano's hand here. I believe we're looking at a no block in hand in the form of Stir the Pot, Manifestations of Miragai, so another no block, and then it is Defense Reaction, Hold the Line, as well as Levels of Enlightenment, so a 3 block there. So maybe he has to get a little fancy with the defense on this turn. Can he pull some extra ward out of that Manifestations? Is that the path you want to go down? Seems tricky. Just going to start things off with letting some of these wards be cleared and get a little bit more information before he commits anything, it looks like.
Make a shield.
Well, and we haven't even talked about the gloves yet either. Often it's very important to let your auras soak up some of the early damage, because when the gloves trigger, any damage that leaks through will eat all of your prevention effects and still have the damage come through.
Yeah, unpreventable damage going to be a key element of this entire weekend for sure. And there we see Bonds doing its thing. It's going to go get another Descendant. So we are full comboing here, Craig. It is Bonds Descendant nonsense in full effect for Charles Dunn. And I understand why he was predicting a single-digit life total for Pheano. Descendant into Bonds, Descendant into Bonds. Things are going well right now for Charles. And we do have double Bonds in hand, it looks like.
Yeah, and all of this is getting the buff as well.
100 win, Tigers rolled up. Everything coming up. Charles is going to be able to find that Tiger Strip Shuko online at some point, get the buff there.
Awesome. All right, this is 3 go again.
And this pop off from a pretty low base for Charles, not even requiring that traverse. So you see why so many players drawn to this end deck. Of course, we'll be covering the full breakdown of the metagame as soon as we have that information available. It'll take a little time, give us a few rounds, but we will get it together for you, make sure everyone knows exactly what players chose to bring this weekend here in Minneapolis. Just getting started here. So much cool stuff to come this weekend besides that metagame breakdown. I don't know if you caught it, Craig. Mysterious trailer dropped just yesterday.
I did not catch it, and you've alluded to it a couple of times. You refused to show it to me.
I would go take a look and see what's going on. Players out there speculating about what it might mean. I promise you by the end of this weekend, folks, you will know exactly what it means.
Yep, I'm in the booth, and I don't know what it means.
Yep, we're going to keep it that way.
I thought we were best friends.
We're going to keep it that way for a little bit longer. I'm going to have a slow drip of information for you, for the rest of the viewers out there, exactly what's going on with that trailer. But I promise you, by the end of this weekend, all will be revealed.
Okay, by the end of the weekend, you will stop dripping on me.
Yes.
That's what you just, okay.
Yes. Always accused of having a lot of drip when I enter the hall, Craig, but, I always took it as a compliment.
Yeah.
You, apparently it's a negative.
Well, I'm not sure we're talking about the same things here.
Let's see. Sending Gust Wave coming through. It is going to hit here, bringing Pheano down to 18, and we know what happens as the follow-up for Descendant.
Oh, you missed the one from the Spectral Shield at the end of the end of the chain, yeah.
It is Bonds one more time. It's red Bonds as well, so we're going max output here. And we're going to put that Bonds to work. We're going to go find
Grab a Tiger Swipe.
our Tiger Swipe. Sounds good. Sounds very clean.
Oh, man. This deck is a problem, Bryan.
It's looking good. It's looking good here. And look, when you let this deck do its thing unchecked, you're going to face this kind of output.
Yep.
What is going to be the story of this weekend? What happens when you try and blunt this output? Do players have the sauce? Have they found the right tools? Things like disruptive elements, things like power output reduction. Are there taxing effects that folks want to use buried deep in these kits that these various heroes have? We have to figure out how players adapt to Zen. Because if you came this weekend and didn't adapt to Zen, you don't deserve to be national champion, quite frankly. You needed to have this deck on your radar.
Yeah, I mean Channel Lake Frigid, pretty good against this, right?
That's not bad. I don't think there's any heroes that can play that right now, though, Craig.
What other taxing effects do we have?
There's things like hamstring shot out there.
There you go. Okay.
They're few and far between.
This triggers Shuko, so it's 1, 2. Does this count this? No, combo.
The Kakara going to do its thing and buff up this Tiger. It is also buffed by the Tiger Stripe Shuko, so were there any ward, this would be happy to cut through it, but there's not in this case. Just going to be offering vanilla damage here. And now Charles' prediction has come true. Pheano is in the single digits, and he's facing down 5 more damage in the form of this Tiger Swipe. 1 more card in hand for Charles. Pheano thus far has weathered the storm. Do cards need to be committed here? Tiger Swipe is scary, man. You don't want to give your opponent unfettered access to these Tigers. It could punish you if there's the right follow-up. Something like a second Tiger Swipe in hand could be quite painful.
Yeah, that would be a disaster, but I think, from Pheano's side, he's telling himself he needs to reestablish a board here. He's got Charles at 10. If he blocks with his whole hand, then Charles just has all of the momentum moving forward.
It's very hard to claw your way back in against
and
that.
So
especially with Traverse still at the ready.
Yes,
That's the big problem
yes.
for Pheano, right? It's like there's still a huge power spike turn available to Charles.
Yep. And I mean, even all 3 equipment pieces means he's got 6 more health that he's working with.
That's a great point. Pheano is going to commit the defense reaction in this instance. Hold the line comes down to combine with that levels.
I'll tell you, hold the line is such a tease in this format because you want to be playing these blue defense reactions, but currently you do not get the bonus out of this card very often.
Yeah, I mean, there are Art of War decks in the format.
Yes,
There's
yes.
Kayo out there.
Yes.
When it's big, it's big. But I understand the punishment. You feel like you have to always get that value. It's so painful when you aren't able to convert it into a 5. But honestly, just blue defense reactions are very, very good right now. Also very, very good. Manifestations of Miragai, the second one, and Pheano with the Chi at the ready, going to go ahead and offer 8 here. The problem is, this is just 8. And while that may be a large number, it's less than 10. And Charles, if he wants, can just go ahead and eat this up. He can also go ahead and commit that Traverse if he has a hand that's ready to go ahead and use the Zen ability. So a lot of options here for Charles.
Yeah, I think this was the best possible for Pheano's side. The 2 card present 8 and have 4 ward on my side of the board.
Yep, makes sense.
But the flip side of that is it's not killing the opponent. You're not forcing them to use cards. And you're giving them this opportunity, right? If he has the good hand, you're giving him the last piece of the puzzle that he needs. And last turn, what was Pheano at to start the turn? 23 or whatever it was. He ended up at 9, and he had a much wider established board.
And it looks like Charles is going to take advantage of the window to go ahead and put Traverse out there on the combat chain and find the Chi he's looking for to complete this hand. But it looks like a second card also going to be committed here as well. Charles reaching a little bit. I see a Blanche in hand, so maybe this is just kind of a stutter step type hand, 100 wins into Blanche or something like that. Depends on what's in that arsenal. Flusterfist also committed to the defense here, so only 3 gonna leak. Charles protecting that life total a little bit, but does get that Chi. And I am sure with that Chi available, Charles will be able to demand cards from Pheano on this next turn on the defensive side.
Absolutely.
I'd say 3. Get a 7.
There is some ward present. There is that Miragai, of course, doing its defensive role as well, which should soak up some output from Charles here. Let's see if he can find his way over the hump. Looks like 100 wins, maybe a Bonds in hand as well.
So we'll start by activating Zen, which gets a Tiger in the hand.
A Tiger to hand with the Zen ability. And
Oh,
we'll
this
go
deck.
find the combo pieces.
Is another Descendant? Is that where we're going with this?
Makes sense if that is a Bonds in hand. Just complete the combo. Got the resources available.
Find a yellow Gust Wave.
Yeah, it is going to be Descendant Gust Wave one more time. A small mercy for Pheano.
I'm going to lose to Yellow Gust Wave.
Yeah, he doesn't want to lose to that yellow. It feels painful. Maybe losing to those reds that showed up a little bit earlier, but
One thing I'll tell you about the deck construction here of the Zen decks, or just all 3 of the new heroes that we're working with, is they get to play a ton of blue cards. So there's a lot of redundancy in these decks where you're playing 30, 33, 35 blue cards in these decks, and we see how aggressive this deck can be, how much damage it can put out, while still having the resources almost every single turn to pay for the things that it wants to pay for. On top of that, the deck construction also includes so many combo cards right now. I've seen lists with between 30 and 40 combo cards. So when you play your Ancestral Harmony,
You're hitting a lot of the time.
you hit a high percentage of the time, and you've got a ton of cards that you're buffing on the combat chain.
Yeah. Pheano is able to make a little bit more ward here. Going to go ahead and commit that Restless Coalescence. Use it to funnel a counter off the manifestations of Miragai, turn it into a Spectral Shield. So a nice little bit of coverage here, but that red bonds at the ready for Charles, and that's going to turn into another Gust Wave. One more Descendant Gust Wave.
Oh, what a time to be alive.
Blue this time is the find for Charles.
You just have no respect for your opponent. Can't even kill them with good cards.
I don't know if I'm going to kill you. You got so much ward up there.
Charles fighting through this ward on Pheano's side.
And these are two great characters as well. Like playing against them, obviously I've had a lot of experience playing with and against both Charles and Pheano, and absolute pleasure.
Yeah, certainly staples of the American flesh and blood scene. Scene that's, I'm not going to say falling on hard times, but, the other regions making their presence absolutely known at this point. It's not all Michael Hamilton shows up, wins every event anymore. Of course, our defending Pro Tour champion Arthur Trehay out there representing for Europe. We see strong performances from all points of the globe at this point.
Well, and we're right on the precipice of Japan just taking over, right?
Absolutely.
We've seen this in other games.
In that top 8 out in Tokyo. And yeah, we know what the Japanese TCG scene is capable of. Great deck builders, great players. So just another
Arsenal card that I got last turn from
cadre of incredible players. And there is another Bonds for Charles stashed away in Arsenal. And while the first few turns of this game were a little murky, a little difficult, Charles firing on all cylinders right now. Just Bonds Descendant, over and over and over, getting that output.
This is the consistency of the deck, right? Where the early couple of turns, like I said, preserving the life total, playing very patient, just trying to clean up the auras, but not panicking, not using the equipment too early. And the last 2 turns have just been all gas.
Yeah, Mauling Chi at the ready. Means we're going to look at basically Crouching Tiger into Mauling Chi.
I don't care.
Presumably pitching that Blanche to pay for. Or no, Blanche and Arsenal still a resource available. So maybe could even offer Tiger Taming Kakara here if he really wants. Interesting combinations available. That would take him off Mauling Key, though. So my expectation is we're probably looking at Tiger into Mauling Key.
Yeah, that's the line here. And, I mean, you can see how hard it is to game plan some of these turns, right? I think, I don't know, it might have been right on Charles' previous turn or Pheano's previous turn for Charles to actually have blocked with that Blanche and just preserve the life total for 2.
Sure.
It's not the best Arsenal card to have. It's not terrible, but it's not one of those combo pieces. It's not an Art of War.
It's a little sticky again.
Yeah.
And that empty Tiger comes through, the Mauling Key comes down, and it is going to get basically all of Pheano's meaningful cards here. I think the Chi is the last card. No, it may not be a Chi. That is going to be Arsenal. So we'll see what Charles is working with on this next 5-card hand. Look, if you want to look at bright sides, if you're a Pheano Black fan, so many power cards are out of Charles's deck at this point. Like, I would not suspect many more Bonds Descendant nonsensical
extremely hard to do this again.
Yeah, so he's got to put together now. I think his goal is to go wide. And you see a very, very good tool for doing that. You see 100 wins at the ready. Going to go ahead and power up this Tiger Taming Kakara. You just want to offer chain links at this point. Make things complicated. And then you probably come in with some big numbers at the end in the form of Blanche. Possibly that Command and Conquer if you're looking for a different form of disruption. I don't think this one is over yet. I think Pheano has a chance.
Well, and these are the turns, right, where we see Charles have a little bit of a clunkier hand. Can Pheano block with 2 or 3 cards this turn?
Yeah, Pheano's hand blocks pretty well here. A lot of 3 blocks available this go-around. So he's got to find the right blocks. Has to absolutely parse this out perfectly to get as much defense value out of this hand as possible. That's the problem when you're playing against a ninja, right? Charles is attacking for 2 here. You want to get 3 block out of your hand. Can you afford to just leak here? And I think that's what Pheano's debating is ultimately going to make the block with Warmonger's Diplomacy. Can Pheano maintain a card in hand to come back with?
Eey.
100 wins for 1, the play here from Charles.
That's not the most exciting attack in this situation.
It is not. Feels very ignorable in this case if you're in Pheano's seat. Question is, what does the hand do for the clapback?
Sure.
Is
One
there
of the nice things about playing the Illusionist class is when you're deploying your auras, you're actually buffing your life total, right? So being at 3, yeah, it's a little bit scary, but every time you build your board back up, it's like you're increasing your life total as well.
Absolutely. You know, the thing about Flesh and Blood, you play through a game, you get weaker over time. And for Zen, it happens quickly. You only get a few turns at full power. And
Sure.
Charles is weakened. He is in a weakened state. Those key equipment pieces gone at this point. Some of those key amplifiers gone. Command and Conquer going to be the play here. And so Pheano either has to commit 2 cards here or find some other modes of defense.
Yeah, pretty anemic turn from the Zen
I
player.
would say so. Yeah, total output of 9 on this turn.
Yeah, you had the full 4-card hand plus your arsenal, and you're only able to threaten 9.
As far as power cards left for Charles, 2 Art of Wars still in the deck. That is what I'm looking for in terms of maximizing output at this point. We know all the Ancestral Empowerments are gone. The vast majority of the Bonds combo is gone at this point.
But I think it's still just, if Charles is able to transcend and tutor for specific pieces, it's still just very strong for his deck.
Sure.
Absolutely. Another Tiger Swipe with a couple of Crouching Tigers would still be a very effective turn.
100 wins also can be a nice tool when combined together.
Defend like that.
Phantasmaclasm going to be committed to defense here with a little bit of follow-up. Looks like a Sacred Art going to be played here.
And then Meridian Pathway. Yep. I was like, okay, I'll set this. Hope I hit a thing.
Did he play a blue card?
Okay, so that activates 0 power. Meridian Pathway blocks it.
I'm not sure, Craig.
What was the blue card that was played, Bryan?
We'll double check, figure out exactly what's going on there.
He didn't. He chose Transcend. It's fine.
The players are saying he just chose the Transcend mode.
Clock assembled.
Yep.
He did not get the rest of the modes.
That is totally fine.
Okay, that is a legal line. It is so funny because you get stuck in these play patterns where you think that you have to get all 3 modes out of this card in order to be playing it. But we see Pheano saying no, like
Just single mode. And that's what he needs in this spot. He needs to offer some clock. I think that's very
Exactly,
clean.
exactly.
He needs Charles to brick. That's also what he needs in this spot. He needs a very low output hand.
I'm figuring
But
out what my turn is.
with the Spectral Shield established, at least things are starting to move in Pheano's direction one more time. Damage is being offered. And now he's got to fade. He's got to fade Charles's output one more time. Has to hope an anemic hand is put together on Charles's side.
see a lot of blues in Charles.
A lot of blues. And I think that could work in Charles's favor because I also think there's a Sacred Art in this hand.
If there's a Sacred Art, this hand could really pop off.
Able to transcend as well,
Yes,
it looks
yeah.
like. Descendant Gust Wave as the starter, if that's what you want to use. Shifting Winds also available. So I think it is now up to Charles to puzzle this one together. But the tools are there. There's a lot to offer from this hand. Despite being a quad blue hand, there's going to be multiple chain links. I think this hand is very capable of going wide.
Have no
Yeah, and
but we're gonna figure it
he's going to get all of the free resources, a couple of free resources here from the Kasaya when he transcends multiple times in this turn, if that's the
should
route
let
that he
the
takes.
Kakara go ahead and get involved in this particular salvo. So yeah, a lot of options available for Charles. Let's see how he pieces together. Is this the killing blow? Is this what breaks through?
And this is what I was kind of talking about earlier in the match, is that all of these blue cards
I'm gonna be happy that this is
make the deck so consistent. They give them the resources to really power up these turns, but then they also
They
still
function.
present
They function.
tons of damage.
Very different from the way blue cards have worked in other classes. The Mystic blue cards are very, very real.
go with this plan.
Very real threats.
Double check that I've got one of those in graveyard.
They are more
Or,
than the sum of their parts.
you know what I mean? One. Okay. There should be one left. All right, that's the play.
2,000 viewers chilling
Ascendant.
in chat right now rooting for either Charles or Pheano in this opening match of the U.S. National Championships. Many, many more to come.
You know,
Many secrets to be revealed, Craig, over the course of the weekend that I'm withholding from you. Hope y'all will stick around with us.
I wish we
all
didn't
weekend
keep
long.
revisiting that.
Oh, we're going to revisit it over and over and over. I'm going to hold it over your head. I'm going to celebrate it. And eventually I'm going to share it with everyone out there.
This is a little bit interesting from Charles. I think he could have transcended the blue card that he pitched rather than just pitching it. But it might not change things a whole lot. But when he leads with the Descending Gust Wave, you know there's got to be another bond still in that deck.
You only
right?
need to have one more left. You know, we talked about Charles burning through most of the good cards, but as long as there's a little bit left, and there is a yellow bonds available for Charles, and that's going to push the output of this turn very dramatically. Plenty of combo cards available there to combine with those Crouching Tigers that are also buffed up by the Sacred Art. So follow up with bonds.
It is a little funny. You know, he had played and pitched so many cards. There was so much going on, and he was only attacking for one at the time. And it's still just like, oh, it's a disaster. You know
Feels like
all
a
of the
disaster.
stuff.
Yeah, you know what's coming down the chain for sure.
I'll banish 100 of the wins.
Yeah, going to go get 100 wins. So just continuing to get as wide as possible. Offer Chain Links does have the red available in this case to follow up with.
Make sure this is the right line.
Oops, all Tigers in hand, but they are +1.
I was supposed to say, most of these are going to get a buff, so it should be fine.
This one getting 2 buff, the Shuko buff as well.
Oh, yeah, they're all getting buffed, yeah.
It has the ability from that Sacred Art floating out there. You see represented on the far left of the combat chain. So we're looking at 2, 1, 1, 3 Arsenal.
Well, I mean, potentially the Kakara gets into
yeah,
the mix
we do
here.
have
You
3
hang
floating.
on to the
You're
Arsenal.
exactly right. Shout outs to 3 floating. Whenever I have 3 floating, I love to shout them out. Of course, did a great job showing off some of these heroes over on their YouTube channel just a week ago. Did a great job showing off a victory for me on their YouTube channel just a few weeks ago. There's that 100 woods covered up by Fate Foreseen, but there's more to come. It is Crouching Tiger being offered here.
And
And
bang.
it's the Blanche at the end offering that big burst of damage, and that is going to get the fist bump from Pheano.
Look at this combat chain off of the 4 blue hand.
It's not bad for a 4 blue hand. I'll say that. I'll say that, Craig. And look, Charles was
You
at
did
the
this
end
to
there.
us. You did this.
Happily. And I can't wait to see more of this deck throughout the weekend. It is a pleasure to watch down there in the feature match area to see what this deck is capable of. And it's going to be a pleasure to see how players have adapted to it. And as we mentioned, for Pheano, one of the worst matchups. Did not want to sit down across from Charles. Enigma just doesn't really have the tools to stifle that output. But I think there's going to be a lot of players out here who do have the tools to check these Zen decks. And it's going to be a threat all weekend long, but I think there are decks that are going to go ahead and hold it down a little bit. We're not in a Zen meta, but it's a strong choice. And if you want to get your hands on cards to go ahead and play Zen, you got to be looking at Part the Mistveil. We are, of course, out there in your local game store right now, sitting on shelves, waiting to be purchased, waiting to be busted open. I say, though, buy a case. Because you want to go ahead and you want to hit that gold pack. You know, you want to live the dream. And I just...
Are you guaranteeing a gold pack to the people that buy a case?
Anyone who buys one right now, I guarantee it. Right now. Do it right now. It's guaranteed.
Man, I don't have... I'm here with you.
Sorry.
Dang it.
I have a bunch sitting in my closet at home. I've already opened 3 cases of Part the Mistveil.
Of course you have.
I have a lot more to open up. I can't wait to do so.
How are you doing with your Marvel collection?
Yeah, the Marvels are complete at this point.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
And
Good for you.
I had to go and, do a little trading, a little engagement on that secondary market to go ahead and complete it. But I am very, very happy to have done so because they are some of the most beautiful cards I have ever seen.
Well, I'll tell you, the new set, some of the metrics that I use to evaluate a new set, power level, this set's absolutely there, 10 out of 10, right? The enjoyment of the gameplay. To me, this set is there. I've been having an absolute blast in both limited and constructed. The themes. this set just oozes the themes. It's so
Shines,
thematic.
man.
I love it.
Incredible job from our creative team.
And then the
honestly.
artwork.
Yep.
And
Again,
to me,
shout outs to our creative team.
like it's wild because we've had Marvel Dragons in the past that were just so cool. But to me, this set is the most successful set so far, with the artwork just being an absolute home run.
Yep.
And if the scale only goes to 10, that like this would be a 12. Like it's just that good to me.
We have those beautiful homages to the traditional Japanese art style all over this set, and it really does shine. The opening experience is awesome. Hitting Marvels feels good. Hitting those gold packs feels good. It's just a lot of fun. I'm really happy with the way things have turned out. It seems like players are really happy as well. And of course, many of them choosing to bring these heroes this weekend. I think we have some backup action for you. That may just be getting sorted right. Oh, it sounds like we are going to go to round 2, actually.
Okay.
So we're going to take a brief break before we do that. But I do want to talk a little bit more about Part the Mistveil. There's so many aspects of this set that we're going to explore throughout the weekend. Of course, there is the constructed impact. There is the limited impact, which I think is kind of a step in a new direction for Flesh and Blood. And I want to hone in on some of the policies around that limited format that we're going to see, and I want to get your take on it.
Oh, I have so many questions for you.
30 card limit. First, you give me your take, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, okay. So first, the 30 card limit, I actually love it. I think this is great, but I think some people might miss the nuance that this is also a balancing effect with a nod towards the assassin, right?
It can be.
Where the assassin deck doesn't have the numbers that some of the other decks have, but it eats away at the opposing decks in ways that we've never seen before. And if players were able to play 35, 36, 37 cards against assassins, I think they would just do it even if the cards were near unplayable.
Yep.
And you're saying, no, you do not get that option.
I think taking away that option just it leads to you kind of playing the game within the bounds.
Yes.
It's more about turn-to-turn action. It's less about, did I properly prepare for this and put the right number of cards in my deck? Did I have access to the right number of cards in my deck? Did I have to, in the draft, only take playables because I know I have to present 40-plus cards into the news or I have no chance? And once you take that off the table, you focus on the X's and O's. You get down to the meat and potatoes of the limited format, and I think the entire experience just shines so much more.
Yeah. Like I said, I've been having absolute blast. I want to talk more about limited, but I kind of want to wait until we're into that portion of the event.
Sure. So let's talk a little bit more about constructed. And I want to go beyond these 3 heroes, which we're going to see a lot of, especially over these first 2 rounds. We do want to highlight those Part the Mistveil heroes, so you can expect a lot of them in the feature match area. But now every set comes with some additional spice. It's not only about the feature heroes.
You guys in this expansion slot.
It's the expansion slot. And
another 10 out of 10 in this set to me.
Yeah, power cards all over the place.
Yes, but you're giving pieces to a lot of the decks that aren't the top decks in the format. And I think doing that just consistently set after set means that the players who don't have the huge budget to go and buy the brand new hot deck every single format will still have a relevant hero that they can bring to events.
Yep. Of course. I mean, that's a huge upside of setting things up that way. It's also just exciting.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's fun.
Yes.
As somebody who has, deep bonds with certain heroes, I love seeing what they're going to get offered on a set-to-set basis. Is there a card in the expansion slot that really stood out to you this go-around? Or
No, honestly, there were so many good ones. There's just so many exciting ones. I really like Visit the Goldman Estate.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, all right, Victor was close in the last format. It was competitive, but these new heroes are so powerful, and how do we get Victor to keep up? And especially in a format where I don't think you want to be blocking nearly as much right now. If you're playing against Enigma, you better be attacking.
Yep.
If you're playing against Zen, you better be attacking with disruptive attacks. And so, showing up with this kind of blocking a lot, preserve my life total type of Victor deck isn't going to be as effective. And you just gave him this card, which is like,
how about a little offense?
Yeah.
I mean, you basically nailed it. That is the intention behind that card, and it is a concession to a shifting metagame and what Guardians may need to adapt. And look, they still have their work cut out for them with 2 of the 3 heroes that they're going to be facing down in this metagame. New and Enigma are tough matchups, but you're starting to slant things in another direction. You're giving them another angle. And I am very, very interested to see how popular Victor is this weekend. If there's rebuilds, look, there's things like Trounce out there that are incredible, incredible cards. If I was playing Victor in this tournament, I would not have Trounce in my deck.
Get it out of here.
Yep, that's not what this format is about. This format is about aggression. It is about disruption in the form of Victor. So I'm looking at, what crush effects am I playing at this point?
Yep, gotta get some pummels in there.
Pummels, sure, disruption all over the place. As I said, and I think it's going to be the story of all of these decks this weekend, Part the Mistveil is not an additive experience. It is a metagame redefinition, and the players who find the most success this weekend are going to be the ones who came with something new. So we are going to go ahead and take a short break. We're going to get our players ready for round 2, and we're going to see more of that innovation and excitement on display here from Minneapolis. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back to the booth here at round 2 of U.S. Nationals. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Craig Krempels. We are seating our players down in the feature match area for more action. Again, more spice, more exciting heroes that we're going to see on display this go-around. But before that, Craig,
What do we have?
I'm gonna break one of my personal rules.
Okay.
And I'm going to engage with a form of social media right now, which is something I have been not doing recently. But I am going to make an exception. It's Nationals weekend. We're celebrating. We're having a good time.
Am I right to assume this is a heavily filtered engagement?
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Ethan's in charge. Ethan's going to go to our chat right now, and he's going to look for some questions.
No softballs, Ethan.
Only softballs. Ethan. Only softballs. But yeah, go ahead and drop some questions in chat. I'm happy to give some feedback, talk about what we were doing this weekend. Maybe you could ask the right question where I will reveal something about this big announcement we have coming over the course of
What
the
is the
weekend.
big? Just tell me. Just tell me what the big announcement is.
I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to tease you insufferably. You can go watch the trailer like everyone else, and you can give your feedback on it. And then maybe you'll say the right thing that will trigger me to reveal something about.
You're triggering me right now is what's happening.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that. Probably chat as well, but that's okay. They're going to be kind to me. They're going to ask some great questions. And I think this weekend is already off to a banger start. We're showing the power of Part the Mistveil, but it sounds like our questions are ready. So Ice Ninja when? Well, we're just getting right to the meat and potatoes, the question that everyone wants to know.
This is definitely what Ninja needs, is all these disruptive elements.
Sure, we'll give them disruptive elements. You get to do 40 damage a turn, and your opponent has to play through 4 frostbites. That sounds great.
40 frostbites, right?
Okay, sure. Yeah, every time that you do a damage, make a
Yep.
frostbite.
Yeah.
We've just made the card here live, and then we'll release that actually next weekend. It'll be legal at Nationals around
No,
the
what
world.
we're going to do, we're going to announce it and then pre-ban it.
Okay, that's the way we're doing this one. No, look, there's so many combinations of elements and talents and all these different parts of the flesh and blood system that are kind of like begging for combinations. Now, Ice Ninja is a weird one.
Brian.
Yeah.
Are there elements we haven't explored yet?
55 minutes for
Maybe?
Maybe. Okay.
Maybe?
Did I ask the right question?
We'll see. That was a decent question.
Okay.
I shouldn't have taken it because you're not in YouTube chat. But that was an okay question. No, but like Ice Ninja is interesting to me.
Sure.
Maybe for more like historical tropes that are out there. You know, I think of Sub-Zero, the first Ice Ninja
Sure.
that comes to mind, and there have been Ice Ninjas before in other gaming endeavors. So a fair question, but not soon is my answer to that question. Do I drink coffee or tea? Asks Croony Moons. I have had one sip of coffee in my life,
Oh.
and it was gross. I don't know what you people are doing. I don't understand what this obsession is with coffee. It's just horrible, foul liquid from the depths of hell, and you all seem to inject it straight into your veins and can only function with its assistance, and I just don't get it.
This is one of those never meet your heroes moments where it's like, Brian, you do this spectacular work. You make this wonderful game that we all engage
Without
with.
the help of coffee. So obviously you don't need
and
it
then
to
you
function.
share this opinion, and it's like everything you say or do from here on out is just marginalized.
I just taste really, really bad, and like it's unfortunate because there's elements of the coffee flavor.
You could have just said tea and avoided all of
It
this.
is tea. I enjoy a good cup of green tea with some Manuka honey
Oh, this is
down in New Zealand, but I think there's just this horrible, horrible bitterness to coffee that I can't get over. But when I have it in something like a nice tiramisu, I do appreciate the flavor. Like I think there's something there.
little coffee ice cream.
But in the one sip of coffee I've taken in my lifetime, it was not doing it for me, so I just gave up on it. All right, how about one more question? I think we can squeeze in another question here. What character have you never seen cosplayed but would love to see? Now, this is a hard question, not because there's not a million cosplays that I want to see, but just because our players do it. They do such a good job as cosplayers.
There's tons of characters that show up and yeah.
Not even characters. There's concepts I've seen cosplayed that I would have never thought of that I think are so brilliant. Our cosplayers are phenomenal, world class, and I think it's something that actually deserves a huge amount of credit for Flesh and Blood success, because where we were still finding our footing as a competitive game, still learning a lot about our game system, getting people here to compete and try and care about things like Pro Tour titles and U.S. National Championships, that takes time, that takes buy-in. but the cosplay scene had immediate, intense buy-in at the highest possible level. And I think so many of the heroes of our cosplay scene, folks like Carolina, Maxx Ferocity, these incredible cosplayers who have been all around the world doing these beautiful cosplays for us. And it's such a critical part of why our events look and feel special. But as far as ones I haven't seen, like nothing is immediately springing to mind where I'm like, oh, when is this going to happen? Just because there's been so many great ones.
Sure.
Do you have one you can think of?
No. How about we slightly reframe this? If you were going to cosplay,
oh wow,
who would you want to be?
Wow,
or what artwork? What?
I've been told that I look like the guy on Virulent Touch.
Okay.
Who's like doing this face falling apart.
Yeah, he's got all the pockmarks.
Yeah. So first of all, shut up. Second of all, I guess that's where I am trapped, and I have to cosplay as the horrible, scarred.
Again, Bryan, you could have answered
person.
Anything you wanted to hear.
I have to stick with what I've been told. They say I look like that person, so.
Oh man,
I guess I'm committed. What's a cool concept? Can I cosplay as a Chi?
What, like I don't know the brand new card, Battlefront Bastion.
Yeah,
like
it's
badass. Like you get to wear the big helmet and like.
But I have no skills. I have no capability to produce any of this.
No. This is all hypothetical.
Okay, so
obviously we can't do this.
Like I'm a skilled person and have any capabilities to do the amazing type of work that our cosplayers do. I would be keen to put on an Arachne costume.
Okay,
I have a lot of affinity for Arachne, and
you
the
are an assassin main,
in general. Yeah, the first hero I ever worked on in Flesh and Blood was Arachne, and obviously there's so much cool stuff going on with Arachne. That badass Oni style mask and the cool raised shoulder hump type deal going on. It's just like a very imposing, sinister character. So I think Arachne's a character I could see myself doing a cool cosplay of. What about you? Who you got in the stable?
I already said Battlefront Bastion. I think that would be really neat.
Nice.
I don't know. I've shared this before, but when Pulverized came out, I reached out to Federico Musetti and I got a signed, huge, full art print of this that I have in my office now.
Art.
And the hammer is like flying out with the colors and everything. And I think it would be difficult to recreate that same. The magnitude of it in a cosplay.
Yep.
Well, for me, I mean, our cosplayers do all sorts of spectacular things. But that's one that the artwork just always spoke to me.
That's a great choice. I get asked about Pulverized Guy a lot, when Pulverized Guy is going to be a hero.
Yep.
So we'll keep an eye on that. But what we're ready to keep an eye on right now is our feature match area. Our players are ready down there. And I think we've got a banger for you. It is on the left-hand side, currently out of frame. It's Mara Faris, 1-0 thus far on Dash.io, and Mara has been working on Dash.io for a very, very long time. Even when Dromai was still in the metagame, she was exploring Dash, and she was very, very confident she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Maybe found it this weekend here at Nationals. Going to be taking on Michael Rutkowski on Levia Shadowborn Abomination. Now, do you know is that a relative of Daniel Rutkowski?
Yep, it's his brother.
It's his brother, okay, nice. So Daniel, of course, top-notch competitor.
Yep, one of the top players in the game.
Yeah, great finishes all around, including at U.S. Nationals previously. Now Michael trying to go ahead and put his stamp on U.S. Nationals, off to a 1-0 start thus far on Levia. And we talked about that expansion slot. Maybe nobody benefited more from the expansion slot than Levia.
Sure, the Shadowborn horror?
Abomination? Horror? It might be horror. I don't know the final names.
Man,
they change all the
we
time.
need to do a better job with the names.
You do. I know 10 million old names for that card. I don't know any of the present.
I appreciate that you just put it exclusively on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way I am. I always blame someone other than myself.
A way to share that responsibility.
Yep. Don't worry, folks. Craig will get better at that. I will continue to be very, very bad at it. But the important thing is we're going to be featuring Dash.io versus Levia. I didn't really have this on my
back to our match. I can tell you, Dash does so many unfair things, and it's a hero that's just been close for a while now, and it always felt like you needed to find just the right sauce with this hero, and it'll hit a tipping point, and it'll be what that unfair hero in the metagame. It plays from very unique angles. It does something completely broken that no other hero does, and I think with the pistol, it lines up well against certain parts of the metagame where we're talking about, the illusionist decks showing up with all these big defense reactions, and being able to just present two over and over is not what they want to be playing against.
Yeah, it's scary for a lot of folks in the metagame. I'd also say decks that don't want to defend have a very, very hard time against Dash.io. She is problematic. Also, on the Dash.io side, I think a pretty critical card, T-Bone. T-Bone really, really good at messing up your opponent's stash of Blade Break equipment, which Zen has a lot of. And Mara just going to kick things off here with a Boom Grenade. I think we need to go over to Michael's side and look a little bit at that equipment. It is in the chest slot, Savage Sash. This was the last card that was going to absolutely break the game in half, Craig. It was Savage Sash, and we're going to see how that card influences things this weekend. But Levia picking it up, and I have to say, look, this card is good in all of the brutes. It's a standout in KO. Reinhardt can find decks that leverage it very, very well. I actually think the best home might be Levia.
Yeah, and I think we've seen kind of an evolution with some of these brute decks because of the changing metagame where you say, hey, we need to be presenting more damage. We need to be presenting disruptive damage. And so we see them showing up with a lot more pieces that we've been talking about here. I mean, you're not going to see Censor out of this deck. That's more of a KO piece, but we've already talked about Blanche, Amnesia, cards like this that can potentially turn off what the opposing hero is trying to do.
Outpace going to be the play here from Mara, just boosting, coming in for a smooth 4 here. No defense by equipment available for Michael. Michael's turn was just a Mandible Claw, which Mara happily took to play a 5-card hand. And her first turn, Boom Grenade, just a little bit of setup. So Michael, thus far, not able to get any cards in the graveyard. Of course, that is going to be critical for Levia. Is going to have the opportunity to make some defenses here and go ahead and start building that up. But let's see what kind of output Mara can offer. It's looking like a high octane at the ready. I suspect we're probably going to keep that one floating around for an arsenaled future turn. But is she going to be able to find the breakpoint? She is. Boom Grenade going to hit here, so that damage output going to increase on this turn.
And this is one of the classic drawbacks of Levia, where you need to get those first 3, 4, 5 cards into your graveyard before you really start churning through your deck. And if the opponent doesn't attack on the first turn and your hand doesn't line up very well, you can't sculpt it, you can't block, you can't get those first couple of cards into the bin.
Absolutely. Mara went ahead and activated that Tekla Foundry Heart, both filtering the top of the deck and generating resources. I could watch Mara play all day long. I think she's so practiced, so smooth. You can just tell she knows any hero she picks up inside and out. We saw it for ages with Dromai, just was on another level with that deck. But I suspect we will see the same from her dash play. She's so methodical, and she takes her prep very, very seriously. She's always looking for every edge she can possibly get. Yellow zipper hit is the follow-up here. Let us know down in the chat who you're rooting for in this matchup. Is it going to be Mara Faris on Dash.io, or do you think Michael Rutkowski is going to be able to pull it out with the assistance of Levia? It's going to be, looks like a penetration script coming down here from Mara, setting that one up to go ahead and get buffs next go around. Going to wait for the next pass through, and it's just going to be Symbiosis shot closing things out here. Nice little bit of damage there from Mara, as well as an item passed on to the next turn. Of course, Dash.io sings when you find items off the top. Mara, despite clearing a bunch of cards there, was not able to find an item off the top. That's what she's going to be looking for in subsequent turns.
Well, we got the penetration script, right?
Oh, okay, that come off the top?
Yeah.
My mistake. Thank you, Craig.
And also, I think that was almost like an understated turn where 9 damage still leaked. The opponent blocked with 3 cards out of their hand like that. That was
just offers claw here. So I would say a big win on that cycle.
Yeah, that was a very effective turn. And then you still have this penetration script coming into your next turn.
Yeah, Spark of Genius also in hand. So a lot of options here for Mara.
Gosh, that Spark of Genius is so freaking good in IO.
Yeah, of course. Changes the top of the deck as well. Just does everything you're looking for.
Everything you're looking for.
So glad to see this hero back. Look, this hero, and frankly all the Bright Lights heroes, fell on some hard times. It was very, very hard for them to find purchase in the metagame. If this is Dash.io's metagame, that's so exciting to me. I could watch this hero play all day long. I got to call back to Thomas Dowling's original calling run in the time of Lexi, coming up ultimately 1 win short there, but just set the world on fire with that first take on Dash.io.
Dash was so scary to me when it came out because it is doing such unfair things. It has access to so many more cards. It looks at so many more cards. It has the pistol that can just make a ton of attacks in a turn, and it is such a careful balance, right? It is such a fine tipping point between this deck is good in the format, this deck is competitive, to what this deck is doing is way too unfair.
Dangerous.
Yes.
Dangerous. Yeah, and I think Dash.io can cross that threshold at any time, either on the basis of a new card added or on just the shape of the metagame. And there we see an item off the top for Mara. Just a blue boom grenade here, but still critically can provide that action point that Dash is always so hungry for.
Yeah, when Wage Gold came out, and you kind of spoke about how, this new universal mechanic is going to be something that you're going to do very sparingly. And this, not for Wage Gold specifically, but for future cards, Dash.io was one of the decks that, jumped into my head. Like, yes, this is one of the heroes. When you make a mechanic like that, you need to be so careful with it.
Absolutely. Scramble Pulse, the play here from Mara. Very antagonizing towards equipment thus far. I don't know if this is just the way the cards have been drawn or, the way Mara's deck is set up, but really does not want to give clean blocks to Michael's equipment, and Scramble Pulse is going to help with that as well on this particular combat chain.
Yeah, with all these boom grenades and then, like you're saying, things that are, so aggressive towards equipment, you're saying, hey, you need to just give me cards out of your hand every single turn.
On Michael's side, that's generally acceptable. You're generally happy playing this split game plan for Levia until you're not, and you'll have to pop off at that moment. But thus far, I think Michael is happy to put some cards on the defensive, set up that graveyard, get things rolling a little bit. At some point, Blood Debt will get turned on, and then he'll have to seize the tempo and go ahead and offer damage. The question is, how much leakage is there going to be in the meantime? How much damage is going to get through? And here we see another little salvo from Mara. It is that Scramble Pulse hitting alongside that boom grenade. So Michael quickly down to 23 in this matchup.
This is a lot of damage. Oh,
A Spark of Genius follow-up here from Mara with that
so
action point
good.
at the ready. Could go even further into the action point tank. Could just go ahead and get something for a future turn. It is going to be the Backup Protocol Red, one of my favorite cards from Bright Lights. Man, was this a huge pickup for Mechanologist.
Huh? Not realm game stamps. I have a couple of realm stamps in here. Mostly set less stamps.
They're talking about the versions of cards that are in Mara's deck.
Mara, of course, famous for her very blinged out version of Dromai. The Dash.io deck, not there yet for her, but she goes on another hot streak like she was capable of doing with Dromai. Maybe we start to see Dash.io pick up the bling as well.
I would like to not end my turn right now.
I love the table talk.
What's this Backup Protocol Red going to offer on this turn? Mara is going to pitch the blue here. Use it.
When Mike takes that first hit, I think he's telegraphing like, "Hey, this is my pivot turn. I'm going to keep these cards
here.
Yeah, I'm looking to punch back and even things up."
Yeah, and Outpace going to do a really good job of continuing to pressure because it's not going to be defended by equipment here. And I think this was the perfect grab for Mara because if Michael is trying to pivot, typically the way you do that is you shove in a bunch of equipment and you feel good about that. Mara just denying that right now, not letting him get equity on those equipments.
And this is a great turn. Just tons of damage, lots of attacks with this penetration script on the board, and then also multiple pistol shots gonna close out the turn here.
Yeah, and there we saw the window for Michael to finally go ahead and shove in some equipment. But Mara does have Symbiosis shot at the ready alongside some action points, so that's going to go ahead and present a little bit more damage. And Michael getting down into vulnerable ranges. And when that happens and you run into a high octane turn from the dash, you go ahead and put max velocity together, things get very scary. Now, I do know there were times that I think max velocity floated in and out of these Dash.io decks. So I don't know for sure if that's exactly what Mara is playing towards or if she takes a more consistent approach to damage. Like I said, an absolute innovator when it comes to deck building, moved Dromai forward so effectively over the course of that deck's lifespan. Could be doing the same thing here with Dash this weekend.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting after this event to get my hands on Mara's list and see all of the spice, all of the innovations. What are the sacred cows that we've taken out back and we've slaughtered, right? Like,
Oh, she is not afraid to go ahead and throw out a card that everyone else holds as absolutely critical to the deck. And she's almost always right when she makes those kind of decisions. So Michael having to think about these Symbiosis shots, it looks like. Really did want to preserve this hand, as we mentioned. Hasn't committed any cards to the defense so far. Has a few ready in the graveyard to go ahead and pay off some of those banishes that are going to be required on subsequent turns.
Yeah, and we'll see if this is a sash turn as well. He's keeping the 4 card. He's got the arsenal. The sash can potentially represent 2, 3 extra resources on his turn. So we'll see if he's going to use it all here.
Bonebreaker committed empty there, not getting the might token. So you see how much pressure Michael is feeling. Just goes ahead and demands a purely defensive Apex Bonebreaker. And now it's very, very clear why Michael was so dead set on keeping this hand. It is, of course, a Blood Rush Bellow hand, as you would expect in this type of scenario.
Yep.
Let's see if it's a combination Blood Rush Bellow and Sash turn. It is going to hit. Agile Windup is the discard. 2 more cards. Enter the grip. 2 resources at the ready. It's like blue barraging beatdown was one of the draws, so we're very resource rich. And I do think I see that expansion slot card. It is the Shadow Realm Horror ready to go. Michael going to take inventory of that Banish Zone. There is the miss in Blood Rush Bellow, of course, waiting at the ready. But a big spike here would be worth so much value to Michael.
Yeah, he really needed a big turn because on Mara's side, we're looking at Balance of Justice. This is going to block for 2 and draw that extra card.
Yep.
We're looking at the adaptive plating. Mara has the extra item that's going to be destroyed at the start of her turn, so she's definitely looking to get value out of that. Even the gloves here, potentially preventing a bunch of damage. So,
All right, Craig, this is big. It is time for that Shadow Realm Horror to go ahead and banish 3 cards at random. Looking for 6s here is Michael Rutkowski. Number 1, Blood Rush Bellow. Number 2, Dread Screamer. Number 3, Endless Maw. So 2 hits there for Michael. Did not have the perfect Shadow Realm Horror, but still, we're working with Go Again. We do have +1, so 7 Go Again, plus the buff from that Blood Rush Bellow to kick off the turn, coming in for 9. Could have been much worse for Mara. I mean, if this is all 3 cards, the output goes through the roof. You probably cash in that Savage Sash, and you're just off to the races. Mara has to breathe a sigh of relief there to go ahead and spike that Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, Mike's got to have a pretty blue-heavy hand here because he did not cash in the Savage Sash, so doesn't need to use it. We're going to see that the Shadow Realm Horror comes in and probably both claws followed by 1 final attack.
Not a bad turn, not a bad way to get back into things. But on Mara's side, a lot of defensive equipment still left. Adaptive Plating at the ready. Of course, Tekla Foundry Heart ready with Battle Worn. We do see the Stonewall Gauntlet as well.
And the big life total lead.
Yeah, big life total lead as well. Balance of Justice at the ready for this particular turn, should she want it.
7, right? Yes. It is not resolved yet.
This is 9, isn't it?
This is going to be 9 once all is said and done.
Yeah, the Blood Rush Bellow.
That's the confusing part when you move it into your graveyard immediately to go ahead and represent it for the Levia Banish. It's not sitting out there in your face anymore.
3 cards in hand, 3 in hand. We'll take 7. Yep. 23.
We'll make sure this gets sorted out and the damage is recorded appropriately.
Oh, this was that was 9.
There we go.
I forgot you. First time.
Remembered it for the claw. You're so locked in on those mandible claws when you're on your
Yeah,
Blood Rush Bellow turn. You're like, clearly this is 5.
It's a new card for all of us.
Absolutely. And looks like Mara is now doing the same thing that Michael did on the last go-around, just saying, no, I have a hand I want to play here, and I don't think you're going to threaten lethal, so send me the bill. Show me what you got.
Yeah, and with the game being so condensed, I'm a little surprised Mara's not getting this equipment into the mix.
Looks like she wants to do it now, maybe fearing a potential break point down the road that she would have to cover up.
Yeah, or just saving it in case that disruptive attack is in the opposing hand.
Yeah. Good use of adaptive plating here to go ahead and just make a clean defense.
Pop Sash.
Sash is going to be used on this turn. It's just going to be used to add a little bit more to the back end here with this Graveling Growl coming in for 8.
I broke the chain for whatever that's worth. Yeah, fine. Pretty good. You broke the chain? Yeah, I broke the chain with Pop Sash. That means you had to do the counters. Oh, just put the counters on.
Players just cleaning up the chain right now, making sure everything is appropriately recorded.
Yeah, just want some clean gameplay, right?
Slide this all the way down here.
Mara does have access to that balance of justice draw, but just wants to commit these equipments here for defense available. Again, that's a subtle usage of that Stonewall Gauntlet, but
I will pass.
it's better than anything you could do previously. Just getting that 2 block there, very, very valuable. And Mara is now going to get to play a 5-card hand. And so we see the rare offensive balance of justice, one of my favorite uses for balance of justice, trying to come back with some offense of her own, reclaim the tempo, not just going ahead and getting an extra 3 defense value out of the card in this scenario.
Well, and I also think there's both the players are right on the brink of single-digit life totals. Your opponent's passing the turn with no arsenal card. You might not get another opportunity in this game.
Absolutely.
So use
Had
it
to
when
be
you
that.
can.
I think we have to keep a close eye on Scowling Fleshbag this turn.
Oh, absolutely a critical card.
Hit opt 1.
Drive,
Sorry, yellow boom grenade.
dive through data, going to be the kickoff here. A little bit of opting for Mara. I believe left it on top.
Left it on top. This is an interesting mix of different boost cards. Just playing a ton of these 1-for-4s.
They feel very purposeful, very thoughtful, as I would expect from Mara. Breakpoint here, offering 4. Of course, that combines nicely with that boom grenade. Michael does still have some defensive options left on the side, but you kind of want to use them a little bit more efficiently. You do want to combine that Bone Breaker with another card. Make sure you're getting the might out of it. Of course, Scowling Flashbag you want to time very well. So does Michael have a block he likes on this particular attack? Or are we waiting to go down the chain a little bit? Looking to move that Scowling Fleshbag in.
Even when you're not getting the might out of your gloves, I think,
1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't know, it's so tough because you see your life total just dropping and dropping, and you don't want the game to end when you haven't used your piece of armor twice, right?
Absolutely.
But
That's the worst case scenario.
The flip side of this is you know that you have an opponent who's playing a bunch of boom grenades, and you want the full 2 block out of it on turns where you're preventing these on hits.
Mara's going to go ahead, activate Teklo Foundry Heart here. Up that resource count even more. Take another peek-see at the top of the deck. Follow up Soup Up here from hand.
Yeah, this is one we don't see super often.
Yeah, it seems like a very galvanized focused build thus far. Item has been destroyed. This will get go again. Of course, that boom grenade fulfilling that clause, so this is offering 4 go again. I expected more from this card after Bright Lights, frankly, and it never really came to fruition. A lot of Bright Lights did not come to fruition, and thus far, I will say, of course, there's still time for that set to make its mark, but Soup Up, a very, very powerful 0-for-4 option.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at a numbers standpoint, 0-for-4 is right there, right? We see lots of 0-for-4s C play. This potentially being a 0-for-4 with go again, super powerful, and then being
For defense as well.
yeah, is a card that can block for 4 on certain turns.
Pretty impressive. Another big Shadow Realm horror from Michael Rutkowski here. Looking for a big hit. Does have some more clutter there. There are those equipment pieces floating around. So
I was just about to say those equipment are problem cards in his graveyard for this.
yeah, I would say maybe fall on the bad side of variance the last time. Let's see if we can hit the good side of variance, get a little juice from that Shadow Realm. First one is a hit here.
I do like the drama.
Second one is a hit. Oh, that brings us a little too close. Hold on, I'll zoom us back.
Little too close.
Okay, and then it did hit the flashback, so not going to get the payoff of the additional card in hand from the Shadow Realm horror.
But still 7 with go again.
Yeah, good starting point for the turn. 2 cards left. Mara at 12. Looking to play a 5-card hand, potentially 1 point of block on the Teklo Foundry Heart.
You know, we've turned off the blood debt. That's critical.
Yeah, do not want to be taking blood debt at this stage. Looks like a smashing performance in hand. Unfortunately, no items out there for Mara.
And we're going to sack the hooves to get that extra action point here, too, which, again, we're saying this game's going so quick. There's so few turns. You need to take advantage of these when you have the opportunity.
Makes sense to me. And I think that also speaks to why Hooves has been such a fixture in the Leviathan at this point. This format is about aggression. Again, wholesale adaptation, change your deck. Flesh and Blood right now is a game that rewards thoughtful deck building, thoughtful metagaming.
I can't imagine it wouldn't.
I think Hooves is a very good step in that direction for the Levias.
Sure. Go to 5.
And this
Are
is
just
so
taking here.
interesting with Michael just right in this game here, where if he's able to make 2 large attacks, it demands cards out of Mara's hand, and the first 2 turns were a disaster for him.
Yeah.
Which is better to show first?
2 action points at the ready. Are these going to be able to be used effectively? It is Mandible Claw kicking things off here.
Not exactly what I want to be doing here.
One float.
Okay, just offering 3, not demanding any action from Mara yet. And again, looking at Mara's hand, I'm not seeing the big spike max velocity type setups. I think she's just about consistent output, and I think it's serving her very, very well in this matchup thus far. Going to push in that Tekla Foundry Heart now. Just blocking for 1 in this instant. It's going to take 2, fall to 3. So both players at a precarious 3 life right now. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty, and it is a very nice follow-up here. It is the Slithering Shadow Pede, and with no blocks available, that is going to demand multiple cards from Mara here.
Yep.
Perfect chain ender for Michael Rutkowski.
Yeah, absolutely critical that you take these cards out of Mara's hand on this turn. Especially when you don't have your own armor left anymore, right? Like, both of these players are just down to the nitty-gritty here.
Yeah, 1 block of armor left on Michael's side with that Apex Bonebreaker. Mara playing a 3-card hand on this next go-around, maybe Virtual 4 if she's able to find something off the top. Of course, Symbiosis Shot attacking for free. Also a quasi-card in hand. So the numbers do look in Dash's favor slightly at this moment. Very, very slightly. This is anyone's game. Absolutely on a razor wire.
Well, and the other consideration here is also the blood debt.
Yeah.
Where you're saying, hey,
it's only so much defending you can do.
Yeah.
0 to 60 going to be the first attack here from Mara. Coming in for 4, offering breakpoints right off the bat.
And these breakpoints are so terrifying when you've already seen, the rainbow boom grenade out of the opposing deck. You're just like, do I just put 3 in front of this?
Taking 1 is horrifying. Horrifying against this deck. Your game can just end. One of my favorite aspects of Dash.io is that boom grenade. Will they or won't they? Nonsense that they subject you to turn after turn. And if you're in Michael's seat, I think you just have to consent to it. I do not think you have the luxury of playing around it at this point. You need to be able to offer a very real turn your next go around. You need those banish effects. You need things like Endless Maw to go ahead and contribute some offense. And you do have this 1 point of block left.
I was about to bring that up.
Push in the gloves, absolutely.
And it might work both ways, right? Where you're saying, I'm going to cover 4 and I'm going to get my might token here potentially, depending on how I block. The flip side of this, we see Michael looking at his graveyard over and over. Once again, you'd be putting another piece of equipment in your graveyard, not really what you want to be doing.
Sure enough.
That's on me. I'm bad about it.
So just so many considerations here.
Has blues ready in hand. Is going to push 4 in. Finds a nice defense.
4, but no might token.
Mara's going to go ahead and break the chain here. Gets 2 resources from the Tekla Foundry Heart. 2 non-items. What's the card on top? Does it give her more options? 2 resources floating. 1 card in hand. Can she offer another breakpoint? Can she demand 2 cards here? Feels critical.
Yeah, even just a boost attack plus pistol. Not a terrible spot to be in this situation.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you need to do.
But I think if you're in Mara's seat, you're saying, man, I want that item. I want that free item. Like, I just need that little bit of extra juice to push me over the top. I mean, especially a crank item here where you could potentially make multiple pistol attacks and just take the opponent's whole hand, right? That's the dream situation.
And it is item off the top. It is Teklo Core, though. Interesting. Not exactly what you may have been looking for in that scenario, but you can live with it. It is dive through data as the follow-up here.
Remember my thing.
Going to boost. Going to do some opting. Dash ability not available here. So this is going to be 4 into 2.
And just so interesting here. Mara saying, I'm going to play this item. It's not my favorite item, but it's the one that's in front of me. She could have gambled, right? Roll the dice there.
We just get the fist bump here on the Symbiosis Shot attack because that means the blood debt is not available to be turned off. And Mara Faris just grinds Michael Rutkowski into dust slow and steady and finds the output she needs to take down Levia in the matchup.
So exactly what we had said earlier in the match, maybe you don't kill them, but if you take enough cards out of the opposing hand,
Subject them to the blood debt.
the blood debt will do the job. Yep.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Mara there, just slow and steady. And I'm willing to put it out there now. I don't think there's Maxx Vs in that deck. I think it is more about just go ahead, Rainbow Boom Grenade, offer the uncertainty off the top, offer good steady damage output, and put your opponent in the blender.
I mean, very possibly it's a matchup dependent card,
Sure,
right? Where you're saying
inventory thing.
In a slower matchup, maybe if I'm playing against an illusionist, I want a little bit more setup and then this big card. But against matchups like this, where I'm using every card every turn, I don't want this clunker in my deck.
Yeah, and Dash.io looking like a very good numbers deck there, just slow and steady and consistent. And you know what else was a really good numbers deck? The Dorinthea deck that Josh Lau piloted to a top 8 in our last Pro Tour. And we have none other than Josh Lau, of course, playing Dorinthea in our backup feature match. And we're ready to go down there as we're going to start things slightly in action. And we're going to see Gabriel Torres taking on Josh Lau. A rough start for both these players sitting in the 0-1 bracket thus far. But it is a Riptide versus Dory matchup. How can you pass up on that? Going to get some old school action here as we head back to Welcome to Wraith on Dory's side and Outsiders for Riptide. Riptide kind of secretly may be a deck in this meta.
It is funny. So I had said I was on a podcast earlier this week, Fresh and Buds. Everyone go listen to it. We talked about the metagame, and I talked about, I think, 8 or 9 different heroes. And then at the end, I was like, oh, we didn't even get to all these other heroes that we might see at Nationals. Because there's so many heroes that you can show up with right now if you want to. And yeah, Riptide's one of them. Dory, not as exciting as it was in the last format that we saw, but, still having some results, right?
And we do see Hatchet's Story once more, so it is the same type of build that Josh took to Pro Tour top 8.
Yeah, very controlling, just trying to get the absolute maximum amount of value out of your Valiant Dynamos every turn, chipping away at the opposing life total, not this big, showy, pop-off type deck that we see in some of the games right now.
Yeah, so there's... Riptide's such an interesting hero. I could talk about Riptide for ages. It's always interesting seeing how Riptide lines up against not only the broader metagame, which I think he does quite well right now, but just against individual heroes. And there's actually no hero, maybe in the entire world, that Riptide is more turned on against than Dorinthea.
Sure.
It is about those defense reactions, which apply to everything Dorinthea does. You have plus power, you have having played an attack reaction, you have go again, all those things present, and Riptide just ready to go ahead and have those traps turned on. Riptide's kind of splitting the difference between mid-range and aggressive these days. I have my eye on the aggressive list a little bit more. I just like, in this meta, I think it pays to have that aggression and then back that up with traps as opposed to be really focused in on those trap kind of plans.
Sure.
And with Ravenous Rabble here, we're leaning towards an aggressive start thus far, but we'll see how things shape up as we move through this match for this Riptide. Ravenous Rabble is just in for 4 here. Follow up, Seek and Destroy. We're going to buff an arrow. That's going to go ahead and load up from that Riptide hero ability. Offer a pinch of disruption on this next go around. And Murkmire Grapnel here, going to be the arrow from Arsenal.
Yeah, that's definitely a metagame nod right there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Big part of Azalea's toolkit. We haven't even talked about Azalea yet.
Haven't talked about Azalea.
Absolute S-tier deck. I expect we'll see a lot of Azalea as we move throughout this tournament.
Azalea is super interesting to me because we have one of the top players in the game show up to every single event and do well with it at every single event. And we haven't seen the adoption rates of that deck like you would expect when you have Brody Spurlock just showing everyone, look, this is the deck that you could be playing.
Challenging deck to play, Craig. And I think you have to, be willing to take some gambles every now and then. We know players can be hesitant about that from time to time. But Brody has absolutely displayed the power inherent in Azalea over a series of events. But right now, we're talking Riptide, and we have avoided the IP penalty with the use of Sigil of Solace. Going to go ahead, gain a little bit of life, and just put a single card down in Arsenal.
Yeah, Sigil of Solace. not very in vogue right now, right? Where
It's fair to say.
the games are so fast and you need cards that have big impact when you play them.
Spill blood here from Josh Lau. One of those. Well, it feels like it's strange to call anything in Hatchet Story a power card. Everything is just so consistent, so steady. But maybe a bit of a spike card is a better way to say it.
It's one of the better cards.
Yep. Spill blood going to offer a buff to that Hatchet of Bodee as Josh Lau comes in for 4 here. Riptide player with traps ready to go, perhaps. Yeah, Riptide finding good purchase in matchups against all 3 of the Part the Mistveil heroes. Defends Zen very, very well. Has critical defense reactions to shut down Nu from time to time. And then you have that unpreventable damage that comes with the result of those traps, which are often turned on against Enigma as well, and actually found a very good Enigma matchup, did Riptide.
Sure.
So we'll be keeping a close eye on this hero throughout the day. Is it something that can make its way to the top table? Sitting in the 0-1 bracket right now in the hands of Gabriel Torres, but a lot of tournament still left to play.
Well, and like you said, there's just so many cards for Riptide right now, too, where you have a lot of deck construction decisions that you need to make.
And a critical triple hatchet turn right now from Josh Lau. This is what you play for. It was hit and run, enabling multiple attacks here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the dream, right? This is why you play Dory with the hatchets, so that you can make these triple attack turns. Critically, Josh had a couple of tokens on the board going into the turn that gave him the extra resource that he needed to be doing this. It gave him the go again on the first attack to be doing
have
this.
That agility.
Yep.
Seek and destroy again. So Gabriel doing a good job of keeping Josh off of arsenals on multiple turns. The Seek and Destroy does give the option to load. Looks like we're not doing so yet. Follow-up Lace here. I believe that's Lace with Inertia. So really does not want to see a card in Arsenal. And then out comes the arrow, and it's Sleep Dart, looking to go ahead and turn off Dorinthea's hero ability. Josh going to have a read of that Dreadbore. And man, that is a bow. There is local to me a Riptide main that has thrashed me with Dreadbore so many times. And I'm always like, no, it can't possibly do this on every single defense reaction, like every single arrow you play. Like, don't you have to actually have loaded it through the Dreadbore? No, it's just always there.
Static effect.
Always blowing up my turn. I've gotten caught out by Dreadbore so many times.
Well, and it's interesting. One of the things that, when I look at Dreadbore, I'm like, all right, like I can't use my defense reaction this turn, but I'll just, I'll place it in my arsenal. I'll be patient with it, and I'll get to use it next turn. But, you keep saying, there's a Seek and Destroy effect.
No
there's
arsenal for you.
Yeah, just Gabriel trying to fight both fronts here, where it's saying you can't use them and you can't arsenal them.
Now, Josh was able to just go ahead and defend with the entire grip, that go around, and find an arsenal card for the next turn. And Dorinthea very happy to play this way, very happy to have this on-off cycle. So all good on the Dorinthea side.
Yeah, the current game state, I got to say that the Dorinthea's got to be way ahead right now, right? They still have
that's fair.
All of their armor going on, a big life total lead, and just playing the game exactly how they want to be playing it.
I think it's a fair assessment thus far, but I also think there's a ton of flesh and blood still to be played, and I still think Riptide has the tools to pull back in this matchup. Going to go ahead and load up via the Dreadbore this go-around. Boltyn shot getting the buff from Dreadbore, so it is going to have go again, offer a load on hit as well. Josh Lau going to make some defensive decisions here. This seems like a good candidate to put some equipment in front of those Valiant Dynamos, of course, looking to defend whenever possible.
And even if the reload does not trigger here, we know that Riptide can get around the typical one arrow usage because the bow can only be activated one time, with the Riptide ability.
Yeah, just Dynamo committed thus far. And there you see that Arsenal defense reaction. Fate Foreseen coming down, cleanly covering up this Boltyn shot, denying the reload. Josh having to think on this hit and run on the top of the deck.
Yeah, Dory, just the ultimate grinder deck.
Here's a decent way to put a card in your arsenal. It is Codex of Frailty. Gonna do its thing here. Heard this is a decent Flesh and Blood card. I haven't read it myself, but I've heard good things about it. One day I'm gonna get around to it.
So we played the Codex, used the reload ability to put the card in our arsenal, used the Trench to sink the card, and then the Codex is going to resolve for us here.
Yeah, very clean. Very nice play here from Gabriel. And that is going to allow this Sleep Dart to be fired here. Josh, though, plenty of defensive options available. It is going to go ahead and commit the Grains as well as a card from hand. So just covered up one more time.
It's a little interesting to me that Josh is completely covering this. It leaves the possibility of that triple Hatchet's turn still live.
It'd be a weird spot for it. No agility going into the turn, frailty.
Yeah, you're looking at the frailty token. I'm surprised we didn't just let a couple of points leak there and not worry about that.
Maybe it's more about efficiency and how he was planning to use the hand on this turn, not able to use all the cards possibly. I also think in Josh's case, the way this game is going, just protect your life total. Like, Riptide hasn't offered anything all that frightening thus far, and I think fatiguing this Riptide is going to be a very real option if you're on Josh's side.
Yep. But to that end, it might have been better to, defend with an extra card and save our equipment for a critical turn.
Maybe, possibly. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it as we move throughout this game. Josh Lau, of course, when it comes to Dorinthea games, I just default to whatever he wants to do. He's played so many games at this point.
These are all just possibilities that I'm talking about. It's definitely not an absolute criticism of the decisions being made.
Yep.
And like you said, the traps, almost always live.
Yeah, Inertia Trap going to do its thing here. Again, deny that Arsenal one more time. Offer that ping as well with a successful trigger here.
I think that was a sink below that we're going to lose here.
Unfortunate. Would have loved to keep that wood, Josh.
Yep.
Riptide, an annoying deck to play against.
Yeah,
very,
but the flip side of this is Josh has done a very effective job of forcing through some damage in these games.
Yeah, so we're going to actually come back to the booth for just a second here. This game was pre-recorded, but it's a long one. It's still going on. So we want to actually reset the speed on it just real quick. We're going to get this moving a little bit faster to make sure you're not missing any action here from U.S. Nationals. We want to have you ready for round 3. But we also want to see the conclusion of this one. So just give us a second on the production side. We'll get that sorted. But an interesting display of these two heroes so far, Craig, and how they interact with each other's game plans.
Yeah, and I think they're each doing what they want to do here, where from the Riptide side, you're being a little more selective with your blocking and then trying to make sure that you present an arrow or two every single turn. The flip side is Josh is going to be much more willing to give up some cards from the hand and preserve the life total because you have those weapons, and as the game goes long and the opponent's deck gets a little bit weaker, we see this all the time, the weapons still have the same value going late in the game.
Yeah, I think Josh really benefits from setting himself up to play fatigue very well. We're seeing those Valiant Dynamos do so much work here, covering up breakpoints so efficiently. And just Josh is very card rich at this point. There's just way more cards in deck for Josh Lau. And like you mentioned, you're going to feel the effect of those weapons as this game goes on, whereas Riptide is so reliant on just loading up and firing off that bow. Searing Shot going to be the play here, backed up with another Lace.
11 o'clock sealed players, your seating.
So it's just slow and steady for this Riptide. 11 damage a turn, abouts. And then Josh is able to decide how he wants to deal with it. And you can see why this strategy is so effective against a large portion of the metagame. Maybe less effective against Dory, though. It just seems like Josh is very well set up to deal with what this Riptide wants to do.
Yeah, you get to play. We've talked about the Dreadbore being a problem sometimes, but you do have a ton of defense reactions so that you're easier covering the break points at certain points in the game.
Josh is going to take a bit of damage here, though. Going to let that Searing Shot come through. Of course, some debuffs packed along with that. Frailty again, blunting the impact of these hatchets a little bit.
One of the big warrior advantages is the Valiant Dynamos, and when your opponent's only presenting 6, 7, 8, 9 damage a turn, the Dynamos, like, you're just getting the absolute maximum amount of value out of them
A lot
every
of 4
single
break
turn.
points as well for
Yep,
this Riptide.
yep.
Like we've seen it time and time again, where 4 is just the number on offer. You cover up that, you prevent a critical on hit. Massive value from the Dynamos in this case. Always massive value is Blade Flurry, going to do the double pump thing. +2 on the front side, +2 on the back side. Of course, Riptide ready with the trap one more time, just trapping all over the place. As we mentioned, always turned on in this matchup, it feels like.
Yeah, float that resource through the grains here, right? That's what's happening?
Yep. Grains activation, going to go ahead and create the Vigor. Premeditate the play here from Torres. That's going to get a Riptide load as well and allow this drill shot to be fired off.
Can't imagine that one's going to hit.
It's a good one to cover up for sure. As we mentioned, another critical breakpoint that just makes 2 cards plus Dynamo block if you would like. Dynamo again showing its efficiency.
Yeah, obviously you would love to have the aim counter on the drill shot so that you have the piercing. You don't have to worry about these Dynamos, but it's not there.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to get those aim counters set up. And it is going to be Dynamo committed here alongside 2 3 blocks. And I'm so curious what Torres' plan is against a deck like this. Are there just 3 Remembrance waiting to be played,
Sure,
designed to go ahead and reset number of cards in deck? Or is it just one of those things where you say, I'm playing this for a specific meta. If I run into these oddball choices, I don't expect a lot of Hatchet Story in the meta. If it happens, it happens. I'll take the L. Or hope to find the right offensive output in early turns to just make a W happen out of nowhere.
man. I watching this, I'm just thinking back to our last major event where Warrior was such a significant part of the metagame, and just really enjoying the consistency of the Warrior decks where they do the same thing turn after turn. They just have, the deck that's full of 3 and 4 blocks. Just lots of good mix of blues in there, and just the same game plan, right? The consistency over and over and over, turn after turn.
Ravenous Rabble kicking off the turn here for Torres. Clean block for Josh Lau. Sink below covers it up. It's funny, at the time of that metagame, heralded as a shift for Flesh and Blood. Numbers matter. It's all about numbers. Get those numbers. Now, where just a couple months later, entire metagame turned on its ear. If nothing else, I think it's proven that Flesh and Blood is a game that changes rapidly.
I think Josh forgot to draw a card off of his sink there. We're obviously in a replay situation, so can't do anything about that.
He just says, I don't need it.
Yeah, who needs that card?
Yeah. Kind of looks true in this scenario. It doesn't really matter all that much. Josh continues to just do his thing, go ahead and offer hatchets. As we mentioned, Riptide, predictable damage output, 11 a turn, 12 a turn. Exactly what Warrior wants to be facing down.
Yes.
Playing right into Josh Lau's game plan. It is going to be this Enlightened Strike coming in for 7 in this case. Does have Snapdragon Scalers at the ready if this turn needs to get a little wider.
Watching Riptide makes me miss Lexi.
I can understand that.
Where it's just like, yeah, I appreciate what's going on here, but I miss my old girl who just a flurry of arrows every single turn.
Classes change, things change, Craig. Game evolves, and Ranger does look very, very different these days
Just let me have Lexi, man.
than it did back in the Stone Age when you achieved that top 4 at U.S. Nationals all those years ago.
I'm just old and washed now. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Bryan? Thanks.
So long ago.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Nobody even remembers that tournament.
Good looking out, bro.
Command and Conquer kicking things off here for Josh. Backed up with agility.
With Go again, yeah.
Yeah, nice spot for your Command and Conquer to be in. Going to go ahead and commit that crown. Of course, the anti-Command and Conquer Crown of Providence. Man, the equipment suites are so diverse these days. You just see so many different headpieces doing their thing. You have Crown, you have Balance of Justice.
Yeah, I used to feel like 80 cards to work with what was nigh a million, right?
Yep. It's
And
getting
now
tighter.
it feels so tight where it's just like, no, I want what if I run into a mage? I need these cards, but like,
Speaks to the quality of options available.
can I
for sure.
can I actually have 3 different headpieces in my list, and all of these things?
What if you run into a mage, Craig?
Oh, I just get blown up.
What if you run into arcane damage? Something everyone has to account for, fear. Are those Kanos lurking out here in this tournament? You're always thinking about what you're going to do in that spot. But right now, Josh is going to think about how to answer another arrow. It is premeditate into Withering Shot, I believe, offering that Blood Rot Pox on hit here, as well as a Ponder potentially. Big deal with those Snapdragon Scalers still available. The life totals are within range.
Infecting shot, right?
Infecting Shot, thank you.
Yep. No, it's been a while for us.
I got my on hit right. I had the name wrong, so.
And is this a Snappy's turn?
Could be.
Yeah,
Looks like
I
yes.
mean, it's
yeah.
got to be. The opponent's got so many cards in their grip.
Oh, Unmovable from Arsenal. Nice cover here. Big Unmovable coming out of nowhere. Seek and Destroy follow-up. Looks good. Searing Shot combination. Okay.
Unmovable is an interesting one because, the Warriors already have access to some pretty good defense reactions.
Yeah, look at things like Shunt.
Yeah. And you're saying, no, I want this Unmovable. I really want the maximum amount of blocking in this format.
Yeah, I think accounting for Azalea in this metagame is a very big deal. I think you
Sure.
absolutely need to be prepared for the type of damage she offers. Some Guardians out there as well you may want Unmovable against, so yeah.
Was that an Amnesia that got blocked with?
I believe it was. I did see Amnesia in hand. for
Super
Josh Lab.
interesting.
Yeah, Zen is a big part of this format. Amnesia is a great card against Zen. I think that card's stock is way, way up on this weekend. I expect to see more Amnesias. Again, going back to those things like the Already Deads out there. Or excuse me, the, what's the new card? Weakest Link.
Weakest Link, yes. Yep. Yeah, like you've said several times already, we are in a brand new format, brand new metagame. You need to reevaluate everything. What you're trying to beat and how you're trying to beat it is just completely different.
Yep. Sensor, another card I have my eye on.
Yeah.
Going to be Sensors showing up. Bullseye Bracer is going to be used here. Loading up a Falcon Wing. So 4 go again at offer here from Torres. Josh is ready to take a bit of damage here. A bit. But how much? Enlightened Strike is the follow-up. Assuming offering 7 here.
And this is interesting from Josh's point of view because I think you want to pivot back to offense if you're Josh. You do have the life total buffer that you're working with. The opponent's pretty low. You want to start taking cards out of their hand, and in that way you don't have to be blocking as much.
Josh agrees with you. Going to take a bit of damage there. Falls to 13, but does have these hatchets ready. And
also I think you want to get these Valiant Dynamos back online, where it's been several turns since we've been able to make multiple attacks.
Another trap at the ready here. Frailty trap. Going to go ahead and offer a debuff. This is a pretty big deal, actually, Craig. I think slowing down this turn is exactly the time you want to do it because those life totals are starting to get close, and those Riptide pings, the one damage that you can't do anything about, I'm starting to sweat a little bit if I'm in Josh's seat. I think this life total is exactly where Riptide wants to be playing.
I think I'm still comfortable if I'm in Josh's seat, but I know, I definitely don't want to start falling in that.
There's a specter,
5,
right?
4,
like
3.
There's something floating out there where you're like, I can kind of see a path where there's a bit of vulnerability, and Josh is going to be doing his best to play around that the entire time. Three-card hand here.
Oh, yeah, the look at the graveyard for the Codex turn.
Yeah. Pre-med. Oh, look at this. Double pump into Codex. Nice time to have that. Has the Searing Shot at the ready as well. So a nice bit of damage here. Offered 10. Josh going to have to put some cards on the defense, and Gabriel's still going to get an arsenal on the next turn, and Josh's offensive output going to be blunted by that Frailty.
Yep. But these Dynamos might be critical here, where you're putting 3/3 blocks
3
plus
cards.
the Dynamos in front of this. You're preventing all of these on hits.
Looks like defense reaction at the ready. One more unmovable. Yep. So outcome is basically the same, but doing it more card efficiently, which does matter in this instance.
I don't know if it was more efficient, but it did save the Dynamos. I think the problem there was Josh had another D-React in his hand. You're not allowed to play that one, obviously. So you might as well play the one out of your arsenal, and then the zero-cost D-React, you're going to end up arsenaling on your turn. You still have your Valiant Dynamos. You got a lot of things going on for you.
Sure enough. Sure, my point was card usage efficiency.
Sure,
where
yes.
You get more block value out of the individual card.
Yes. Yeah, we do see these games sometimes go really late, third cycle, where decking is a significant possibility.
Another Codex turn here, and this is the last of the Codex of Frailties for Gabriel, looking for the right option out of Arsenal here.
And not a great Codex turn.
Yeah, this is a pretty mediocre one. Needed to do it to go ahead and get the output, but not exactly what you were looking for in this spot. And Josh, happy to just give the whole hand again. And that's the thing that's so damning for the Riptide in this matchup. It feels like Josh just always has the option to go, yeah, you got my whole hand.
Yes. Yeah.
And I don't take any damage, and I'm willing to play the next turn. And what is your what does your optimal output look like for Riptide? The answer is 12. And so that option is always available to Josh. Anytime the hand doesn't line up, just take my entire hand. We'll play another turn. Got to be frustrating in Torres' seat. Kick things off with the Ravenous Rabble here. Just feels so reliant on those Riptide pings to offer damage.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Where a lot of the damage that we see, Josh receive in this game has been through the triggers of those traps. And it's not these attacks coming through super consistently.
Oh, look at that turn. That was not efficient, Craig. That was just...
That's a disaster.
A Ravenous Rabble for 3. And Josh was willing to take a little damage on that turn. Spill blood here into hit and run. So a nice salvo to start things off for Josh. Big offensive turn on offer. Resource floating. Card in hand, card in arsenal.
And a little bit lucky when the opponent has such a bad turn that you're able to follow up with multiple reds in your hand.
Also lucky here for Gabriel as well, though. Has the Frailty Trap at the ready. Finds a good block on that first hatchet. Second hatchet going to come through for 4 after being debuffed by that Frailty.
And this is interesting because, Josh also has a card in his hand. He might have that, what we call that pseudo IP penalty.
Yeah. Or is it a reaction? That is the question. And does Gabriel have to front load? So it looks like no, just went to defense reaction, then played the Tar Pit Trap to kick things off. Going to go ahead and load off that as well. Yeah, take a bit of damage there. And it does look like an IP penalty for Josh, just not able to use that last card in hand. So maybe a missed opportunity on that damage. He did take the Ravenous Rabble damage, thinking he was saving cards for defensive options later in the turn.
Yeah, just super interesting how that played out.
Yeah.
And like you were saying, Josh is now this is the danger zone to me, where you're saying, listen, certain hands, I'm going to want to take some damage.
Oh, but look at this.
Oh, wow.
Just draws up, does Gabriel, despite arsenaling there. And we could be getting very thin on the number of actual offensive cards in the deck. And maybe it is just all about traps at this point. And
it might be very few arrows left.
I wonder if Josh will switch to a point where he does nothing but just naked attack with 1 hatchet a turn. Because once you start doing that, you turn off all of the Riptide's options to actually ping you. And if you've taken all the offensive options out, that can be a viable end state.
Sure.
Thus far, though, Josh continues to go ahead and pump, offers the spoils of war here.
Yeah, I think 8 is definitely still a comfortable point to be attacking. You're not super happy sucking up some of the damage if the traps trigger, but in general, you're going to still be making these attacks and using your pumps when you're still at 8 life.
Glint going to have some influence on this turn. The prize is turned on. Going to draw a card here. Command and Conquer to round the turn out. Gabriel does have to commit that last piece of armor. Trench pushed in.
Super interesting using the trench there and saying, no, I'm going to preserve this arsenal card.
So turn passes back to Josh. Still at 8. Still safe to go ahead and play the standard Dory game plan, I would say. So hit and run going to be the offer here alongside this Hatchet of Bodee. Coming in for just 2, but we know that next one going to do a bit more work. A Lace committed to the defense.
And this late game grind, no equipment left. You know, we're just lots of blocking. This is like the Warriors' sweet spot to me. This is like them just relishing every last second of this part of the game.
There is that trap from Gabriel one more time. Another ping. Josh falls down to 7. And looking at Torres' deck, it looks okay. It looks healthy. I wonder if we submitted just a huge number here. And again, just draws up no more offense from Gabriel. And I wonder if we're committed to that idea, if that's just how we're going to play things from this point. Or if we're locked in, should I say. Do you have offensive options left in your deck?
Yeah, and if you're Gabriel, you know your deck construction, you know what's left in there. Maybe you're saying, yeah, I still have 10 traps in my deck that can potentially trigger to deal damage. I'm going that route.
Hatchet of Bodee kicks things off here, supported by Spoils. Merkmeyer grapple, committed to the defense. And that's going to bring Torres down to 1. Very vulnerable point right now.
When that Take It on the Chin is a very interesting card. It's one of the few ways to not get beat up by those traps. Yeah.
On Torres' side, looks like, again, just another draw up. Has access to E-Strike. So there are offensive cards present.
Yes.
Just finding the spot to use them. We saw Arrows defend with there. Torres has just very much shifted the game plan at this point. I don't know if that's long-term sustainable just because of the pivot that Josh has to only just offer like this 2 damage. You can do this for as long as you want, and at some point, Torres is going to have to go ahead and offer a little bit more aggression to break through.
Well, also, we haven't even brought up this Arsenal card for the Riptide player.
Sitting there for a long time.
It's been there for a long time. So what is this last card that's been so important that we had to use our equipment to save it, but we haven't been playing it over 3 or 4 turns now?
Here's an Overpower played out on this trap, and there you see it. It is Spike Pit Trap, so one of those legendary Riptide specs at the ready here for Torres. And this has the potential to do some damage. What's the reveal? It's going to be Overpower. So it's going to see the other Overpower that was just played. Is that it? Is that the only ping offered here? That would do a total of 3. 1 for each Overpower, as well as the Spike Pit Trap triggering from the Riptide. You see why this one sat in Arsenal for a long time, Craig.
Yeah,
this is a big deal.
It's definitely an important one here that you're waiting for the right opportunity to get the maximum amount of value out of it.
How many Overpowers are there? Is it just that one that was immediately revealed, or are there some others floating around? I would assume there's not more, but...
Well, there's also a question of when this Pit Trap was played, right?
Yeah, did the Overpower resolve first?
Yes, is that in the bin in this situation?
It should be.
Yes.
It should be. But the timing could be off. We'll see. I think that's what players are sorting out right now.
That's potentially the discussion that's being had. This just kind of gives us the opportunity of talking about being very clear with your intentions in these situations where the timing rules are so important and the nuance is so important.
Shift the Tide of Battle going to come down as well on this attack. Offer some go again. And one more Hatchet on cleanup duty.
Yeah, and it looks like Josh has dropped a 4 here. So it was the full 3 points of value out of the trap, I believe. He went from 7 to 4.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Looks like Rain Razors in hand for Torres.
That's not one you want, right?
I do not like that card in this situation. Rain Razors, E-Strike, and Blank.
Although, I mean...
Deceptiveness? Deceptiveness worth anything in this spot?
Yeah, Rain Raise is a little bit tricky. I think it's bad here because you're at 1 and you want to be blocking so much.
So it's going to be the trap committed to the defense here. One more ping from that inertia trap. Josh falls down to 3, and that means going to be able to offer the E-Strike here for 7. Okay.
Yep, two cards plus Dynamo here. But the Rain Razors, when you have Dreadbore and your opponent's at such a low life total,
it's pretty scary.
Yeah, you know that any damage you push through, they're not going to be able to de-react and stop it.
This game has gotten close, Craig, and here is just Hatchets doing their thing.
Yeah.
Hatchet of Mine going to come in for 5. And it is the Buzzsaw trap this go-around that is going to reduce the pump as well as get the trigger. So Josh going to fall to 2.
No, not like this.
All of a sudden, we've got a nail biter on our hands. Dreadbore going to load up Searing Shot here. Dynamo at the ready alongside a D-React. Can't be played from hand, though. Dreadbore says no.
But
so we're looking at 2 cards here.
That D-React will be a nice little insurance policy to put into our arsenal.
Yep, sure enough. Hatchet comes through one more time. Can we find 2 more triggers for this Riptide? And this is where you have to be so careful with what you're offering.
And if I'm Josh, I really want to find one of those take it on the chins.
Yeah, just to have a little insurance policy.
Well, but potentially, the Riptide player says, I'm just going to block with trap and the ping is going to kill you, so I don't care about the damage leaking through. And you have to take it on the chin in that opportunity, you win the game.
Yep. Torres offers up a Falcon Wing for 4 here with the assistance of that Dreadbore. And I wonder if you can engineer a situation like that when that Rain Razors comes back around. Could be the way out. Here is Hit and Run, go again, offered on that Hatchet.
This is unbelievably tight right now. I really thought when it was 12-3 or whatever it was that the Warrior player was in just such a commanding spot.
Yeah, and Torres has the reaction again. This time it's the Tar Pit Trap from Arsenal. Able to cover up that engagement as well as a second trap. It's the Collapsing Trap. 2 damage offered. And that gets the fist bump.
Wow.
Out of nowhere.
And
Gabriel Torres.
I got to say, the game plan executed beautifully.
Yeah.
The Arsenal trap, the patience, the waiting, the 3 damage from that one trap, absolutely critical.
We were, frankly, we did a poor job calling that match. We were kind of naysaying Gabriel throughout. We were talking about all the benefits of Dorinthea's game
wild
plan there.
Finish there.
Yeah, beautifully played. Really impressive stuff. And look, we talk a lot about specialists in Flesh and Blood. You could just tell the way Torres was playing that match. Very practiced on Riptide.
Yes.
Scary. It's scary when you play a specialist because they make results like that happen routinely.
The life total was so low for much of that game, and there was no panic.
Yep.
It was definitely this concerted game plan. Like, all right, I'm pivoting now. I'm not worried about attacking you anymore. I'm going to get these traps in. All right, I finally used this trap out of my arsenal. Now I need to start making a few attacks again here and there. And just like you said, beautifully played throughout the game. And, I mean, the number of pings there.
Yeah. I'm going to be frank with you, too. That game didn't have to be that close. If the first legendary trap hit a better target than the overpower, it might have just blown up Josh out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff, exciting stuff. And that's what you get when you come to Flesh and Blood events. You get banger matches like that. You get exciting stuff. And I want to tell you about our next big event, which I cannot wait for. It is our trip across the pond over to Pro Tour Amsterdam. We're going to be there July 25th through 28th. The first time I ever left the North American continent to go play a card game. It was in Amsterdam. Beautiful city. One of the best places in the world.
Friendly people. Lots of good food options.
Yep. Those beautiful canals that you see in the background there all throughout the city. It's
lots of things to see, lots of things to do in the area. If you're going, listen, these types of trips, they don't come around regularly. Make a whole trip out of it. Take the full week, go see the Van Gogh Museum, go do all of the tulip fields, do all the things.
A million things to do in Amsterdam, as well as winning your share of $200,000 USD. Those are big bucks, Craig. And, we've seen so many legends made at these Pro Tours. Arthur Trehe's historic sigil, cementing himself as one of the titans of the game. It could be you. It could be you at Pro Tour Amsterdam putting your stamp on the history. Not you, Craig. It can be other people besides you. I was talking to the viewers. You can't do that.
I appreciate
you're old
that.
And washed. But you
My
can
best
go,
friend right here.
You can, viewers, go, and you can play the calling as well. If you're not qualified for this Pro Tour, there's going to be plenty of other things to do, including a calling. Classic Constructed is going to be the format of that, and you're going to be playing for $30,000 worth of prizes. And those Pro Tour callings are always so hotly contested. That new meta breaks out. I remember at the first Pro Tour, everyone scrambling for Kano cards, wanting to play Kano. Things change so rapidly after a Pro Tour weekend, and you can be there battling for that, getting your PTI. Of course, Battle Hardened as well, and you'll be playing my favorite format at that Battle Hardened. It's the Living Legend format, Craig. 2K on the line for playing Living Legend. You can bring Chain. You can bring Starvo. You can bring Lexi. You personally can bring Lexi. And then maybe you won't be washed.
Yeah.
This is the tournament,
Wait,
Craig.
what do you mean maybe?
Maybe. This is the tournament you
Unbelievable.
might be able to compete in. I think this is the one for you. Head out there, play that Living Legend Battle Hardened, and compete for your share of 2K in cash prizes. Of course, that gold foil legendary going to be available as well. But of course, that's not all. You do get this beautiful Null Rune set, paying homage to the traditional dress of Holland. I went to law school, actually, with a gentleman who wore the wooden Dutch clogs all the time. His grandfather was
Literally wore wooden clogs.
always, and his grandfather was a traditional, like, I don't know what you call them, I guess cobbler of those style of shoes, and he wanted to pay homage to him and had those beautiful wooden clogs that he wore all the time. And this set does an awesome job paying tribute to the fashion, the historical fashion of Amsterdam, as well as the beautiful tulip fields that you'll see. But you can also go ahead and grab this incredible Enigma New Moon playmat. And you can get this via this Go Again package. I'm going to tell you, Craig, this weekend, Go Again event package sold out.
Sold out, yeah.
Sold out. You want to act on this now. These packages do sell out. Not only did the Go Again package sell out at this event, Fable package sold out as well.
So get in early.
You got to get in early. These things are in high demand, and you can understand why with this beautiful playmat on offer, as well as these sacred arts going to be available, as well as your promo cards. Of course, all the Part the Mistveil cards, absolutely gorgeous. And these are going to be available on display, as well as our casting team. You see these handsome and beautiful folks ready to step up to the plate. You have my good buddy, Mr. Classic. If you've watched our podcast coming live from the LSS studios, you've certainly seen Mr. Classic there. Whether I want him there or not, he's just always there, ready to podcast. He'll be present doing some casting. My good friend, Erica Forsloff, Roman Nicholas, and of course, Pankaj Bhajwani. He's actually headed there right after this event. He just sits there. He literally sits in event halls and casts Flesh and Blood all the time.
He's just waiting for a tournament to come through.
Yep, he's just sitting there casting games. He's very happy doing so. We throw like some, scraps of food, a little bit of water every now and then. That's all he needs to survive.
You're very generous with the casters. Yeah.
Of course, that's not all. It's not only playing Flesh and Blood that you can do in these amazing weekends. You can get in this cosplay contest as well. We talked about how we wouldn't be able to ever hold a candle to our amazing cosplay participants, but maybe you can. Maybe you have the skills it takes to go ahead and win that exclusive Taylor card. I still don't have one of these in my collection.
I'm sure they're cheap.
No, they're not. But I really do need to put one in my collection at some point. I am taking sponsors for building my cosplay. And then, of course, no tournament would be complete without our tremendous artists appearing as well. Can't wait to see these folks signing their beautiful art and also offering just a huge swath of playmats, prints, every collectible you might want. If you're a fan of any of these cards that these fine folks have put together, you have to be there to meet our artists and see what they have on offer.
Take advantage of it while they're there. Yeah.
100%. And that sums up what we have on offer at Pro Tour Amsterdam. It's not everything, though. There's going to be limited side events. There's going to be any kind of side event of Flesh and Blood you want to play, Commoner, UPF. All that stuff is going to be on offer at Pro Tour Amsterdam.
James White is always floating around. Listen, the man
James is not going to be there at this one.
Oh, not this one. The man is so generous with his time. Every time I see him at one of these events, he's always talking to someone. He's always signing cards. He's always busy. He's never sitting down.
The worst news I have for everyone is that I will be replacing James at doing the keynote speech at this particular event.
That is terrible news.
Horrible disappointment, I know. But I promise I will do my best. I'll, of course, have incredible news to reveal at that keynote speech that we'll do at the start of the day. I have incredible news to reveal this weekend, by the way, Craig. I don't know if I've mentioned that.
I almost don't believe you anymore.
I swear to you. You will have, I will make this promise to you. You will have so much more information about the future of Flesh and Blood at the end of this event than you expected to when you showed up for this weekend. There's no way The things I'm going to reveal to you, there's no way you thought you were going to know
You're
them.
really pitching this as like, a whole paradigm shift that's coming our way.
It's a big announcement. It's a big announcement.
I want to be a pessimist about it, but you're selling it so well that I'm actually getting more excited.
I would never lie to you. I would never lie to our viewers.
I still wonder why you won't just tell me, though. You don't think you can trust me with this information?
No, I do not think I can trust you. And we're going to take a brief break. We're going to get our friends Doa and Pankaj in here, and they're going to bring you more action here from U.S. Nationals. Do not go anywhere.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the Flesh and Blood U.S. National Championships. I am Doa. With me is Pankaj. We're about to go into round number 3. We don't have a lot of time because the players are ready. It's going to be a great matchup. We're going to see that in just a moment. But exciting stuff already on stream. I was not expecting to see the Riptide pull it out, but especially halfway through that game, like it seemed like Josh had it, but didn't end up working out that way.
And right before that, Dash.io on camera, round 2, Mara Faris navigating that expertly with some really cool tech, really cool armor hit, which, there's a lot of armor flying around this format.
It's scary, too, because, everyone just kind of has this assumption that your armor is just always going to be there when you need it, especially. And then you have Mara coming in with this Dash.io list that's not necessarily the case anymore. Yeah, that's scary, As someone that, relies on their armor to do things like, make crouching tigers, perhaps. When you suddenly don't have it at an unexpected time, that can be kind of frightening. So.
Or if it gets blown up by a T-bone. But that being said, our players are ready in the feature match arena, so let's get right into it.
Yeah, we have 2-0 Pat Eshghy on Zen taking on Noah Geiger, 2-0 on New. of course. And so this is the matchup that people are saying, like, all right, well, maybe we finally found a way to make Zen struggle a little bit. But what we know is that when you have a hero, when you have a deck capable of putting out 50+ damage in one turn, like we saw at that PTQ Plus in Montreal, like nothing is off the table for what this hero can do. I'm loving playing it. I've been a Ninja player since I started playing this game, and so switching to Zen has been a ton of fun. But we'll see what our new can do.
As an old Icelander main, I like to describe this matchup similar to like Icelander Phi, where you are favored, but it's fragile.
Yeah.
If you whiff on Disruption on the wrong turn and they have the combo, you can just die.
I couldn't agree more. And I mean, we see things like Scale Peeler coming into. That's obviously going to make it a little bit more challenging for Zen to decide the blocking. But you're right. I mean, I think one of the nice things with Zen is you can be a little bit bigger about just blocking things right and being like, all right, well, this isn't the turn. And not to mention, you do want to throw things in your discard pile anyway to set up bonds turns and all that. So it's not that bad. And yeah, there you go. Red bonds in the graveyard. Sure, you'll be able to use that to bring something else back later.
And Scale Peeler very, very effective into Zen, because particularly when you go Scale Peeler into something like a CNC or something, Zen with their 7 block on their fridge is very happy to just put that in front of your CNC and say, I'm still going to have my big turn despite the disruption. But Scale Peeler says, no, you still need to give me cards from hand, which is very, very important for Noah to have to do if he wants to get ahead in this matchup.
Yeah. Now, I actually want to applaud Pat right off the bat for running Mask of the Pouncing Lynx here, because a lot of players will just throw the Traverse and they'll be like, yeah, I mean, I want the Chi, of course, but I think there's still a big argument for Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, especially. I'm a huge, unabashed Mask of Momentum fan. Even if it's not ideal, I don't care. I'm still going to run it a lot of times. I've been running Traverse lately, to be fair, but I think there are strong arguments for running Zen lists that use the other masks well. So I'm kind of interested to see when he's going to end up breaking that and what he's going to grab with it.
As we spoke about earlier, Pat needs to find that one window where the new whiffs on Disruption to just pop off.
Totally.
And the thing about Master of Pouncing Lynx, it says you don't need to have Transcended in this game. The moment you see your Art of War, if they give you an opening, you can just go off. So I'm completely with you there. It is definitely very commendable that he's brought that instead of the Traverse.
Yeah, oh, look at that. CNC banished off the top, and then it's going to be the red bonds in there as well. And you never know when New's going to find some blues in there. You know, that's what you want. Blues in the banished zone to come in and play later on. And no, that one's not going in there. But we'll see if the opportunity comes to you later.
Yeah, already dead critically, not a stealth card, so not going to be not going to be banished off of New's ability.
There you go.
Did banish a card off the top, though.
Yep, that's right. Well, I mean, getting the CNC out of the way is actually kind of a breath of relief, too, for anyone.
So we spoke about headpieces over here, and looking on Noah's side, not running Mask of Recurring Nightmares, running Traverse the Universe instead.
You know, I've been talking to some new players, and a lot of them have started saying that Mask is not as good as people thought it was initially. I mean, obviously, the ability reads very strong on paper to just get rid of a card from hand, right? But when it comes down to it, functionally, it's more about, like, I want to set up a bigger turn for me rather than I want to, you know, remove your potential as much, right? So we're going right into Art of War here, actually. Pitches to Snag to get that played. Banish is going to draw 2. I would imagine you're going to give +1 everything like you do. Yep, there's 100 wins coming in for 4 right away. And so I'm curious. Like, we're popping off right off the bat here. So what can Pat do with this?
So critically, I think when he drew the Arvo, he had R1 in his opening hand, and we spoke. This is the story of this matchup, right? When you get the space to pop off, you kind of just have to.
Yeah.
Arsenaling, especially a card like Arvo against Nu, can be really, really scary because they have so much arsenal disruption from CNCs and leave no witnesses that Pat was like, you know what? I have this in my opening hand. It's not the best pop-off turn, but I just have to go for it anyway because if I Arsenal, I might just lose it.
Now, I saw a Tiger Swipe in hand. You know, not the... Okay, yeah. So just going to throw out the Tiger Swipe. That's going to come in for 3, obviously. No Crouching Tigers to, you know, follow here with that. But, you know, it is more damage being presented. More cards theoretically out of the hand from Noah, and that's what he's going to get. Going to get a pick to pieces out of that.
And Arsenaling Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast, I believe, on Pat's side. Now, we have seen he's running a little heavy on the bonds as well, so we can potentially see the card do some really, really scary things.
All right, now I'm excited because I've been telling people for a while that I think Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast absolutely has a place in some Zen lists, so seeing Pat run this, that is quite exciting. And I think you're happy getting that Tiger Swipe in the graveyard now, too, because, again, you know, you use a bonds to bring it back on a big Tiger turn. That's perfect. So a lot of it is you know, stacking your graveyard in the proper way for Zen to come back with those big bonds turns later. But just going in with the daggers, you know.
Speaking of the other tag, you pointed out the snag in Pat's pitch zone right there. That's something Noah's going to need to be afraid of. Not afraid. He's going to need to like play around it for the whole rest of the game, knowing that Pat has at least one, potentially up to 3 copies of the card.
Yeah, I mean, Snag has come in as like a big tech now from the a blast from the past, if you will, to handle some of these bigger attacks that can stack up on the other side. Beckoning Mistblade, of course, coming in, and if it hits, you know, the +1 on a blue attack can make a big difference in new sometimes.
But more importantly, levels of enlightenment, getting go again off the dagger. Already 2 blues in Noah's pitch zone, so this has to be a +2 with a card draw as well.
Yep. That's right.
Say no blocks on the levels. 6.
All right, no blocks in there, as we can hear from the players too. So a little bit of damage being taken over on Pat's side.
We'll play Ardent Desire Mind.
Ooh, okay, all right. So now, you know, the threatening on hits kind of begin here. So
Critically, no disruption yet from Noah's side, and that can potentially be one of the downsides when you don't run Mask of Recurring Nightmares. You have these powerful blue cards like Levels of Enlightenment, even something like Art of Desire Mind, which can potentially let you draw cards and go even wider.
Right.
But without having the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, this is still mostly vanilla damage, and possibly why Pat is just saying, oh, you're not disrupting me yet? I'm just going to go off, and my numbers are likely better than yours. What, you swung 2 daggers this turn.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when you're regularly presenting, you know, 30-plus damage turns, you know, nearly every game with this Zen deck, too, you usually are like, all right, I'll take the damage because, like you said, I can assume I'll be able to do more back. I think on the new side, though, you're just happy to keep the life totals semi-even because you're hoping towards the end of the game, like you said, you can get some of that disruption online, and if you can just prevent one of those big late-game damage Zen turns from going off, then you have a chance to come back and claim the game. So this one seems like it plays evenly to the low health totals pretty frequently, and that's kind of what the new wants, you know?
Yeah, and once the Zen is in a blocking position, that's when Nu can just close out the game with all this react.
Yeah. We got the Transcend coming in from the Stir the Pot, and then the grain that was that the grain that tips the scales?
Yes.
I didn't see it before he flipped it. Okay, yeah, there we go.
So it does pump the Kakara up to 3. Now this is one of the awkward things about some of these Transcend cards that target attacks. You know, Pat would have loved to just double Transcend like naturally without needing to swing the Kakara first. Of
course.
But because one of those cards was a Grains, he has to put an attack on the combat chain before he can do the double Transcend. So that's one of the slight inefficiencies of some of these Transcend cards, but now Pat has Transcended, and critically will also gain those 2 resources right back of the 12 Petal Kasaya.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to be pitching a cheat at the Zen ability this turn anyway, so you're going to get the Tiger to benefit from the Kakara, so you're going to get that stuff. So there you go. Oh, there it is. All right, the Ripple comes in, and so shifting rather comes in, grabbing, I think that creates 2 Tigers if I remember correctly, and then now you've got Zen ability on top of all that. This is going to be a big turn. We're going to the Cat Cafe for this one.
And very critically, actually, that was an amazing play by Pat over there, not gaining the resources from Kasaya so that he can get the shifting winds of the Mystic Beast ability, because you need to have pitched a chi playing it. If you had floating from the Kasaya, you wouldn't have pitched a chi to make its ability to make the 2 Tigers in your hand. So Pat, very, very heads up that denying the resource in Kasaya, that is a May ability, so he chose not to have it, so that he gets 2 Tigers in hand, and now he can name them anything, and he has 1 Bonds in hand, Eric.
That's actually a great call out. Yeah, there are times where you don't want to gain those resources, shockingly. But you're right, with the bonds, you can go find a Descendant, get that combo started.
Yep.
Now, here's the point where Zen players slow down because they're like, all right, wait a second. What is actually the most efficient way to play out this turn? I think starting with the Tiger is good.
Yep, this one will be 0 because the Kakara, which he did swing earlier, only buffs the next Tiger on the combat chain, but he did have to break it for the Shifting Winds.
And the one thing too that we got to mention too is that Shifting Winds lets you call any card, you know, call a card a different one, so that he doesn't even need to go find the Descendant. Actually, I was wrong about that. He can just go Tiger as Descendant into Bonds and grab another Bonds.
Yep,
because he's going to be able to Tiger and then Bonds again. So yeah.
And his hand is quite face-up at this point. No one knows for a fact those 2 cards are 1 Tiger and a Chi.
Of course.
But that can represent so much damage when you've done a Shifting Winds turn.
Yeah. This is the turn that, this is the type of turn anyway that makes Zen's feared across the board right now.
And once again, just need to point out that Bonds is sitting in Pat's pitch zone again. Like, you know, if he didn't need to pitch that for the weapon, we could have potentially seen a triple Bonds line.
Yeah.
But, you know, Zen's running all the Transcend cards that's available pretty much, and 3 of them target attacks. You know, sometimes you're going to draw a combination of those 2, and then you have to make a slight inefficient play here. But still, double Bonds line against a Nu who's trying to disrupt you every turn, you can't really complain about that.
Yeah, I know some of the early Zen lists too. Like you go too ham on bonds, and then you're suddenly like, oh wait a second, I just don't have anything to find anymore. But the newer lists that have been coming out, and we don't know exactly what's in Pat's deck yet. But a lot of the newer lists have enough stuff that you can kind of just do that all game and not really worry as much about it.
Reactions?
Yep.
No reactions.
We're going to play a sync blow.
Yeah, okay, it's gonna go ahead and sink that first bonds.
You got it.
Yep. Why not? A card that will forever be a great card to include in a lot of Flesh and Blood decks.
Blocking 4, blocking critical breakpoints, and letting you filter your hand as well. Very, very strong card.
Oh, yeah.
Its name also be Descendant Gustwave.
All right, yep. Shuko is going to be buffing a little bit. Yep. All right. Rousing Wave thrown into block, so going to be able to create a couple cards, I believe, in hand with that. I haven't played a ton of new yet, but.
Yeah, Rousing Wave, very, very strong. The nastiest thing about Rousing Wave is that it lets you pump CNC for 7. You have CNC for 7 just on board permanently. It's that's brutal. You know, brutes out there, they need to block with the arm piece and then get the might, and then they can CNC for 7. But Nu's just like, here's CNC 1 float. A Rousing Wave means I can pump it out of 7.
Right.
So Pat, finding 100 wins off the second bonds over here. He did name Descendant on the second Tiger as well. Now looks like his hand is just a chi remaining, and no one has full information about that. Still does want to get that in a pitch and activate Zen this turn because you can't Arsenal that card. That's a terrible Arsenal target. So
yeah,
Yeah,
you definitely can't do that. Let's talk about the mask. He's gonna pop the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. It looks like this turn.
I think he's announced the trigger and he's thinking about it. So, we spoke about how you kind of need to pop off when you can against Nu, and this is a pretty good pop-off. I know he does wish that he could do this on an Out of War, though, instead of just the first chance he gets. So I think that's what he's in the tank about right now.
That's the thing. It's that when you do it this early, you do get a little bit concerned that you're going to find a turn later where it's like, oh, if only I had this, that would have been much better. Because it is one of your big, pop-off enablers, too, right? And if you haven't, combined the boots with that for the Tiger, for the extra benefit from that. But I think if you look at his graveyard and you look at what he's got a lot of potentially large Tiger-specific turns coming. You have kind of like two segments of your deck with this, right? You have the Bonds segments, you've got the Tiger segments. Sometimes those overlap a little bit, but the way that this is kind of played out with so many Bonds used early, a lot of the later parts of the game are going to seem to be more Tiger focused. So I don't know. Do you save it? I'd be a little bit worried losing it or using it here. Rather, it looks like he's going to.
So one thing to point out as well as we speak about the later parts of the game is that Bonds and the Zen ability kind of turbo through your own deck. You kind of lose a lot of cards from your deck very, very quickly. And against more defensively slanted Nu, like we've seen Noah with the Sinks and the Fates, and Nu passively banishing cards off the top of your deck. If you use the Lynx on a turn that isn't as strong as it should be, you could potentially just get fatigued, because every time you Bonds, it's a strong turn, but you're just milling cards from your own deck while the Nu is also doing the same to you and blocking very, very effectively.
No reactions.
Right, yeah, that's kind of the... I feel like that concern specifically, as we see the 100 wins hit the board, that concern specifically is better handled with the newer lists, I think, than some of the older lists. The older lists got a little bit clunky. Believe it or not, there was a time early on where the Zen list didn't even include 100 wins. It seems insane to me now, where I'm like, why would you not want that? But as soon as that got into the deck, I feel like that's when the Zen decks really started getting scary, in my opinion anyway, that you just had so many smooth ways to get into it, and you had so many more options for combo lines where, when you go Bonds light, you still have a little bit of gas in the tank.
And the extremely early Zen's list didn't even have Bonds of Ancestry in it.
Everyone's excited about the Tigers, you know? I mean, Maul was my spoiler card, and I'm like, no, you want to use Maul, right? Please?
Yeah. So it looks like this will end up being a triple Bonds turn, as Pat searches for blue Bonds off of the Mask and then searches for red Descendant off the Zen ability. So it will be a triple Bonds turn. Very, very strong turn from Pat over here. Noah looking like he wants to keep those 3 cards, and I got a little peek of his hand just now, Eric, and he's got Bonds of Agony, and he's got his own version of Bonds that he wants to cast with a Justin Nick, with Tunic coming up as well, which means very, very easy to just go Bonds, Justin Nick, Tunic with a Rousing Wave, and that's a 3 reacts right there to Bonds of Agony, your opponent.
Maybe we'll get another hero someday that lets you put, multiple class cards in there too, like the Emperor or something, and then we can have an Oops All Bonds deck or something. Descendant Gust Wave coming in now.
Yeah, 2 or less. Yeah.
We're not in the business of dishonoring people anymore. Now we're just in the business of 2 cards out of that line, Descendant and Bonds.
Yeah, you don't need to dishonor your opponent when they're dead from all the damage.
That's right. The ultimate dishonor, yeah. I do miss that.
No blocks.
That was fun.
Yep.
No reaction.
All right, yeah, just 3 damage coming through from the Descendant Gust Wave then. Life total staying very even, and then there's that blue bonds like you were talking about earlier. What's he going to grab with that? Grabs another bonds.
But he still has a Tiger in hand from the Zen ability. This could be a quad bonds turn. Just suddenly, I don't know. I think Pat has really showcased how he's reacting to his opponent not blocking.
Yeah.
Like him popping the links there, he sniffed out that no one wants to keep this hand, wants to be aggressive, and Pat's saying, I'm going to punish you for that. Yes, this isn't an out of war turn, so my links isn't getting the ceiling of its potential value. But if you're trying to keep that hand, I'm going to get you to so low to make it potentially not worth it.
I mean, and now, from the Noah side, too, you feel committed. You're like, all right, I've decided I need to play out this next turn if I want to win the game. I just have to accept, whatever damage comes through. And you just kind of like grit your teeth and you're like, all right, please don't hurt me too bad, Zen.
Yeah. But Pat's just like saying every single time Noah doesn't block, Pat just presses his, his pedal to metal even harder. He's saying, okay, I'm going to pop my links.
Smart move.
Gonna get quad bonds. It's milling through my deck. But if you get sub 20, I don't need such a thick deck anymore. I still have 2 Art of Wars left. If you go to sub 20 too early, I can still get there.
And you'd imagine there's probably things like Ancestral Harmony in the deck too, since that's pretty much in every Zen list at the moment. So that, plus an Art of War turn, plus just some basic combo pieces, suddenly those blues start to hit for quite a bit,
And one critical thing about the Chis as well is that as your deck gets thinner, you're more likely to draw back into Chi, which is really strong, which means you didn't need to play a blue and Transcend to get access to a Chi. You're just drawing it naturally. Now you can activate Zen and do all the things. Oh, you can even pitch it directly to a Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast. Without needing to Transcend.
I'm excited about these later game, like more Shifting Winds into the Tiger Swipe kind of turns,
So that I could have started that turn and had this in my hand too.
Yeah.
Talking through the turns. That's the funny thing about this meta right now is that because Transcend has kind of changed the game so much, I see so many people talking about their lines of play with each other in the middle of games where it's like, oh, if I could have done it this way, and everyone's like, oh yeah, that'd be really interesting. There's
The players having a laugh about how Noah just came in with his own bonds. This is the sort of hole that Nu puts you in, because it feels very damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you block this, you don't know how much to block it for. She's holding so much information back. You don't know if she's going to go around it and like codex you afterwards, or she's going to pump this to like 1 million with a just a Nick.
Well, you can see Pat looking at his Banish Zone too to be like, all right, well, what am I possibly in for? What am I going to get hit by if I let Nu go off this turn?
And one tough thing when you run a deck that has so many copies of the same card is that if this bonds hits while Pat is holding the Bonds of Ancestry in his hand, Noah can look through Pat's deck and banish other Bonds of Ancestries of different colors as well. It just needs to be the same name.
Yeah.
So it is very, very scary for a combo deck that runs what looks like 9 copies of Bonds of Ancestry and 9 copies of Descendant. If this hits, you've lost 3 very critical copies of the card.
Yeah, this does seem like the Ultra Rainbow Bonds deck. A lot of people, a lot of lists early on running just the red and the blue, but we are seeing more yellow in there now. And with the gloves being blocked with last turn, with bonds coming out this turn, it feels fairly telegraphed from Noah. You know what you're going to do. Kind of know what's coming as far as the attack reactions go. And so now it's Pat's turn to kind of be like, all right, well, what's he going to hit me with? Or how much is he going to end up hitting me for?
And that's really the strength of Nu's equipment right there. She has 4 attack reactions on board. And off the tunic, it means she has access to 2 of them without even pitching anything else. So it's just... The equipment suite, these are just commons, but they honestly, the value-wise in this deck, it's incredible. That's why you see him running those instead of the legendaries like Flick Knives and Black Text.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like when Miss came out, we've seen a lot more common equipment starting to show up in CC lists as like main board now, and I feel like we haven't seen that as much in the past. It's cool to see the common equipment getting to shine too.
Fang Strike? Yeah.
Yep, Fang Strike. And show me the Slither. There we go. Or just a Nick, actually. Nope.
Yep.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry.
On hit ban.
Yep.
So on hit
10.
banish.
Yep.
At 17.
So he's typical Zen. I'm like, I'll just take 10.
Yep.
No worries. Yeah.
For the Justin Nick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tiger Swipe.
All right. Tiger Swipe, and then what'll it be?
I'm going to name Bonds of Agony. May I see your deck?
Yes, please.
All right, yep. So he named bonds. He's going to be able to find more bonds from Pat's list, and these can be any color. He's banishing a blue from Pat's hand, but he just needs to find cards with the same name and banish it from the deck. One critical thing that this ability also lets you do is look through your opponent's deck for potential tech that they have. You know,
Right.
you're wondering how many snags Pat might have packed, and looking through a list, I believe I saw the full playset, 3 snags in that. Now, no one knows there's 3 snags in Pat's list.
Yeah, we also saw like the Ancestral Harmony that we were wondering about too. So the rest of the deck looking, you know, fairly similar to a lot of the Zen lists we've seen out.
Yep.
It's funny when he named a card, he said bonds of misery. Like, no, other bonds like that. I know what you mean, man.
Yeah.
Too many bonds going around these days.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of gas out of Pat's deck at this point, Eric. He's used so many bonds offensively already, and now he just lost another 3 from his deck.
Yeah, trying to set up a decent Tiger here. We'll see if okay, there we go. Yeah, so he will be able to transcend, grab the chi, create a Tiger with his Zen ability, so he will benefit from the Tiger buffing too. That'll come in for like +4 later.
Yeah, well, unfortunately,
no, wait.
Yeah, once again, this is one of those transcends that needs to target an attack, so you can't play it in response to the Wind Chakra because there's no attack. So the Wind Chakra is just going to be a +1 for this Tiger, but along with the Kakara, Tiger's going to be coming in for 2.
Yeah. All right. Yep. And I think, because it's because the wind chakra is, if you've transcended this turn, it gives it +3, I believe, if I remember right. There it is on screen. Yeah, if you have transcended,
Yeah, so I think it's figuring that out right now, whether it should be 4 or 2.
Okay.
Because I believe the Wind Chakra resolved before he had transcended. But anyway, we have a judge there to figure this out. Shout out our judges, our judge staff. These tournaments do not happen without them, honestly. Just incredible
you're right.
service
You're
they do
absolutely right.
to the community. Yep.
No, you're totally right. It did resolve before the. See, that's the other thing is you get so used to playing your transcend cards before other cards resolve that sometimes you kind of go on autopilot. But I think you're right because if you come in with a Kakara after that, then Wind Chakra is absolutely resolved by that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Pat getting just a little unfortunate with the order of the Transcend cards he's drawing. Early on, we saw, once again, he just drew a Transcend and he's targeting an attack. Same thing on the Wind Chakra. It is one of the awkward points of the deck sometimes. The Wind Chakras and the Shifting Winds, it can be awkward to Transcend properly.
Yeah, because it's not a... I think the argument here, if I remember, is that it's not an ongoing effect of the card being out there, because technically that card would be in the graveyard, wouldn't it?
Sorry, the
Wind Chakra, you play it, and a lot of times you'll leave it on the table to kind of remind yourself. But in terms of game rules talk, it should be in the graveyard, so it wouldn't be out there to see the Transcend. Therefore, it wouldn't benefit from it.
I could be wrong. I'm happily be wrong, but I thought that.
I've made this exact mistake last night in a game I played, actually. So you're right. I should be thinking about that more. Yeah.
While amplifying arrows face down, then that was the way that it was explained to me. But it could be incorrect.
To be fair, I have heard a lot of debate over this specific thing in the last 2 weeks at armories and things like that. But
now gets the bonus when you play it. That's why I thought it
was.
And we're not the judges, regardless of what we say. Obviously, the judge will have the ultimate ruling there, and we got a bunch of experts here, obviously. But I don't know. This is honestly one of the things I love about card games is rules minutia discussion. It's not a. Some people get very I'm very angry about this rules. I'm like, no, I just love diving into it and.
It is very fascinating, yes. And as a Wizard player, it does.
I know.
Need to understand that. Very, very well. But so it looks like the judge is going to sort that out. And I do want to point out, now a lot of the Zen lists that aren't on Rainbow Bonds and Rainbow Descendants, it can be hard for new to find a powerful new activation because, their blues will just be like blue 100 Winds or blue, Biting Breezes and kind of these aren't great hits for me. But because Pat is packing these blue Descendants and blue Bonds, we could see Noah at some point actually go off with a combo line of his own from blue Descendants into Bonds, none of which he has to pay for. So,
absolutely, No, I think that's a huge threat that he needs to worry about. Yeah.
And that's potentially where we could see the Traverse on Noah's side come in very, very handy. Now, I don't believe he has transcended yet this game, so the hat currently isn't live, but you have to imagine he's planning to do that at some point and potentially, play out Pat's combo lines right against him.
Like I said, I'm not. I haven't played a ton of new yet, but I believe there's generally less Transcend in a new list than your typical Enigma and Zen list, so you just don't see it quite as often.
Yeah, because there are enough matchups where it feels like you can't even play opponent's cards even if you do Transcend. For example, Ranger, they don't even have that many blues to begin with, but also arrows have to come from Arsenal.
Right.
You can't play it from Banner Zone, so it can be a little rough there. So yeah, you're right. Fewer Transcends in new compared to the other two Mystic heroes.
When it happens though, like if you're playing against the Guardian, and you're like, all right, well, time to swing big, and I don't mean the other card. I mean the just swing with a big number.
5.
Mauling Key comes in, and so that's going to be 5 after the Tiger, and then of course if it's not blocked, you take the extra 1 damage.
Very, very efficient card here. Effectively a
Great
1 card
card.
6 unless you 1 resource 6 unless you block it out.
Coming out of the round the table set with the 4 blitz decks for the kind of ultimate pit fight experience. Some good cards for Ninja in that one.
And that's a
Reflex,
really
too.
fun product too. I don't
Yeah.
really play UPF, but I got that set and played it like one night with a few friends, and I was having a blast.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that set.
It's super fun. I totally agree. I love
Melody.
Block there.
Come
Well-
on. You love Melody. Come on.
I mean, as a caster, I think you have to be down with the bards. So yeah. Siren's Call. All right, we'll be thrown out to block that. Yeah.
Sounds called very, very strong card, particularly against a deck where they're running at least 25 blues, 26 even, some of them running that.
Right.
So blocking that, you have to wonder what disruption Noah's packing if he's blocking with, Siren's Call,
Coming in for 6.
which critically can be played on any attack, including the daggers.
Yeah. Already dead. Being thrown out at Pat right now again. And, going back to the bonds discussion from earlier, that deck is starting to look thinner and thinner. So you start to worry a little bit about having one of your cards banished off the top.
Yeah, and starting to look, slightly bricky too, Eric. That hand from Pat right now, 2 finisher combo cards, a Transcend and a Chi. That's not where Pat wants to be. Although, of course, the Chi can tutor for any starter. So that part, is kind of nice. So you can just find your red 100 wins or something and just play it, and maybe Arsenal a Transcend card. But in terms of power turns, that's not quite it when you draw back into the Chi.
I mean, when I see that hand, it seems like one of those turns where it's like, all right, I'm going to end up arsenaling the Jade Tiger domain and just kind of have a slow one, have a slow turn, because you really want to play that. But
Card and defending.
whenever you see why am I blanking on that? The shifting winds. You generally will see Flusterfist in there too, because you could do some fun it's open the center now combos with that. Yeah, do these huge lines where you get a ton of damage at the end.
And speaking of arsenaling the Sacred Art, a lot of times Zen can struggle to get enough resources to actually play the blue and also play the Sacred Art. But as we talk about the decks getting thinner, he's going to be drawing into more of those blues. Looking like he's still opting to pitch that to the Kakara, though.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. So, I mean, the argument here, too, is I'm just going to get a little damage through or get a card or two from their hand. I'm just going to try to keep it as even as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And critically, Pat has not blocked with his boots yet. Now, we know there's still 2 Art of Wars running around, and the combination of Art of War with those boots and make a Tiger for you to just fodder for you to banish the Art of War, basically making Art of War draw 2 instead of banish 1, draw 2.
Yep.
Very, very strong play that Pat still has access to and probably will need to pull off if he wants to come out ahead in this game.
Yeah. I mean, see, look at this turn for Pat. This is what is so scary about Zen, because even in a hand like that objectively is not the strongest hand we've ever seen, just having a Chi there allows you, and another blue, allows you to do something like this where you could carve for 2, you Tiger for 1, then you Mauling Key come in for 5, presenting that extra 1 if it hits. So you're effectively, still presenting, 9 damage overall in theory. So for an off turn, 9 damage presented to your opponent is still significant.
And that's the strength of drawing back those Chis, as we spoke about earlier. He didn't need to play a blue card this turn to activate Zen ability because his deck's so thin now and he keeps shuffling it because he activates Zen. He's going to naturally draw back into Chi and then say, I can play reds and still have access to Zen's ability.
Yeah. Yeah. Now we shift to kind of the Tiger focus of the deck, The stance has changed. We've gone from classic Katsu stance to Tiger stance now.
Definitely. I mean, with a lot of your bonds already being played and banished, it looks like this is, Pat's saying, I still have enough threats left in the deck because of all these Tiger things. Now, on Noah's side, it is face up that he has a Fang Strike in his arsenal.
Yeah.
Now, that can sometimes be a bit of a tricky arsenal, especially when you draw into Codex. But here's where we might see Noah, use the boots to get out of it so you can empty that arsenal of the Fang Strike and still Codex his opponent.
Send it back to you.
Seems that way. All right. 10 to 11. Super tight game as again, I feel like this matchup often runs that way.
It is 8
to 11.
Unless the Zen just blows you up. That happens sometimes too. But
It does.
most new Zen feels like runs fairly even.
Looks like Pat has drawn into an Art of War.
Yeah.
Still has that boots up, but Noah's saying, I'm going to disrupt you a little. And that Fang Strike we spoke about, that's in Arsenal. Both players know it. This CNC, it says 6 on the die, Eric, but I think it could sneakily be a little more than that.
It's one of those situations where you better not forget, or you are going to be kicking yourself the whole way home.
Yeah.
What does Pat want to block with here? He does have a non-block in the hand, too.
3 non-blocks in that hand, Eric. Preserve,
no.
snag,
You're right.
and
Actually.
Art of War.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is one of the downsides of Zen sometimes. And that's one of the things, arsenaling against Nu can be so tricky sometimes because there's so much arsenal disruption. But at the same time, if you don't arsenal against Nu, sometimes you get Codex, the arsenal gets blown up anyway.
Well, the really terrifying thing is that, like, you worry about attack reactions and things, and you're like, wow, the game could end, like, this turn, next turn. Like, the damage is getting scary. Even 11 health, when you're facing just 6 base from CNC plus whatever can be added onto that, it gets very scary for the Zen player 11.
I mean, speaking of that, we saw Bonds of Agony start at 1 and go up to 10 out of nowhere.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
11 is still a very scary life total.
Nu can go very tall with attacks sometimes. So this feels like you just, throw the fridge at them maybe if you're Pat. The attack reactions are coming, but what do you do? And you can see Pat kind of trying to parse out the hand as well, but like you said, with 3 no blocks, it's much scarier.
And with the 1 floating from Noah too, really representing he could just give this go again, do something else.
Yeah.
Now, Pat, this feels like a bait. He's like baiting Noah to play the Fang Strike while he has a snag in his hand.
Yep.
But he could have blocked 7, but he's like, you can play it. I'm just gonna snag it.
There we go. There's a snag. Yeah.
Yep. Defense reactions can't be played to Command and Conquer's Chain Link. Well, snag is not a defense reaction. It's just an instant that says, bring that right back down to 6. I've got my Tiger back in my hand with his Art of War.
Isn't that incredible? Thank you, Crucible. The hits just keep coming from the old sets. It's fun.
Definitely.
Yeah. Or if you're a Dory player, you just play entirely old cards. Yeah. A couple new ones here and there.
Blade Flurry, good card I've heard.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yep. So Noah, considering whether he wants to activate the boots and go ahead and play a Codex, I don't believe we've seen a Leave No Witnesses yet, which could potentially be why he possibly does not want to Codex, because he doesn't really have a very good 0 cost to find. That'll actually disrupt Pat.
Yeah, that sounds right. So what's it going to be? Pat's still thinking through things.
Yeah, so he has played a blue card. That's also one of the key things that you might miss about Snag, is that he has played a blue card, so he could transcend if he wants to play the Preserved Tradition that's in his hand, looking like he's just letting it pass.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a situation where he wants to, he doesn't have the Kasaya anymore, so he can't transcend and get the resource to pay for the Art of War or something. Just has to pitch the transcend just to pay for the Art of War. 2 floating here, and obviously going to do the banish draw too, and the plus on attack and defense on cards. And now at 8 health for Noah, there is in theory a way where Pat can put some significant pressure on that life total.
And drawing right into a Chi of the Art of War, that's exactly what he wants. Now that's any card in his deck with combo they can go ahead and find. And I can't tell the color of the 100 wins, but if that's a red one,
looks blue to me. I'm like squinting and like leaning towards the monitor. I'm like, maybe.
Oh, we've got that zoom in cam.
Oh, but he's not holding his hand anymore.
He got us. He's on to us. He knows we're trying to take a peek at what color the 100 wins is. But regardless, 100 wins is a go again card they can go ahead and play. He has the Chi to find another combo with go again. It is a blue one.
Okay.
Yeah, you have amazing eyes, Eric.
Apparently so. The glasses work well. And the thing on top of all this too is that crucially he's saved his Tiger Strike Shuko, and that is so important. I feel like I see a lot of like newer Zen players throw that out there early for the 2 block and like, I don't care about the 1 extra damage. Yeah, but don't forget about the other part where, you can't use damage prevention effects. And sometimes in really late game, low health situations, that extra point of damage can be game making, right? So crucially keeping that, I think it's going to come in handy later on. He's going to start out with the blue 100 wins.
Just hiding information, not letting Noah know what else is coming. Remember, he still has that red Fluster Fist. Probably won't see that combo part of it come up, but that's still a 0 for 5 right now on an Art of War turn.
Yeah.
When your opponent's at 6.
You do that at the end. You maybe pull a couple cards out of their hand before that, and then you throw down the Fluster Fist. It's like, all right, well, now I have to give you the rest of my hand or I just die. That kind of situation. That's what you're trying to create as a Zen player right now.
have to shout out Pat's sequencing here. Just sequencing in a way that doesn't give Noah any information. Noah has no idea that Pat drew into a Chi and can potentially do nasty things with that.
Totally agreed. Yep, there we go.
And one underrated part of Zen's part, I guess, no, it's not underrated, but one aspect of Zen that makes Art of War particularly strong is exactly this. That Chi is 2 bodies on an Art of War turn. Tiger plus whatever zero-cost combo card he finds. So 2 bodies on an Art of War turn, it's amazing. It's just extra +2 damage.
Yeah, exactly. You get so much value out of Art of War with this deck. Then you have the Dream turns where it's Art of War and Ancestral Harmony, and you're like, all right, everything is big. My Tigers are slightly bigger, but everything else is big. Another Tiger comes in. Yeah, that's going to be
Tiger for 3. Its base is 0.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yep,
it's pretty nice. Yeah, it's and that's a Shuko trigger too.
Yep.
This one for 5 go again.
Okay, and Tiger Swipe for 5. Yeah, that's going to bring 1 Tiger back again. But again, this is a Tiger that's going to at least hit for 1 from the Art of War.
Yep.
So there's something. Yeah, full block on that. So he's not going to get the Tigers.
Yep.
And then, Flusterfist comes in for 5. So here's where you really want to save some cards for Noah, but you really don't want to die.
And critically for Noah as well, not going to be finding a Chi of the Traverse. Once again, he has not transcended this turn. Zen is just ending the game way too quickly.
Yeah.
Noah just got 2 blocked from the hat. That's it. Nothing more. I mean, a balance would have served him better than the Traverse. And that is one of the risks when you are running those fewer Transcend cards and you want to run Traverse the Universe.
Well, I was kind of wondering if we were maybe going to see a list that had a little bit more Transcend in it too, because we did have that discussion earlier, about if that's better than Mask, and some new players kind of starting to move away from Mask, but didn't pan out for Noah this game around.
Oh, but Noah has an amazing line here with that Tunic up on that boost. We keep coming back to how strong this equipment is. Now, Pat doesn't have an arsenal right now, but that is the Leave No Witnesses that Noah didn't have in his graveyard the previous turn. If he gives it go again off the boots, he can Codex it right back, tell Pat, you have to discard a card, you have to interact with me, and this Leave is coming right back at you.
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic moment in this game specifically to be throwing out the Leave No Witnesses. It's just you just can't deal with it as easily this time around.
Doesn't have an arsenal to protect right now, but that's why Codex of Frailty, just absolutely incredible card. Just saying, nope, you were trying to stay off an arsenal to avoid my disruption, but because you did that, you're susceptible to my Codex now. So.
And I mean, the damage is not insignificant too.
Sure.
At 11 HP, that's still, nearly half of your life total represented there on the board. So you got to take blocking that seriously, especially against a deck that likes to throw in some attack reactions too.
And the banish of the top too. We spoke about how Pat's deck is looking kind of thin there, Eric. It's, you just you can't discount the banish of the top as well.
Well, we can also never discount the new ability itself too, because we're at the point where there's a good amount of blues in there, and where a lot of those blues have natural go again. You can just kind of throw out your own quote-unquote Tiger turn where you're just throwing 1/1/1/1, at them,
Yep, those 100 wins, those blue descendants can just suddenly you send 6 into an opponent. That's a lot of value.
Yeah, and there's the boots, like you said. Can you give that go again with the by virtue of the slither that was created?
Ooh, banish the snag. So that's
okay.
That's 1 snag played, 1 snag gone.
Yeah.
No one just needs to worry about 1 more snag. Which was pitched earlier, but Pat has been shuffling his deck so much that it could be anywhere at this point.
You're not going to be doing any pitch stacking in Zen. No.
Yeah.
It's a lot of shuffling going on.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So the frailty comes out.
Yep.
Ponder obviously for Noah, and Frailty is another card that traditionally Ninja players have not been super psyched to see on their side of the board.
Especially when he's holding an Arvor again. Like, this is a very, very strong disruptive turn. But honestly, you spoke about Pat keeping the Shuko on the previous turn, very disciplined with it. He's gonna be rewarded here. If he wants to cover up his Leave No Witnesses, he could potentially just give 1 card from his hand. And critically, very, very critically, when you're running the sort of bonds heavy list, sometimes when your opponent codexes you get exactly the combo piece that you need right out of your graveyard, and then you could be like, oh, thank you for fixing my hand. Here's a full bonds line because you just gave me the combo piece I need.
Right. I mean, there is, with all the talk about how good Codex of Frailty is, and it is a fantastic card, once in a while it can become this double-edged sword too.
Especially when you have that armor piece to cover up the breakpoint of the disruption. So that's exactly what Pat's doing now. He's looking through his banish, looking through his graveyard, trying to figure out if he can do potentially another bonds line to close out this game. Because, while Noah is sort of in the driver's seat right now in this turn cycle, he is at 2.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I think you can't say enough about that Tiger Stripe Shuko, just in the effect and the damage that it represents at a 2 health situation for the opponent. Terrifying stuff. Even like Tiger Tame and Kakra presents lethal, right? So Which I love that that is the weapon that came around with that, because that that device historically was used as monks walk through the forest to scare away animals and things, including tigers. Yeah.
Oh,
so
wow.
there is a legit historical connection to that card. Yeah.
I had no idea. Wow.
It's very neat. Yeah.
Learning some lore right now.
Yeah. Because I looked it up. I was like, I'm not actually familiar with that weapon in history, and it turns out it does have a connection to dangerous animals. So.
That is so cool.
Perfect choice for this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well designed. Well designed Legend Story. Yeah.
Can give a shout out to Bryan later as he comes back in the booth.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, well, we can't do too much. We don't want his ego to get too big.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And I don't think he even names the cards. Actually, he forgets the names all the time too. So actually,
he's
not
gonna start
Bryan. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna start reading cards. Then I don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Rumor has it he hasn't read Codex of Frailties.
Guy's never read the card, is
Yeah.
it? Yeah. Read that one though. Read the history about the Kakara at least.
So Pat, holding on to the last and final Art of War in his hand, we have seen him resolve 2 this game. Holding on to the final one. Now, when Codex is asking you to discard a card and block the Leave No Witnesses, you have to wonder whether he's wondering whether he needs to give up that Art of War to actually have a good turn right now.
You know, and it is one of the hardest things to do, but there are reasons. There are absolutely reasons to do that. Gonna be the Descendant Gust Wave, blue, going in the graveyard there.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Don't fix that.
Yeah.
Block.
Gotta
Ponder.
get the sequencing right. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Okay. So the Arsenal and back over to Pat. Can he close out the game right now? Going to start things off with the Kakarot coming in for 1.
Yeah.
Yep.
Looking like he chose to keep the Art of War, saying, I think I might be able to have one more good turn with this Art of War. So choosing not to just pop off with it. Because we did see him do that in the previous turn, right? He just, he just popped up with 3 cards, Art of War, drew the 100 wins and the Chi, and just went, he has a bunch of damage.
Well, I think this is really wise, too, because you spend the 2 in the Kakarot, you leave 1 to your opponent knows you put something that costs 1 in your arsenal. They might be thinking that line. Then you bring out the Art of War. Suddenly their blocking plan is messed up, and you maybe take the game. So, he's just going to throw out the Mountain Key, though.
In terms of cards taken from the opponent, though, this is a little risky from Pat. Because of the tuning that's still on Noah's side, he can just give 1 card and come back at you with 4 cards while you're holding an Art of War in Arsenal, and your deck is a lot of Chi right now. You might draw too many no blocks.
Yeah, fair enough.
So he is taking a risk over here. Let's see if it pans out for him.
Yeah. I don't know.
Mistveil?
Yeah. Why not just start off with the weapons?
Yep. Looking like a Siren's Call and a Transcend in Noah's hand.
Yeah.
And I didn't quite get a very good look at what he pondered, but I think a quick glimpse makes me suspect that's a Persuasive Prognosis, which would get Go Again off the Mistblade, and we might see a new ability on this turn. Really depends whether this Mistblade hits. Let's see if Pat, looking like he's lining up a block over here, which would be very, very heads up from him.
I think this would be a good turn for to turn on usability, but
yeah,
well, we'll see. There hasn't been a lot of opportunities for that for Noah throughout the game.
Yeah,
like we talked about.
News ability does require a lot. You do need a Go Again from the blue that you played to transcend, and you need a good banner zone of your opponent. Now, putting a card in the dagger does open him up to Siren's Call, which is exactly what's happening. Blocking a dagger already doesn't feel good, but Noah's saying you're going to have to block 2 on this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a scary scary prospect for Pat right now.
Yeah. Very heads-up play by him,
snag.
though. Yeah, just respond to the snag, emptied his hand of blues. So no card draw for Noah over here, but Persuasive coming in for that 1.
Persuasive Prognosis. Yep. And the little bit of, if it comes through, a little bit of healing might actually end up being impactful for Noah as well, if he can't just straight up end the game this turn. We'll see.
No Go Again or Persuasive holding on Transcend card that isn't the Go Again Transcend card. So
never mind.
Hard for him, but he did gain that 1 life of the CNC, which could be critical. He doesn't need to stop block a Tiger for 1, for example. Or even cover up this Flusterfist. That life gain immediately rewarding him over here.
Totally, yeah. Just straight up Flusterfist for 4.
No reactions? No reactions.
No again, or no go again. I'm going to sink that too. Interesting.
Yeah, sinking a Fate to the bottom, drawing into another Fate. That is not what Noah wants to see when he's currently holding the tempo and just wants to just rip more cards from Pat's hand. He had 2 D-Reacts in the hand, sunk 1 away, drew into another D-React. I think he might be looking to just get bailed out from the Siren's Call over here, Eric, because he currently has no other attacks in his hand or arsenal.
Yeah, you got to just kind of hope for the better turn later on. So just pitching the levels for the Beckoning Mistblade instead.
Yeah, and hope this time the Siren's Call doesn't whiff. It is rare that Zen, that previous hand from Pat, all he had was a 1 blue snag. It is rare, especially with this, how late this game has gone and the size of Pat's deck. He typically has more blues than that, so he's really hoping for Siren's Call to draw him into an attack here.
Yep. That's the plan. On process, another Blanche being thrown out to block, another Silence Call like we talked about. What's it going to be this time?
So with the Rising Sun, Pat could potentially try and get out of it. If he Rising Sun's a chi to the bottom and then pitches the chi that comes back to his hand to Zen, if he really wants to, but he's still giving up 2 cards.
Yeah, but it's better than giving them something, I guess. So you probably do that here. It's an interesting scenario.
You are still gambling that you don't draw a blue off the Rising Sun.
Yeah, well,
So, yeah. So it is a gamble and it may not pay off, but
some things you just can't help. Some things you just have to trust to faith here, or heart of the cards, or whatever you want to call it, right?
It looks like he is going for that line, Eric. This is such a spicy game.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, we're in the situation where the players are having to make kind of unique decisions just to stay alive. And this is where Flesh and Blood gets the most fun for me, I think, is where you have to sort of think outside the box. What's it going to be?
And that is the blue. It's Ancestral Harmony. So Pat tried to bail himself out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to. So Noah will be drawing a card over here, but still, critically, he needs to find an attack, Eric.
And you're like, Zen player, you're like, really? This is when you decide to show up Ancestral Harmony? Right now? This is the moment you decide to come off the top of my deck? Okay.
Yep.
All right, fine. It's gonna have to be that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then now this Rising Sun comes back to hand,
Yeah.
flipped, and he didn't manage to empty his hand with blues. 2 blues. He can pitch 1 to Zen, but there's no point.
We'll take a chi.
Yep.
What did he draw? Leyline, not what he wanted over here. Leyline, very, very interesting tech that News have, started incorporating in their list, because a lot of times they want to send that blue attack, right? The Surgical Extraction, or the Persuasive, or the Bonds of Agony. So Leyline just becomes a block 3 +3 buff on those attacks, which is very difficult to find.
Right. Time for Scale Peeler.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I'll go ahead.
No equipment left. It's just a little bit of damage. It's going to take that 1 point.
Mm-hmm. And he's just going to empty his hand off, empty his arsenal of that no block, wants to put the D-React in there instead, saying, I had to give up tempo because I just had what we call, one of those new hands. It's a little similar to Rune Blade sometimes, because all the attack reactions need to fit in, all the transcends. The News deck building is quite constrained. So he had a bit of a new hand saying, now to solve that, I'm going to put his D-React in there and hopefully come back.
Yeah, so the game continues, and now the question goes over to Pat's side. It's like, how do you use this hand to put on as much pressure as possible? It is always nice starting out a Zen turn with a Chi in hand. That gives you, so much opportunity with the ability. We see him use it right away to just go look through your deck and honestly just like take a moment too and just sort of think, all right, what do I need? What are my next? Review what's left in there. Not just choose something now, but kind of think out your next turn or two and try to figure out how you're going to close the game.
And remember, he still has that Art of War in his arsenal, so that space is kind of just what he needed. If he can rip out some cards from Noah's hand over here and not let Noah disrupt him, that Art of War could just be absolutely game-winning, because remember, he still has Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast in there.
Yeah.
That's one way to make Tigers in your hand very easily, and then just banish them to Art of War for incredible value.
Totally, and at 2 health, you throw a bunch of 1 or 2 attacks at someone, that's it's going to be pretty devastating. It's going to certainly drain their hand.
Yep.
You're going to not Kadachi lock them, you're going to Tiger lock them.
So Pat, looking through that deck is so thin right now.
Yeah, we're going to find a Red Descendant. Kind of great for Pat that there was still a Red Descendant in the deck.
Yep.
At this point, because that's not an insignificant amount of damage too.
Breakpoint's the name of the game for Pat over here. Ooh, looks like he had the yellow Gust Wave. Not going to be able to swing the Kakara. He's just going to be taking 1 card from Noah's hand here.
Yeah.
Unless he's going for the Art of
Oh,
War.
yeah. You just cross your fingers, hope you get something good from banishing that Tiger.
And it also leaks 1, which means now the Tigers and everything it forces blocks from Noah's hand.
Right. Yeah, exactly, because that does buff the Descendant Gust Wave by 1 because it comes out at instant speed, and there's the Blanche. That's a big amount of damage coming through at Noah right now.
Eric, he's got a no block in his hand. No, but he's got Fate Foreseen in his arsenal, so he's not dead here.
Yeah. But this is going to, it's essentially going to be like, okay, Pat, take another turn, scenario. Wow.
And then you give Zen a 4-card hand. A
Yeah.
4-card hand when you're at 1.
Yeah.
That is very, very uncomfortable.
Exactly. That's a little bit of it might feel like a little bit of a checkmate. We'll see if it plays out that way. But I'm glad we're starting to see Blanche enter some deck lists a little bit more too. It's a great card from the set.
Absolutely. Very strong card against Prism as well. You're happy
Sideboard.
to pop into Prism. You're happy to play this into Prism as well. The Heralds won't get go again if they don't have yellow cards in the pitch.
Yep.
Reactions.
And he's going to do the D-React from Arsenal, stay alive.
Keeping the card on top. And he's saying, all right, It's a thin deck that you have there. Just what's the worst you can do with 4 cards? He is arsenaling a Transcend card. Noah is on his side, so not a defensive piece this time, and he is at 1.
What do we got in hand? I'm looking for it. So another Transcend. She.
And the Sacred Art.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a Jade Tiger domain there.
That itself represents just 2 cards that Noah has to give him, because those Tigers make 2 Tigers if he's played a blue, and they all get +1.
Yeah.
Sending Gust Wave for 1.
Okay. And you're like, well, gotta be a card from hand. You know, well, depending on what's in the arsenal, too. But.
The Arsenal's a Transcend card.
Oh, right,
so,
right.
Yeah, not a D-React there. It's looking like Pat could potentially go wide enough to just close out the game right here, but this is spicy.
I think, especially with the Sacred Art in hand, that seems very likely. You're just going to have so many Tigers coming out.
Oh, it was a life gain. We spoke about how the Arsenal card wasn't a defensive one, but that is a life gain defensive piece. So you actually
gain 1, lose
save
1.
a card. Yeah,
stay 1. Yeah.
I'm going to play Drop in the Ocean to give this -1.
Okay. After it's already kind of
in the resolution
yep.
step.
That's right.
Tiger Domain. I'm going to choose all 3 nodes.
That sigh from Noah.
Yep.
This was not where you wanted to see his opponent play that Sacred Art.
The crucial thing is the Crouching Tigers getting +1, you know, because, again, that's just
1 whole card.
You're going to start pinging them for 1 card every single Tiger, yeah.
And he hasn't activated Zen yet, so that Chi in hand is yet another Tiger and another Bodee.
Yep.
Let's see if he has a red combo card to find. If he has one of those 100 wins or
I
Descendants.
was going to say, is there a red 100s wins in there? There's a blue 100 wins, and that might just be enough right there.
Oh, but yep. And he
Two
still
for
has
the
a
Kakara.
Kakara. So 3 more Bodies coming here. Noah just
Yep.
2 few cards in hand.
Yep. Tiger can hit for 2. 100 wins will hit for 1. No cards in hand. Yeah, that's a 1 card in hand.
Yep.
And, yep. Tiger for 2.
Sigil of Solace moment.
Right? Not again.
Pitch that.
How many times on stream?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, yeah, that's it. There's a handshake, and Pat squeaks it out. Close game towards the end there, and Noah was definitely threatening it, but Pat did end up taking the win. Stays 3-0.
Very, very tight gameplay from Pat over there. Just playing to his outs, took some risks, knew when he had the space to take those risks, arseling the Art of War in that spot, just saying, I need this to get back into the game, and he, called it very, very well, and amazing sequencing by him.
Yeah, and that's just a ton of fun to watch. That matchup is really cool because the new always stays threatening, I think, throughout all of it. Just the combat tricks that they have, right? The attack reactions they have access to, their ability to keep the life total semi-even, because Zen's not as inclined to block. It makes for an exciting matchup. I'm such a big fan of all the new heroes in this set, but I'm also a big fan of something I know you out there are big fans of, and that's meta breakdowns. Let's take a look at how it is shaking out for this 69 Zens. Nice. Azalea and Kayo tied out at 58 apiece, and then look at that. New, slightly more representative than Enigma here, but I think. What do you think about this? I look at this and I see all right, well, everyone's been talking about Enigma so much and prepping for Enigma so much. The Enigma players are starting to get nervous about bringing her.
Definitely. I mean, if you just look at the 2 most represented decks on this slide over here, both Zen and Azalea, pretty tough matchups for Enigma. Those aren't easy things. Enigma is fine into New for sure, pretty good into KO as well. But when the most represented, the talk of the town has been Azaleas and Zens. It is a little risky to bring Enigma, but these illusionist players, they will play the illusionist no matter what the meta is. They they love that hero. And honestly, a similar thing can be said about Nu as well. A lot of popularity around this hero. Is this the best metagame for her? We just saw Nu lose to Zen, on what's supposed to be a favorite matchup for her. Enigma's running around, but people will bring this hero. I mean, they love this. These heroes are popular. People will bring it.
I think all 3 heroes from Mists are pretty strong right now. Nu is pretty definitively the strongest assassin at the moment, so if you're a big-time player of that class, and we know how people are very loyal to their classes, that's not surprising. I mean, I feel like we see more and more Kano players coming out of the woodwork every tournament here. The representation continues to grow. And then Levia as well, I feel like slowly creeping up there. Riptide has the ability to play well into a lot of matchups that people are saying. I'm not super sold on it, but we do see a pretty significant amount of Riptide right now. What do you think?
I mean, we just saw Riptide beat Josh Lau on stream, right? Best
That is true.
But
That
that
is
is a
true.
favorite matchup for Riptide. But I think one critical thing about Riptide over Azalea is a lot of people don't have reps into you. So there's a lot of wins you would just get because your opponent misplays into you, not entirely certain what your hero is doing. For example, into Enigma or something, if they don't know how to navigate that matchup very well, Riptide can take that down very, very easily. And of course, we spoke about how Nu's very well represented. Well, Riptide has a very solid matchup into Nu. Nu is all about attack reactions and making things go above their base, and all of Riptide traps is live in that scenario.
I think it's a clever meta read, and I'm very curious to see what we're going to see as far as the top 8 breakdown, if any Riptide sneak in there. Same goes for Victor, honestly, where it's like the strongest Guardian right now, the one that can keep up on the aggression, with the rest of the meta pool at the moment, but so it's like if I saw Victor hit top 8, I wouldn't be shocked, but it is another one of those heroes that is strong but has an uphill battle here.
The new MST card for Victor, Visit the Goldmane Estate, or more, colloquially called Cast Homes because of how strong he can be in Victor. I mean, if you look at these top decks, right? You look at Zen, you look at Azalea, you look at Nu, you look at Enigma. Victor is winning clashes all day, every day against his heroes. So eventually he just gets a few too many gold and plays this Go Again card that redraws a card and also gives you 6 might tokens. It feels quite unfair. So Victor, another one of those sort of meta reads and kind of polarizing. He's very good into Zen. He wants to face Zens all day.
Oh, yeah.
But you play him against an Enigma, he's winning those clashes, but if you whiff on Disruption once and that 10,000-year reunion comes down, you're going to have a rough time as Victor no matter how many minds you get to create.
Yeah, I got a shot at the 8 Katsus. I've been a Katsu main since I started playing the game, and he's still strong. He is still strong. He, I don't anticipate any of those being kitty cat Katsus out there because like the same old, block puzzle breakpoint stuff that Katsu does is still valid in this meta. Is it tournament winning? We've seen it be very close to tournament winning recently. We've seen a couple second places, but is it enough to top out, especially now that people have really kind of figured out Zen? I'm curious to see how the Katsus end up doing. Dash as well, I think a hero that people are kind of excited about after a recent win with a Dash that we saw, what was that, Singapore, I think?
Battle in Singapore?
Yeah, exactly, Battle Singapore.
Dash, very popular in that region, and has a lot of success in the region too. Won a calling 2 years ago as well. That Dash, showing up, kind of has fine matchups into a lot of these heroes. The Enigma matchup is all right. I mean, T-Bone's a very, very strong card into Enigma, and into Zen. If you don't find the combo early, T-Bone firstly also very strong into them, and Pulse Wave Harpoon critically. Of these two aggro decks, Dash is the one packing more disruption, and sometimes that's just what you need to outrace the aggro opponent who typically is going to outdamage you, but if you can disrupt them, maybe you don't get there.
Oh, you never feel bad playing a hero that just has a chance of running your opponent over some games. That's when you always have that in your back pocket. That's always a good thing. And then the meta breakdown goes on from there. You can see, a little bit of Boltyn, a little bit of Kasai, Spy, Azuri. A lot of people diehards on that one. I like seeing a few Maxes in there. Another aggressive mechanologist, obviously, and it goes on from there. But we are going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, round 4 will get rolling. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back at the Fab US Nationals in just a few with a 3-0 Maxx, I've just been told. Oh, whoa, versus a what? Versus a 3-0 Boltyn Maxx versus Boltyn when we come back. Okay, well, that's going to be actually fascinating. So definitely do not go anywhere. We'll be back with that matchup here on the stream in just a moment. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back to the U.S. National Championship here for Flesh and Blood. I am Doa. With me is Pankaj, and we're about to go into round number 4. But before we do that, since you were going to see a Maxx versus a Boltyn, let's talk a little bit about the next CC deck that's coming out, the next Armory deck. It's going to be, hey, what do you know? It's Boltyn. How about that? So, I mean, I would say out of Flesh and Blood, there are a few more diehard fan bases than Boltyn players, and they're going to be getting some cool stuff with this one.
I'm really excited to see what's in this box. We've already seen a few spoilers.
Yeah.
We know there's a new defense reaction. People are calling it the new Soul Shield. People are saying you can run 6 Soul Shields in Boltyn now, which is very, very exciting. And, you know, ultimately, we saw Kayo get really good upgrades in his Armory deck. So I'm just so excited to see what Boltyn players can do. And specifically the timing, too. This is just before the next Pro Tour in Amsterdam. Could this be just a little bit of extra spice to just change the format a little bit? Suddenly Boltyn is something people need to be afraid of. It'll be very, very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. And you know, more than all that, too, it's just a great, like, jumping in point for the game, too, because let's be honest. Classic Constructed is the Cadillac of Flesh and Blood. That is the premier way to play this game. And so to be able to just pick this up, jump right into it at your local Armory, whether that's Kayo, whether that's Boltyn, I just think it's a great way to get into the game. I'm probably going to pick them up myself, too, because these are 2 heroes I don't play as much. But if I have that, I can just, like, have a deck if I want to try the hero out once in a while. So
it's so great just to have a starting point.
I'm really glad they're doing these. Yeah, very cool. But it sounds like we're getting close to being ready to move into our game. And indeed, we are Alex Tyler 3-0 on Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, maybe Breaker of Metas too today. We'll see. Versus Justin Fryar on a 3-0 Maxx, quote unquote, the hype Nitro. I did air quotes. You didn't see it, but I did do them.
I saw it. He did do them.
I feel like it's dangerous as Maxx Nitro to be sticking your tongue out like that when there's so much electricity flying around. That is a connection point for voltage that I just don't want to, you know, take that chance. But Maxx clearly is not worried about that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he powers himself up with it. I mean, maybe he's part mech. I don't know. He looks like he's a bit of a cyborg eye. Maybe it's actually his power for him.
Pretty great teeth too. He doesn't skimp on the brushing. It looks like.
And the flossing, 100%.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Maxx Nitro, yeah, really a great example for us all. Forget Boltyn. This is going to be an interesting matchup. You were about to talk about it. Go ahead. I'll let you go.
Yeah, so this matchup is really, really cool because these decks kind of do very similar things. They're both very aggro/mid-range for like the first half of the game, and then they have this combo-esque finish. Right. But they're both trying to set up different things. Maxx is trying to set up hyperdrivers to go ahead into the mech suit and then start pounding with that. Boltyn is trying to set up a bunch of soul, perhaps even a Spirit of Arena, and then suddenly hit you with a whole bunch of sword swings. And that is the weapon loadout that we see from Boltyn. You know, he's running double swords, so it does seem like he does want to do some sort of combo-esque thing, especially with Courage of Blade Hold and Gallantry Gold as well.
Yeah. And we're going to start things out on the Maxx Nitro side, I suppose. And all you want to do... Oh, okay then.
Okay.
All right, that just happened. And all right.
So, not the end of the world for Justin over here, because of course there's other copies, but also critically, new card from MST, Supercell, does let you put this Nitro Mechanoid back in the deck from your banner zone if you have enough hyperdrivers when you play that card. So, you know, even if he boosts them away, which is still very, very unlucky for him, he does have a way to get them back, but still absolutely not the start that he wants.
Yeah, you just tell yourself, like, all right, there's more. And we get the Sink Below and another block thrown out there to just help filter the hand a little bit more for Alex, and just obviously keep the health total high. And so, you know, maybe a little bit of an underwhelming turn for the Maxx player on turn 0. But again, you know, it is only turn 0, and we're still going to be able to create the hyperdriver. So, you know, you got the initial job done that you want to get done.
And that's one of the sort of downsides of Maxx, where you do get to set up on turn 0, but because that involves you needing to boost, you let your opponent filter. Like Alex overblocked on that, saying, I don't want to hold this D-React, I just want to start sending damage at you.
Right.
You are sort of forced to send an attack at me and let me filter. So sure, have your hyperdriver, but I got to redraw 2 cards. I feel like we got mulligan 2 cards, which is very, very strong.
Oh, here we go.
I think a lot of it, too, is, and I'm not as super familiar with this matchup as some of the other ones, but, you know, the question is, you know, can you put enough pressure on with Boltyn that when you get towards the end of the game and the Nitro Mechanoid does start to hit the board, you can just close it out before things get, a little bit too scary from the Maxx side of things.
And that's where Boltyn's ability is going to be very, very key over here. Maxx mostly attacks. He wants to block with mostly attacks, except for like the Supercell, which he doesn't want to block with ever. So we'll be pumping up the, those block values are effectively reduced because of Boltyn's ability over here. So Alex, going second, having a very strong start already, looking to punish Justin.
Yeah, and with another nice thing with Mechanologists, be able to throw some of that equipment out there early on and be like, all right, well, I'm still going to be able to use it. That's the thing. But, banish from the Hero's Soul, get to go again. And here comes even more damage early on.
And this one with an on-hit. And critically, we see Justin needing to block 4 on an attack that was base 3 just because he was going to be blocking with an attack and would have gone up to 4.
Right. I mean, drawing a card is so big for Boltyn, too, because it's more attacks, obviously. It's more charging potential. Just going to pass the turn there. 2 damage gets to leak through. And now we move into Maxx.
Speaking of Supercell, that's one of those right there in the pitch zone for Justin.
Yeah. You don't need it right now, I suppose. You can always come around and grab another one of those later on.
You have to wonder if he was nervous with that boost, Eric. He was like, please don't be another Mechanoid.
I mean, if that happens, then you're just like, I'm playing a card game.
Yeah.
Things like this happen in card games. You just have to accept it,
Taking 3. Okay.
All right, yeah. It throws a couple cards in front of there. Still lets a little bit of damage get through. But, again, I think if you're playing Boltyn like we talked about, you just want to do some damage on your turn, block as much as you can, set up for late game. Plan for those Luminous Ascension turns a little bit later on.
Mm-hmm.
Create a hyperdrive.
The Hyperdriver just showing off like how powerful it can be in this Maxx. They critically left him with 1 floating, 2 activate the Foundry Heart to go back up to 2 floating, and go ahead and activate the Hyperdriver. Now 2 Hyperdrivers with 2 counters each in them. That is very, very strong. Every boost now just gains him 2 resources.
You have a lot of resources and possibly a fast mech suit too.
Right now, Justin could absolutely potentially get into the mech suit because you just need to boost once, you get the resources, you can make it a driver, crank that, and then you have 3 drivers.
Yeah,
you can just go ahead.
Yeah, get it that fast.
Yep. So what'll be very telling is when Justin blocks with that headpiece, because before you go into the mech suit, you do want to make sure you've gotten all the block value from all your equipment. So once he puts that out, that's when Alex will know, oh, okay, he wants to get into the mech suit at this point. Not much Boltyn can do about it. Not really a lot of disruption in the Boltyn deck, but still, it will be a bit of a heads-up call.
Yeah, classic 0 to 60 thrown out there, and again, it's just a lot of chip damage, a lot of boost, and a lot of setup. This is an interesting matchup because both players are doing something kind of similar, where it's a lot of slight pressure and setup, And so who comes out of that pressure phase with the most damage on their opponent is going to be a big one to watch. But so far, pretty even. That's a couple large hits though coming out from Justin, being able to throw for 4 and then another 6.
And critically banishing a big Bertha off the top from the boost, getting an extra counter on those Hyperdrivers for free.
Yeah. Okay. Lex to not play the T-Bone, just pitching that instead. You want to make another Hyperdriver, moving towards the possibility of that Nitro Mechanoid ever quicker. Did we see what was in the arsenal? I didn't catch it, did you?
It was arsenal on the first turn, but yeah, I missed it as well. It could very well have been an Mechanoid.
I was going to say, what if that's the Nitro Mechanoid right there?
Though based on Justin's reaction to the first one being boosted away, it did seem like probably didn't have another one he had access to.
You might be right.
But who knows?
All right, yeah, engulfing light now, and it's another opportunity to charge, another opportunity for more go again.
Just blocked out with a firewall, which can be, could potentially be a double-edged sword. On the one hand, firewall digs you deeper to the Mechanoid, but at the same time, it could also just sink your Mechanoid to the bottom if you reveal it off the top.
Yeah, but that's just the game you're playing. If you're playing Maxx, you just have to hope. I mean, at a high level, card games are a lot of skill, but there's always variance. And there it is. It was in the arsenal after all. Wow, man, a little bit of acting coming in from Justin. Give this man his Oscar, because that is a Nitro Mechanoid that I don't think Alex was expecting.
Definitely not. Justin with his long side boost and Mechanoid, but saying, oh, no, here's the other one. Had it this whole time.
Wow.
Very, very early mech suit coming out from turn 3, Eric. Getting into the mech suit already.
So one of the faster ones I think I've seen in Flesh and Blood in a while. Not that I've watched a ton of Maxx Nitro games over the last couple months, but I believe that is one of the quicker ones out there.
Six overpower.
Oh, we even have a let's hear the Maxx sound effect. We got one. Oh my gosh. Wow. All right. There you go. We got to use it.
6 overpower. Now, normally overpower into warrior, not very, very good because they do have a lot of reacts they can block with. But Boltyn's a special kind of warrior that does have so many attacks in it that overpower the text could actually be very, very relevant. And now at this point, with the mech suit up and running, what Justin's looking for is one of those high octane turns. He just wants to high octane, make a bunch of action points, just attack again and again with Mechanoid. Kind of do what Boltyn wants to do, but sort of faster and better. Just kill you on one turn with a whole bunch of damage.
Mechanoid Ascension, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of Ascensions, Alex has one of those in his hand.
Yeah, but is it time? Is it time, do you think, yet?
It's with 3
Not a Boltyn player, so.
So one of the rough things about the Boltyn combo is that you do need a lot of soul.
Yeah.
Lumina does refresh your soul as you hit, but when the opponent's already in the Mechanoid, remember the Mechanoid blocks as well, so it can like stop you from getting enough soul you need to go as wide as you want to.
Yeah, I feel like with 3, you're kind of on the edge, you know?
You're rolling the dice a little.
Yeah. But then again, when your opponent plays a Mechanoid out on turn 3, you know, maybe you decide, okay, well, if they're going, I have to go. Unless you think you can play the defensive game for a couple turns, continue to build, and then do that, but then it's just sitting in your hand for a while.
Yeah.
I think you just go here, but again, I'm not a Boltyn player, so I can't tell you definitively.
The other risky thing is that when do you pop the equipment? Because you don't want to pop those on just a single Lumina. You want at least 2, hopefully 3 to get over the Mechanoid. So you can't just pop the equipment on one Lumina. Honestly, it's even debatable whether you want to play that Lumina this turn at all. Just pitch it and find it later with a Beacon of Victory.
Yeah.
Because if you're just playing one Lumina turn by turn, you will just get outvalued by the Mechanoid. You need to have that one big push that gains you a bunch of life and deals a whole bunch of damage.
Mm-hmm.
I lose the game on the spot.
Yeah, Alex, I mean, like, you know, kind of talking about it, he's put in this position that you don't expect to be put. I don't think when he arrived here today, he was expecting to fight a turn 3 Mechanoid, or maybe even to face a Maxx in general. There's only, what, 5 in the event right now?
I mean, we came here today. I don't think we were expecting Boltyn Maxx undefeated going into the last round of CC.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a testament to just how wide the meta is right now. And you know, also to when you're very dedicated to your hero or your class, you can just make it work. You can just be that good with that, you know? It's like the old adage, you know, I'm not afraid of the man who's practiced 10,000 different kicks, but one kick 10,000 times, right?
Flesh and Blood has definitely been one of the games that rewards specialists a lot, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Absolutely.
To diehard fans of these heroes, you have to imagine bring them in a meta where people were discounting them a whole bunch. You see them in the representation as well, but these two players saying 3-0, they're right here.
Mm-hmm.
We'll grab a Lumina.
A lot of artist signature cards over there on the Alex side of things too. That is cool. I think this game has some of the best art in card games right now. So great to see all the artists involved.
Looks like Alex feeling the pressure of it going off. Use the beacon, fetching a Lumina, has a Lumina in hand as well, and use the snaps very critically. Using a snaps on his engulfing light instead of a card from Soul because he knows he's going to need those cards in Soul to give the swords go again.
Right. Yeah, I need to capitalize on this turn as much as possible, and you know. And the other thing is, like, this might be one of those situations where if you don't use it now and you just keep getting pounded by the Mechanoid, you know, are you going to wish you'd used it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Gallantry. All right. Courage of Blade Hold, of course, getting popped, and there's the double Lumina. So this is the bread and butter turn for Boltyn's. But with only 2 cards in Soul, you know, how will it turn out? How will it pan out here?
And very, very importantly, that Lumina, playing the Lumina, did break the chain. He does not have the Spirit of Arena in place, so it does break the chain, which means Justin can block with that Mechanoid once again, because, you know, it just goes back and now he can block with it. So that'll probably come in very handy to block out these swords, because, yeah, Alex just had 2 Soul. He needs one of these next 2 swords to hit for him to, you know, continue the turn and actually make use of the Lumina and popping all that equipment.
Yeah. 5 damage hot streak always looks a little bit strange, but here we are.
Yep. Although, of course, putting an attack in front of this hot streak will give it go again for this entire turn.
Yes.
Which means he won't need Soul anymore. So Justin needs to figure out a way to block this without using any attacks. And that can be very, very difficult for a deck like Maxx. High Octane Supercell does run a few non-attacks for him to deny the Soul from this hot streak. But Alex...
Not a ton, though, is it?
Yeah. Alex taking the risk of you saying you probably need to block this with an attack, in which case I'm just going to go again for the whole turn. Or you're just going to let it hit and I get my Soul and I can just go.
Yeah. sometimes you just have to soak some damage, and Justin confident in his hand so far, at least confident that he can use his hand to do more effective blocking later on. And yeah, of course, because of the setup, that's going to be 2 cards in soul off the top, and more attacks coming in, yeah.
That was a very heads-up play by Alex over there. He took a risk with the hot streak of being low on soul, but just saying, you probably don't have a way to block this without giving me go again anyway.
Yeah.
If you don't block it, I get enough soul to give it go again, so we're just going to go pop off right now.
I mean, it's like we're definitely seeing 2 masters of their crafts here on these heroes, because you don't go 3-0 in a tournament like this with these heroes without knowing what you're doing.
The last time here on this one for 5.
So 5 again.
Sword can come in 3 times. This is so much damage. And he's gaining life this whole time as well. And critically also filling up that soul. Celestial Cataclysm, we see one of those pieces in his soul. After you've comboed off, that is one of your key pieces to actually finish out the game. Because that's the way Boltyn plays. Combo them down to sub 10 and then finish them off with big Celestial Cataclysms in the end.
Right.
Or big Beacon of Victories as well. Very, very strong cards when you have a whole bunch of soul.
Every time I'm playing against Boltyn and this happens, I'm like, you got how many attacks? Like, really?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Can I read that again?
And they're all free and bumped by Gallantry Goal. It does feel like you're cheating a little, but at the same time, Maxx with high octane and hit you 6 times with Mechanoid. So, both players just showing off the combo potential of these decks.
Yeah, it's a fun pairing for sure. Another couple in the soul. Yeah, taking a look at that Lumina Ascension there in case you didn't get to read it all the first time.
Yep. And now the Saber comes in, another 3 attacks for 5 minimum. If Justin blocks an attack, it gets pumped for the entire turn.
Right.
Both by its own effect and Boltyn's ability.
Yeah, I mean, this is another one of those situations where it's especially hard to block because you're just giving your opponent so much when you do. It's like, are you really even reducing the incoming damage by all that much, right?
2 sinks sent to the bottom line from the Lumina, so no life gain off of that.
Yeah.
And no extra soul either, but Alex right now has plenty of soul to work with.
I think Alex picked the perfect time to go off like this. It's okay. It's certainly working out so far. 37-13. The life gain just keeps going up. 38 now, of course.
That is the second Cataclysm, though, and that that can really affect his late game to try and close out the game. Second Cataclysm and 1 Beacon of Victory in that soul as well. Those are key cards for him to be able to, finish out the game and actually bring your opponent down to 0.
Yeah.
So he's gonna really need to rely on the remaining copies of those cards. He already used 1 Beacon too to make this turn happen, so you just have 1 Beacon and 1 Celestial Cataclysm left.
So the question going forward then is, on that note, did he get Justin low enough at 13 health to be able to close it out? Because, now Justin gets to hit the gas pedal, right?
Yep.
And there's that T-bone, too.
This will be coming in
Yeah, so you're going to kind of force the block.
I'll give you the equipment. And then
Playing the recharge, didn't have a hyperdriver to put a counter on, but this is again one of those non-attacks that he can potentially block with and deny Boltyn his ability.
Very true.
I'll take 4.
Alex at 38. Yeah, sure, I'll take 4. You're at 13.
Yeah, I mean, life is a resource now for Alex, and you can certainly spend that to gain, card advantage. Just keep stuff in your hand. Hyperdriver created.
Will crank.
And he kind of has to, because once Justin finds that high octane, Justin will come right back with his own 30 damage turn. And now Alex's game plan is close out the game before Justin finds that, keep my cards and as much damage as possible. I don't want to let him combo off into me. And also need to figure out how to deal enough damage, because I did just, blow quite a bit on the Luminas.
Yeah, just taking 6 from the Mechanoid. I mean, you've exactly, right? You've gained that life real estate to be able to just take that damage and then try to swing back as hard as you possibly can.
Prayer of Bologna coming up over here. Alex rolling the dice a little bit. Let's see if he gets that yellow off the top.
I mean, you got a pretty good chance, right? But sometimes,
Yep.
all right. Sometimes it doesn't pan out. Moving on. We'll pretend that didn't happen.
Still gives +2 to the Engulfing Light, which means he can activate Boltyn to give it go again. So, Prayer missed, but the buff is still very, very important because he can go ahead and give it go again and present more threats, which is exactly, that's the game plan he needs to do right now. He just needs to send that damage. Don't let Justin set up his own combo turn.
Yeah, a little over a third of the remaining life for Justin, represented here in this attack too. It's something you got to take seriously. Goes go ahead and take a bit. Goes down to 11, and now the Centauri Saber will swing in.
I'll move to Arsenal.
All right, and that'll just be a little bit more damage. So down to 9 is Justin, as Alex ends the turn. And what's it going to be? Oh, okay. All right, now we're going.
That's a high octane from Justin. How much can he boost this turn? We saw him use a Twin Drive earlier. Does he have another one to really just get real high on action points?
If there was going to be a moment, this was going to be it. Okay.
Recharge.
Yep. Recharge into
Jumpstart.
Jumpstart, right?
So looking like potentially no Twin Drive unless he's just hiding it. But for now, going up to 2 action points, you have to wonder that he probably has a few other boost cards. This has been so exciting. We just saw the Boltyn combo off, and now we're seeing Justin combo off with the Maxx.
We've gotten 2 very good games so far. That one's going to swing in for 9, that Jumpstart here. But again, look at Alex's life total. He's so far ahead in health right now that I almost, how much will he actually really want to block this?
Well, if this is 9 on the combat chain, and if Justin has 2 more boost cards, that is 4 swings of the Mechanoid coming in for 6 overpower each time.
That is true.
Alex had 28 to begin with, but that's still 9 on the combat chain. Like, Justin is potentially very much threatening lethal at this point.
You got to do math sometimes, and and I was an art major, so that's a struggle for me. It's a big struggle.
It really comes down to whether those remaining 2 cards are both boost cards for Justin. That he can play as well. This Maxx list does run a lot of expensive boost cards, like the Big Berthas and the Throttles, and he just has 1 floating right now. So he needs 2 cheap boost cards to really power up and be able to swing the Mechanoid 4 times this turn. And I believe that's the math Alex is doing right now.
Probably. I don't think we can make any assumptions by Justin's demeanor here. He's been shown to be an excellent actor. And so, it's a combination of poker face and it's a combination of misdirection from the social side of things.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he's just holding on to another Mechanoid. And it's actually just a dead card, but he's just playing it so stoic.
You never know. He's the man of mystery over here. Yeah. What's it going to be?
Taking 9.
Wow. I mean, that's what I was wondering. I mean, so you got to use that life at this point, but still, that is going to hurt. Okay. All right. Now redo the math.
So 2 boost cards or 1 boost card that says you get to boost twice. So now Alex, it's all face up. Alex knows he's able to swing the Mechanoid 4 times, each time with overpower. This is definitely lethal that Justin is able to present over here.
It should be, right? I mean,
6, 12, 18, 24, 29.
There's the math.
29 more damage coming Alex's way with 4 of the swings coming in for 6 with overpower as well.
It's not great. So 29, 6, 12, 18.
Yeah, not great. I agree with Alex there. That's one way to look at it.
Yep. So importantly, that will consume a lot of the Nitro Mechanoid charges as well. And that's the other thing. Both these heroes sort of had these combo finishes, but it does cost them quite a bit of resources. So if Alex can survive this, then we'll be seeing both players at low life thresholds trying to play out their own post-combo games and trying to get there. Mech with the consistent boost and Alex with the Boltyn ability saying blocking an attack is very difficult for you.
Yeah, it's like what happens when Super Saiyan ends. You just go back to being a regular guy. Then and the hits aren't as strong, but you still have to worry about it a little bit. But I mean, can Alex live through this turn? That's the first question here. It seems. Oh, go ahead.
So with 4 3 blocks and what was that, 29 damage coming in, you can block 12 of it.
Yeah.
And you take 17. You go down to 2.
Yeah, it seems like you can barely squeak it out.
But 1 block remaining on the headpiece as well.
Yeah. Yep. Still not in the greatest spot. And now it begins.
Justin, of course, remembering to use his 2 floating, using the Maxx ability. Remember, all the weapons and all the equipment have gone into the Mechanoid, but he still has the Maxx hero ability to go ahead and make hyperdrivers.
Yep. It's our first 6 overpower now.
Yep.
And once again.
3 take 3.
And yep. You're the 3 take 3. Taking half the damage from that attack every single time. And another one, yep.
Oh, and that's a 3rd beacon.
Yeah.
That affects Alex's own post-combo finish.
Yeah, it does. It's looking a little bit grim for Alex here, but the game's not quite over yet.
And just as we said, Alex blocking 12, going all the way down to 2. Justin with just 2 charges left on the Mechanoid. Remember, the second one will only come in for 5 instead of 6 because it will banish away that arms piece.
Yeah.
So both players post-combo game plan right now. Very, very exciting. Justin, of course, in the driver's seat still has 2 hyperdrivers, and Maxx, card pool just has go again stapled everywhere.
We asked the question earlier, if Alex had done enough damage during that double Lumina turn to, close out the game, and it looks like it wasn't quite enough. It's not quite over yet, but at 2 health remaining for Alex, it's just so
Here's where we might see Overpower just close out the game.
Yeah, totally. Yep.
If Alex doesn't find the reacts on that 6 attack.
I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Yeah, pitches another Mechanoid. You don't need it anymore. That's it. The fist bump is out there. Justin wants to do it all proper. Gets the Mechanoid on the combat chain. There's a fist bump. And so Justin Fryar will go to 4-0 on Maxx, the Hype, Nitro. And I'm feeling it right now. That's a 4-0 Maxx. That was a turn 3 Mechanoid. The dream game kind of for Maxx Nitro. That said, I mean, we still saw a lot of pressure being put on him. Axel did a good job of keeping it close, but it's a little bit too strong from the Maxx side.
That was hype for sure. Maxx really living up to the name over there. What a just amazing game, amazing showcase of both these heroes, to be honest. I love that we just saw a double Illumina turn into a high-octane Nitro Mechanoid turn on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting matchup because, again, they play similar but different in a certain way where it's like they're kind of trying to achieve the same things with their cards, but then that's when the little things start mattering, right? That's when the individual blocks in the first couple turns of the game start to come back to haunt you a little bit sometimes. That's when having to give up one of your beacons early as a block will come back to haunt you, and you run that matchup a bunch of times, they're probably going to end up going 50-50, I feel like, but this time around ended up going Justin's way.
Yeah, both heroes have all these little ways to get edges over the other. Boltyn with the hero ability saying, most of your deck is attacks, you're probably going to bump this or you can't block me effectively ever. Yeah. And Maxx saying, well, I have this endgame with Overpower and you are a warrior that doesn't run too many reacts and non-actions, so this Overpower is actually very important evasion against you. It's really, really cool how these decks are, in a sense, mirrors of each other. They also both play with the Banish Zone. Boltyn, with putting a bunch of cards in Soul, and Maxx banishing cards from the deck. They're both turboing through their decks very, very, very quickly. It is fascinating.
So, on that note, another fascinating element coming up. We've got our backup match we're going to throw to right now. Levia versus Kayo, I believe I heard.
Ooh.
Both, of course, 3-0 players. Let's jump into that right now and see where we're at. Bryan Knecht on the 3-0 Kayo. And Chris Iaali, SoCal native, guy I've played against a bunch of times down there in Armories. He's on Levia today. This is also the player that took second to the first World Championship, too. So, no slouch at all. 40v40 health. Let's get going.
Very, very strong player is Chris Iaali. And Bryan, with a very, very strong start, just discarding 2 windups, setting up. You not only want to go second in a tempo-y matchup, but when a deck like KO, and you can potentially set up on turn 0, it's not too big of a downside.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
Yeah. And very critically, also denying Chris from filling up the yard. When you attack a Levia on turn 0, it can be very, very risky because you let him fill up yard and turn on a bunch of the cards. But he did not give Chris Iaali that space at all. And we're seeing that over here. What all Chris can do is send a beast with it. He did set up an Agility of Might of his own, but this is not how you really want to start when you're going second.
Yeah, I mean, do you feel like with Levia 2, you are a little bit short on time against a deck like KO that, it kind of thrives on putting the pressure on? So I feel like you would be a little bit concerned from that front, too.
Especially when they open with an agility as well. But Levia does have the better armor suite between the two heroes, between Flashback and Husk. She can sort of buy herself that time as well. And when it comes to power turns, Levia simply has more of them. With Art of Wars and Blood Rush Bells, KO pretty much just has Blood Rush, maybe Castborn sometimes, but compared to Levia, especially with Shadow Realm Horror now in the list as well, they can just have more power turns and have the better armor suite, and that is how Chris Iaali, those are turns Chris Iaali needs to, sort of overcome the deficit of not having a great going second turn.
Yeah, the Bare Fangs bread and butter card from KO coming in now. Another thing I'm really curious about with this matchup is what is the point where we're going to see the Scowling Fleshblade used by each player? Because in a matchup like this, that seems like a crucial game-winning or losing decision. Oh, that hurts. Goodbye, BRB. No BRB for that BRB.
So this already had go again of the agility, this Bare Fangs, but Bryan definitely said not only to miss out the 2 damage on the Bare Fangs, but miss out on one of his power cards. We spoke about how Levia has just more power turns than KO, and Bryan just discarded one of those right off the top. You have to imagine that was right off the top, because if that was in his hand, he would have just played it. So
yeah, of course,
Bryan getting a bit unlucky, just showing one of the downsides of this KO deck. A big mainstay of the meta, second most represented deck in the room today, third most represented, I believe, second being Azalea. But just showing one of the downsides, one of the pitfalls of this hero. You can't just, variance can sometimes just get you.
Oh, we talked about it, with Maxx as well. Like anything any deck you're banishing things off the top with, you're gonna eventually hit the stuff you don't want. I mean, even Zen is a little bit vulnerable to that point too, where you play like an Ancestral Harmony and you tip over your Jade Tiger domain, and you're like, well, great, that's gone now.
The number of times I've seen people hit Ancestral Harmony and banish an Artivore, it's soul crushing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or any Ancestral. I think I did it 3 out of 4 times in my last armory. not Artivore, but something I couldn't use. So
that just sounds like a skill issue to me, Eric. I don't know.
You're right. It is actually a skill issue. I'm not going to deny that. Yeah, there's a reason I'm in the booth and not over at the player table. Wild Ride comes in.
So one thing we need to call out about the sequencing from Bryan over there, because he whiffed on discarding a 6, he couldn't swing the Claw after the Bear Fangs. He had to swing the Wild Ride first and then end with the Claw if he wants to do that, which, is just putting him more at risk, like, once again, because not only do you not know if you might whiff off the top again, you also don't get to guarantee, like, what your arsenal is going to be.
Right.
But,
you make the best of it. I mean, if you've played as many games as I'm sure Bryan has played on KO, you know these situations, and you're like, the lines of play where it's like, okay, I do have to change the order of things. I might miss out on a little bit of damage, but that just happens sometimes. Move on to the next turn. Turns like this are not ideal, but you're not going to get a lot of players being flustered by it at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, and another Wild Ride hitting too, so coming out. So, all right, yeah.
Yep.
Gonna be able to keep going.
Yeah, now he's at the back. It's a very, very strong turn from Bryan over here. He did whiff on the first Bear Fangs, missed out 2 damage, but this was still
second Bear Fangs. Yeah,
8 into 6 into 8. Very, very, very strong. A total of 22 damage of the full 5 card. Not even using any power card. This is not using the Sash, not using Blood Rush.
Mm-hmm. I think you'd be very happy with this turn at the end of the day with Bryan, even though you had some rough elements to it. Still, you're getting a lot of damage done, and it's going to be the boots thrown in front of this one.
Especially when Chris is representing that he wants to hold his hand, just sending as much damage as he can.
Yeah.
But of course, this is sort of the damned if you do, damned if you don't situation Brute sometimes puts you in. They have a lot of arsenal disruption, send packings, and CNCs. So, so sometimes against them, you might want to block, but you kind of still need to just hold your cards in case they end off around those arsenal disruption pieces. So Chris holding those cards, you can't really know whether he wants to set up for power turn or if he's just preparing to block some disruption.
I mean, it is just a lore appropriate play too. If you just two brutes just taking big shots at each other each turn and like, I'm not gonna bother blocking. Oh, hey, there we go. All right, Blood Rush Bellow comes down to start off Chris Iaali's turn, so not a bad start at all for any brute.
Especially on the turn where you already started the turn with an agility.
Yeah.
Very, very strong. And, we spoke about the flashback. You're talking about when it will come out. This could very much be where it comes out. Levia is at 20 and just started turn with a Blood Rush on an agility turn. That flashback could easily be worth up to 8 to 10 points of value if you hit the correct thing.
Absolutely, yeah. This is probably the turn where you want to try to get something out of their hand with that. So we'll see if it comes down as a block a little bit later. Right now, Chris kind of deciding what his line of play is going to be, it looks like.
Yeah, normally when you Blood Rush, you just want to go claw into claw, but he has that agility still floating. Doesn't want to waste that value on the agility, so possibly wondering whether he should start with an attack from hand first instead of the claw consuming the go again. But to some extent, that can potentially leave you susceptible to flashback as well, because he's using more cards out of your hand to begin with.
Right. Oh, Art of War from Arsenal too. Okay, we're going real big this turn, maybe.
And here's where he gets to use one of the less used modes on Art of War and Levia. Typically, you'll say go again and banish draw 2.
Right.
And Levia, but because he already has the agility, he's just saying, I'm going to get +1 on his Art of War. Not something you see Levias do often, but very, very powerful when they can line it up.
Yeah, for sure. You'll take that extra point of damage.
Yep. Critically also just turns off Blood Debt. Doesn't need to, banish cards from the graveyard to turn off Blood Debt. You just banish the 6. That CNC is out of there.
Yep.
Not a card you want to play on a Blood Rush turn already because it's not a Brute attack. Doesn't get the additional power from the Blood Rush. So turns off Blood Debt. Gets rid of a card he doesn't want to play on a Blood Rush turn anyway. Very, very strong start to this turn for Chris Iaali.
Yeah, well manufactured. Since this is our backup game, we don't have access to the hand cams like we do on the main table. So a little bit of kind of waiting and seeing what hits the board here, but no doubt Chris has something in mind. Otherwise, it might be a tricky hand too. It's hard to say. We'll find out.
Levia has been known to brick a few times.
You definitely can. Yeah.
Yep. The thing about these power cards is that they're very, very strong, but when you draw too many of them at the same time, you see a hand with like 2 Blood Rushes and 2 Art of Wars, and you actually just cry and you die inside, and then you die to Blood Dead too. So.
Yeah, you feel very obligated though to play out the Art of War this turn, even if your hand isn't the greatest, because again, you mentioned the Arsenal hate from Kayo. That is a legitimate concern. So sometimes you just have to sort of send it. And hope you can end up with a decent damage turn. Obviously, swinging for 6 with your claw is never a bad thing.
So it looks like Chris did elect to not get value from the agility over here, just being consumed on this claw, which already had go again, saying, okay, I don't need it. So he just has the Art of War +1
It's not a concern
on any attack action cards.
Yeah, it's not a concern apparently.
Yep.
Has some go again ready to go.
And he did start the turn discarding a red Dread Screamer to the Blood Rush, and he's pitched another Dread Screamer over here, so you have to wonder, maybe he just potentially has the go again that he needs. He's saying, you know what, this is fine, I don't need to cash the agility in. For an attack action card, I can just hide the damage I'm doing, and that makes the flashback decision from Bryan a little more difficult as well. You see your opponent holding 3 cards, less likely they're going to be sniping something very, very relevant.
Yeah, so do you wait and then maybe play it on like the second attack or something like that? It's a tough choice, right? Because like you could miss out on the chance to hit something you'd really want to hit, but at the same time, you don't want to miss either. And he's going to go ahead and throw the sash and the boots in front of that. Okay.
One other thing to point out, Bryan is still at 34, and Levia does have plenty of power cards. The other thing about these power cards, the Art of Wars and Blood Rush Bellows, is that because they draw so many cards, it draws you into your next power turn very, very quickly as well. So Bryan probably still has chances later in this game to capitalize on a flashback, saying, you know what, I have enough of a life total, let me use this as a resource for now, and later on play that flashback. Because once that flashback is off the table, that makes Chris's turns so much simpler to navigate. So Bryan, with very heads up play, being very disciplined in a flashback, oftentimes you see your opponent have a power turn, you just put that on. But he's saying, but that makes your future turns so much easier, and I know you're going to draw into more power turns because you're a Levia.
Yeah.
So he's saying, I'm going to keep making you play around this card just by leaving it up.
Hey, I mean, you got to keep saying it. Health is a resource. Health is a commodity to spend when you need to spend. But oh my gosh, you might be spending a lot here with 11 coming in from this swing big. And, I feel like Levia is just kind of a little bit bad manner, just showing off that she has 2 arms. KO as well. That's just mean, Levia. Come on. We already know. You don't have to send both claws at him.
Yeah, not being very sensitive out there is Levia. Looks like Bryan took most of the damage without giving any card from hands. A 4-card harm from over here. Flashback still available on both sides. Both players just showing the discipline they have around their equipment. And as life total gets low for Chris Iaali, one thing we have to point out is the flip into Plasma Fett as well. Currently, he is at the life total where he could potentially threaten the flip, but he just has nothing in his banish zone right now that he even wants to play off the Plasma Fett. So if Bryan can get him to that below 13, without him even having a good flip, and that could be one way that Bryan can potentially get the edge over the more power turns that Levia has.
It has been a little bit of a strange game from the banish zone situation for Chris's side, and I do wonder how that's going to affect it a little bit later. Yeah, it's a pulping thrown in now from Bryan. The Bone Breaker is going to be tossed in front of that at least.
With Dominate and Go again if it's defended by fewer than 2 cards. Levia not known for running D-Reacts really, so very, very likely this is going to get that Go again.
Yep. I would kind of be surprised if it doesn't.
Yep.
Oh, is it? Are we reaching for the flashback? Maybe reaching for the Carrion Husk as well. Do you want to really? You want to really try to tailor the damage, like you said, to have the opportunity to transform later on. And yeah, it's going to be the flashback. Okay.
Oh.
And another and a card from hand thrown in too.
Yeah, not on a power turn, not on like a Cast Bones or Blood Rush turn from Bryan either. Chris Sam is going to cash this now because that is one of the things you sometimes have to do as Levia. You're playing around these life thresholds. You're playing around the Plasma Fett flip. You're playing around the Karen Husk potentially is blowing up and you're not getting value out of it. So sometimes you really just make these plays. And also Bryan is at 16. So he's just saying, I'll catch this in now and maybe I get you low enough that you just can't keep a hand to Blood Rush anyway. So maybe this is my best flashback turn.
I think that's the hope from Chris. I think you're right there. All right, yeah, just going to throw into the claw and one might kind of wonder what the final card in hand is. Does Chris feel incentivized to block this? Looks like he's planning on it. Yeah. Okay. So down to a 2-card hand, one in arsenal right now for Iaali. And, is there a chance to turn that into a very scary moment for Bryan here? But I like the idea of maintaining your health pool at a point where you're ahead, at a point where you're, again, maybe this next turn you just don't do a lot. You continue to try to set up for the flip.
Yeah, but Bryan now gets to play a post-flashback game, which is extremely liberating for anyone who's played against that card. It is so... It just makes a lot of your play lines very narrow when you constantly have to play on the card to not get blown up. Now Bryan gets to say, oh, you no longer have flashback.
As a Ninja player, it's one of my literally least favorite cards in the whole game.
Yeah,
so I definitely appreciate the post-flashback gameplay.
For Warriors, too, it's,
Yeah.
it's such a pain to continuously play around the card. So Bryan probably breathing a sigh of relief knowing he doesn't need to play around that, but still needs to play around, Karen Husk.
Yeah.
And potentially the flip.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now, with this Hungering Slaughter Beast, that's a few more Blood Debt cards that has gone into Chris's banner zone. Now that flip looks slightly more tempting. Still not super amazing, but with the opponent at 16, maybe you just need that 1 or 2 cards played out from a banner zone to get over there, because that is, incredible card advantage in what is effectively an aggro mid-range mirror.
Yeah, it seems like the play is to just slow it down for a turn and then, see what they present the next turn. Hopefully not take as much damage and then go into the flip. Just double checking on the status of the graveyard.
Yep. Looks like 1 miss was banished from the Hungering Slaughter Beast. I believe I saw the Blood Rush over there. So still a couple of misses in Chris's graveyard. Actually, the Flashback is in there, that Smashback Ailhorn is in there, and that Art of War as well. So that is 3 misses in there, which is a very scary number of misses to have there, because you could just banish 3 misses and die to Blood Debt. So
it's possible.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple blocks being thrown in here. Yeah, you're going to add a little bit of might to that too, it looks like. Yeah. Okay, so the other thing too for Chris is now we know he's down to 1 possible Blood Rush Bellow in his deck as well. So the power turns are slightly less likely too.
I think we've seen 1 Blood Rush and 1 Art of War from Chris.
Yes, yeah, because it was the Art of War from Arsenal. He played the Blood Rush from hand. Another Blood Rush ended up in his Banner Stone. Did that go from his graveyard though?
Yeah. Okay. That Blood Rush was from the graveyard.
Right.
So
okay.
Still has power turns.
I just woke up, right?
But Bryan still has flashback. Oh, and we're seeing a Sash pop.
Okay, so we're going for it. We're going for a little bit more damage here this turn. More attacks at least.
And that is very, very important for Bryan to do as Chris gets to that critical life threshold where he wants to try and flip. You want to pressure that as much as possible. Ideally, you want to make them block with Husk before the turn they get to flip. Because if they get to flip and they still have Husk to protect their hand after they've already flipped, that's exactly the spot that they want to be in. So you don't want to give that to them. You want to make them block with the Husk to be able to stay above 13 to go ahead and make the flip. But then they don't have the Husk after they have flipped. So Bryan really recognizing the life threshold against Chris Iaali on his Levia over here.
Yeah, seems that way. Question is, will the discount from the Sash give him enough wide potential to put enough pressure on that flip won't even help Chris that much?
Looking like not starting with a Blood Rush, but still starting Wild Ride for 8. This time did not whiff.
Yeah.
Did get the go again.
8 is still solid. 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal, it looks like, for Bryan at the moment, from what we can see.
Yep, and 8 demands at least 1 block. You can't just no block this, because then he will go down to below the critical 13-point life threshold, unless he's electing just not to flip to consume this game. That could very much be a line that Chris Iaali ends up going for if he's recognizing opponents still at 13. However, they still have flashbacks, so it can be potentially risky, and this is the sort of decisions Levias have to make. One of the reasons why she's such a tricky hero to pilot.
Yeah. And Chris always seems to like those kind of heroes, too. So he's definitely in his element, but this kind of game, it does get a little bit scary, taking a long time to decide blocks here. But, I mean, we're very much at the point where, the wrong card blocked at the wrong time can determine the game, right? So you do need to take a little bit more time at this point.
Definitely not a matchup that's going to go to time. These 2 Brood Mirrors.
No.
Honestly, very, very aggro mid-range. Honestly, this play style that we've been seeing so far, I've been loving it. And both heroes, they're not just always keeping 5-card hands. It's not like a ninja mirror.
Yeah.
It is really just like a little more mid-rangey. They're still blocking 1 card, still using a life as a resource pretty aggressively, but they're not just always keeping 5-card hands. It's more like keeping 3 to 4 card hands to send back. It's very, very amazing gameplay and it has so many decision points.
It's like the beauty of the Brute. It's the beauty of Guardian, right? Where you have the ability to have 2-card hands and still threaten, 8 to 10 damage per turn. That's a good amount, your 8 to 10 damage is kind of, I would say, pretty. I would say that is a good turn. If you, no matter what your hand size is, if you can throw out that much consistently, that's a amount that your opponent's going to be a little bit afraid of, right? Obviously, we see decks go much higher than that, but as a baseline, if you can do that with 2 cards, you're in good shape, and that's kind of what Brute and Guardian seem to kind of be designed to do.
Bryan taking a look at Chris's Banish and Graveyard as Chris takes a moment to figure out how he wants to block this.
Mm-hmm. Taking a long time to figure out how to block this one. Big decision here for Chris Iaali.
Looks like he just took 8. He went down to 12. He's saying, all right, we will not flip this game. It's fine. He made the call saying, my Banish Zone just isn't powerful enough. The flip isn't worth it. How I need to block to navigate to make the flip happen is simply not worth it. Saying, I'm down to 12. Now he does have to block. He does have to block with Husk this turn if he wants value from it. Otherwise, it's just going to blow up at the start of his turn because he has fallen below 13.
Yeah. But I mean, with what Bryan's kind of signaling here, that you are going to have more attacks coming in. There are going to be more opportunities to block with that Carrion Husk. So, I think as far as that goes, it's a wise move to be like, yeah, I'm gonna need it this turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the issue.
So goes ahead and just playing Assault and Battery. Looks like he's not beating Chest, and that Assault and Battery, of course, costing 2 because of that sash that was popped earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and Combat Chain close. Is that where we're going to end the turn? It looks like it might be with that Assault and Battery finishing it off, drawing in the chest, not causing any damage to Chris Iaali. Yep, there's a draw off. And now, so over to Chris's turn. I really wonder what this hand is going to be, because it's a big hand.
Yeah,
I believe he's got the full grip plus the arsenal, and so this is. Do you think this is the turn where you really try to win it? Yeah, apparently it is. There's a Blood Rush Bellow. We're going for it.
So 2 things over here. Pitching a yellow instead of a blue, potentially risky. Levias, their resource base is usually 20 of each color. Mm-hmm. He might not draw into resource over here. He's taking a bit of a gamble, but that is a Brute life. We saw, Bryan miss earlier. That you just have to gamble sometimes. But also critically, Bryan still has a flashback on this Blood Rush turn. Opponent's at 12, you are at 13. We can almost certainly expect he's going to snap block that on the first thing that Chris sends.
Yeah, you got to get a card out of the hand, for sure. Going in with the first claw to start things out with.
Looks like he did find a blue.
Yep.
Did Chris Iaali.
Got the resources, yeah.
Yep.
All right. 5 because of the Blood Rush Bell. And then, like you called, immediately throwing out the Scalding Fleshbag. And, throwing the boots again. What's it going to be?
Now Bryan wants to say, okay, now I'm going to block my flashback here because my game plan is to not let you have another power turn, which means this is my best chance to block the flashback to begin with.
Yeah.
What a close game.
Seriously. Yeah, really good decision-making, though, I think, on the blocks on Bryan's side, though. Second claw coming in for 5 once again because of the Blood Rush Bellow. It's in the graveyard.
So now that Levia is below that 13-point life threshold, very critically, she does need to continuously turn off Blood Debt turn after turn if she wants to stay alive.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
I don't believe she's turned off Blood Debt this turn.
Well, you have to...
That was Claw, Slithering Shadowbreed. Blood Debt is not turned off, and he's below 13, so he can't flip into Plasma Fed and avoid taking Blood Debt anymore. He's going to be taking a bit of Blood Debt. The Husk is minimum 1. I believe I saw Boneyard Marauder there as well. So that's minimum 2 points, if not more, from anything else that's in there. Chris Iaali is kind of towing that line that Levia players have to do, where he's just like, didn't manage to turn off Blood Debt, you end up taking a bunch of damage.
I mean, yeah, because how can you hope, and there's the arsenal. How can you hope to, block enough, be taking that Blood Debt, still present lethal the next turn? It's a really tough spot for Chris right now, but Bryan's got to be ecstatic. I mean, again, we went back to that earlier conversation about when do you block with the headpiece and how much of an impact that has. Well, I'd say that had a pretty major impact on this game.
Quite a big one.
Bryan's side, yeah.
So Chris ended up taking 2 from that Blood Debt, going down to 10, Bryan at 2. Now, one interesting evolution of these Brute lists is that as they've started getting stronger and stronger cards, they've actually started cutting Reckless Swing. So going down to 2 against a Brute at this point is not as risky as it used to be.
Yeah.
I believe a lot of Levia lists don't have that card anymore. So Bryan's saying, I'm going to take that risk, just go down to 2, and come in with my own Blood Rush Bellow.
Wow. All right. Well, Brute versus Brute. This is what's going to happen. Blood Rush into Blood Rush.
Yep. And he did start by pitching a blue to his Blood Rush. Now, his game plan with Chris having, not having flipped yet, he's going to try and pressure Chris and just say, you have to turn off Blood Debt every turn. That is not downside Levia. You have all these power turns, but you need to continuously turn off Blood Debt if you miss that flip, which Chris has. So that 2 Blood Debt in his banish zone, if Bryan is able to rip all the cards from Chris's hand, that 2 Blood Debt is going to be a clock that's just ticking him down and ticking him down.
Yeah, and I mean, here's where Bryan shows us, too, that Kayo really excels with coming in with a couple Might tokens on top of the Blood Rush, just presenting so much damage out of the first card even. And then, whatever else he has to follow up with. So at 10 health, I mean, Chris might very well be facing 10 damage from whatever this is. We don't know what it is yet, but with +4 already, could be pretty big. Probably will be pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
What's it going to be from Bryan?
Taking a moment to think. That likely signals he potentially didn't draw enough resources to do what he wants to do. Because normally the play line is you draw resources and then you can just send your claw in and send potentially 1 to 2 other things.
Right.
Tanking a little. Also potentially, just making sure he's getting his play line right. This is the U.S. National Championships. This is the last round of CC. You want to make sure you sequence perfectly well. You don't want to beat yourself up over it afterwards by, just making a minor misplay because you tried to play too quickly.
Yeah, being able to, say you're 4-0 in CC at the end of day 1 is going to be a very, very good feeling going into our 3 rounds of Limited after this. So you want to do it? Yeah, he's going to just send the claw first. I was wondering just with the hand size and all that if he would just send in a big attack, but no, it will be the typical claw.
Coming in for 7 because of 2 Mites and the Blood Rush. Chris still has 2 armor block available, so kind of virtually actually at 12 life is Chris.
Mm-hmm. Once it's gone, though. Not a lot remaining. You're definitely going to be happy with a 7 damage Mandible Claw to start off your turn. And, 2 health for Kayo. It's not impossible that you block, just barely stay alive, and then save enough in the hand to just come back and finish off that 2 health, especially with, no block from equipment, I believe, on Bryan's side remaining. But the decisions are life and death right now.
Definitely. And 3 cards remaining on Kayo's side sometimes can struggle to go 2 chain links wide when you only have 3 cards, because a lot of the cards cost 2, so you can pitch a blue to like a Wild Ride, but there's not a lot of 1 costs. There's like Savage Feast, but it requires a whole other card for you to discard. There is, of course, the new card from the KO Armory deck, the Run Roughshod, which is a very powerful 1 cost that you can play after you've discarded a 6 this turn. So if he's able to chain that together, Wild Ride to Run Roughshod, that could be the way he just closes out the game, because Chris will have to block and then just take some blood damage.
Yeah.
We have to see if he has found that card from the latest Armory deck.
Okay, so throws in a bit of a block. I believe that'll be 4 going through, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I believe it's 3 on the Dread Screamer. I'm not a brute player, but
Incredibly tight game. And as we spoke about, Levia is cutting Reckless Swings from their list. There are still plenty of KOs around that haven't cut that card. So, Chris probably can't sit as comfortable as Bryan can going down to 2.
That's true. Okay, yeah, swing big. And he certainly will. With that Blood Rush Bella turn, the 10.
So it looks like not going 3 wide on a Blood Rush turn, something you really want to do, but KO can struggle with because of the lack of the second claw. But still, claw into swing big. If you're only going 2 wide, this is exactly how you want to do it. And yeah, Chris, a bit of a tough spot here, facing now swing big for 10.
Yeah, I mean, he's presented a total of 17 damage now against a player that started the turn with, 10 life? So it's going to require a lot from hand, maybe a little bit more from the equipment. And you're probably going to be throwing the equipment into this one.
And here's where the Brute mirror, you see the differences between the 2 Brutes. Chris needs to continuously turn off Blood Debt. He cannot just put his hand down and say, I hope you brick, or I hope you have to roll Scabskins. That option is not available to Chris because, that's the cost of Levia's power turns. She has so many of these, but the cost is you will take down the Blood Debt if you can't continuously turn this off, or if you don't find a way to flip, which he didn't manage to do early in this game. Let's see if that comes back to bite him over here.
Possibly. Looking at the graveyard one more time here is Chris, but because when you choose what to block with, you gotta wonder, can I draw another one of those? Throwing in the equipment. All right, so looks like
blocking with the Blood Rush.
Yeah,
has to just recognize that he's not going to be able to keep a big enough hand anymore to play that card.
Yep. Going down to 3, blocking that for 7.
Staying just out of reckless swing range
Right.
is Chris Iaali. Let's see it. So the thing about turning off Blood Debt is that it takes minimum 2 cards for you to do that, because you need a card to pitch and a card to play that says banish cards from the graveyard. So his arsenal needs to be that card. Oh, he's going down to 1.
Yeah. But I mean, 1 is better than dead.
Yep.
So you're going for it. Okay.
Whew. Okay, and now he also needs to hit. So he did have that play, but he has misses in the yard, as we spoke about, especially when with those blocks. That's also a tricky thing when you run those non-attacks. That Blood Rush and the Convulsions from Bellows of Hell that he blocked with went to his yard and are now misses for this Hungering Slaughter Beast. Those two non-attacks, the Art of War, the Fleshbag, are all in that graveyard still for Chris. This might not hit.
Yeah, but what can you do? You know, you have no other choice at this point. Putting your faith in the right card at the right time.
Yep. The Brute Life giveth, and sometimes it taketh away, and that's the first miss.
Okay. All right, that's one taketh.
That's the second miss.
No. Are you kidding me? Oh, not like this.
That's the third miss.
Chris. Oh, all right. Well, these things happen.
Yeah.
These things happen in any card game, right?
And that was one of the whiffs that he blocked with. The Blood Rush that he blocked with.
Yeah, right.
It just gets banished, and then now Hungry Slaughter Beast whiffed. And luckily, well, not luckily for it, but calculated by Chris that he didn't actually die from this.
Yeah.
That's why he blocked with the Scab Skins, and he knew full well that if he whiffs, that he will still survive. We're going down to 1 into a deck that potentially runs Reckless Swing, and also you still need to continuously turn off Blood Debt from here on out. This is looking like a very, very tricky spot for Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not over yet, right? I mean, we have 3 versus 2 in terms of health totals from these 2 players. So there's always a shot to come back, but Bryan kind of in the driver's seat a little bit, depending on the hand, depending on what he can block with. Again, we're kind of having to wait and see here, blocking with his own Blood Rush here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But since he doesn't need to turn off Blood Debt, he's fine with having whiffs in his graveyard. That's totally okay.
Sure.
But also critically recognizing the game state at this point isn't just doesn't allow him to play that Blood Rush.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, might as well throw it
down
in.
to 1.
Yeah, the Might token having an effect on the first stack here. CNC. All right. So Command and Conquer, just a neat 7 damage at your 1 health opponent. Going to demand a lot of blocks.
That 1 block still remaining on the Apex Bonebreaker coming in very, very handy over here. Crispin's very disciplined with that. Able to cover this breakpoint, but critically, once again, that Bonebreaker is going to go to the graveyard and be another miss.
Yeah, exactly. You got to hand it to Chris, though. I mean, having calculated out the remainder of these turns to just stay alive for that much longer, we're down to 1 versus 1 for a chance to go 4-0 on the day for Classic Constructed here at day 1 of the National Championship. And it cannot be closer between these 2 brutes. It's going to be a pitch into enough again to maybe pull a couple cards out of your opponent's hand. I don't think it's enough.
That was a whiff.
That's a whiff again.
He hasn't turned off Blood Debt.
No.
If Bryan blocks this out,
Yeah, that's
Chris
just
just
it.
loses.
Yeah. You just do it. Yeah, why not? Throw the whole hand at him. Guarantee it. There's a fist bump, and Bryan takes it. The Blood Debt coming in. The debt has been claimed. And it looks like Bryan is going to move to 4-0. Still a nice result for Chris on the day, 3-1 so far in CC, but it's going to be Bryan on that KO, going 4-0. KO still alive and well in this tournament for sure.
We saw Levia have some amazing power turns off the back of, Blasmafet's blessing, but then in the end, Blasmafet came back and said, well, now you have to pay me with your life.
Yeah. Oh, they don't call it debt for nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Well, we're going to we're going to be not taking a break quite yet. We've got some other stuff coming, but that is the end of our Classic Constructed for the day. And what kind of crazy stuff we saw. We have a 4-0 Maxx Nitro so far, and Bryan's going to be interviewing him in just a short while here on stream, so stick around for that too. But I think a very satisfying set of games to begin the day with Classic Constructed. Obviously, we're far from done here at the U.S. Nationals today in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We've got 3 rounds of draft coming up soon, and that's going to be interesting as well. We're going to go pure part the Mistveil for that as well. None of these shenanigans with older heroes coming in from previous expansions. No, we're going to focus on the new things. That's going to be a lot of fun too. And I don't mean new thing as in we're going to focus on new specifically. I'm saying NEW, not NUU.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to be able to watch the draft portion as well.
Yeah.
We're going to be able to follow one of our key players, one of our 4-0 players, see how they navigate this MST draft. These players haven't had a lot of time to really practice this draft format. The set only officially released about 2 weeks ago, 2 to 3 weeks ago at this point. So they've had to hustle to really get their hands on these cards and practice them in paper. So it's going to be just exciting to see. There's still a lot of strategies to figure out. This set is so incredibly deep. There's so many different archetypes, and these players are going to be figuring that out. We're going to be able to watch them right over their shoulders, see the cards that they pick. It's going to be absolutely exciting, and I can't wait.
Yeah. And then also just with the draft itself too, I mean, I feel like in this set specifically, there's a little bit more of a leeway to sort of like force what the people sitting next to you are kind of going into, and by that same token, you can easily get yourself into a very rough situation draft-wise too if you don't pick the right card in the first pack. The first pack is so important in this one, so I'm curious to watch that for sure. And we're gonna also have some part the Mistveil Blitz gameplay coming at you too at some point. We're gonna obviously need to take a little bit longer to get the transition from Classic Constructed to Draft going here, but obviously we got some fun stuff to watch, including, like I mentioned, that interview. Our own Brian Gottlieb going to be interviewing our 4-0 Maxx Nitro player, Justin Fryar. We're going to go to that right now. I'm really curious to hear what he has to say.
From National Championships in Minneapolis, I am joined by Justin Fryar, the man the entire Maxx Nitro community wants to speak to right now. Justin, 4-0 Maxx Nitro. Where did the journey start with you and Maxx?
I started probably, I think, a little bit after Worlds, seeing Chris Iaali. I think it was top 32, top 16 on Maxx. Made me start looking at him a lot more, and like over time, just refining it as much as I can since then.
Yeah, and it has been a bit of a process. I'm sure Maxx, kind of thought of as one of the lower tier heroes. When you see, content creators go out there, they make their tier list. It's almost always Maxx floating towards the bottom. In your opinion, where does Maxx sit right now? Is it actually that clear cut, or is there something special there?
I think he was definitely underrated. Personally, I would put him probably B tier because he does have some really bad matchups with like Azalea. Just at the hero flip, it's one of those matchups you're just like, all right, let's get this over with. But I think basically every other hero he has game into, especially like any of like the grindier heroes that are coming to try to target Zen and Azalea, I think he's favored into basically every single one of those. You can race out Zen, just get lucky enough, high roll harder than Zen, and you're good.
Sounds like a great spot to be in. And of course, a huge new pickup for Maxx in the expansion slot. We talked a little bit before we came on air. Supercell. Just tell us your thoughts on Supercell generally.
When Supercell was first released, a lot of like the online Maxx community is looking at it, and so many people misread it. There's lines missing, there's misunderstandings of the text, and it's still auto-include 3 of. Every single, it is so amazing that every single worst version people could read of it is auto-include 3 of. The card is so insane in how it, just a small under-tempo turn, you're snowballing the next few turns along with just being so above rate. I've had pitch lists like 0 to 60, trigger 5 hyperdrivers, throttle, jumpstart, payload. Just 4-card 21, not pitching a single thing.
Yeah, you're showing the world what that card is capable of for sure. So step 1 is done, 4-0 in Classic Constructed. Now it's time for step 2. We're headed to part the Mistveil Draft. How are you feeling about the draft format?
I definitely feel like my CC is way better than my draft. If I could pick, I'm already in cloud 9, just 4-0 on Maxx. If I get just one win in the draft, I'm just going to be so excited. I'm going to be out partying tonight.
That's awesome to hear. I love to hear. And the entire Maxx community is watching you, rooting for you. We're going to be pulling for you in that part, the Mistveil Draft. Best of luck to you for the rest of Nationals.
Thank you very much.
Hey guys, my name's Yu Yang. And I'm Jason. And today we'll be playing games with the new Part the Mistveil Blitz decks featuring Nu and Enigma. So I'll be playing Nu, and her game plan is essentially, throughout the game, I'll be throwing out all these little stealth attacks and hopefully banish a card here or there, and then once I've banished enough blue attacks, I'll transcend and use all those blue cards against Jason.
And I'll be playing Enigma, who will be playing down auras with Ward to protect my life total and also attack Ouyang. And these will be very hard for him to deal with because he has very low attack numbers, but he might be able to use my blue cards against me, so I'll have to be careful about that.
Well, with all that, let's head on down to the mat and play some games.
Let's go.
Shall we roll to see who starts?
Sure. High roll?
High roll? Sounds good. Oh, okay. All right. Yes.
Oh,
All right, I
so
will.
Lucky.
Oh, this is so tricky. If I go first, you might set up Illusionist Auras. If I go second, you might set up Illusionist Auras. So I will start. Let's reveal our equipment. I have 2 Beckoning Mistblades. I have my Undertow Stilettos. I have an Arousing Wave. And I have 2 cloaked pieces of equipment, which I'll keep face down.
Okay. I have a Cosmo, Scroll of Ancestral Tapestry, and 4 cloaked equipment.
Wow, all 4 cloaked. All right.
So mysterious.
Very, very mysterious. And an enigma, you might say.
Please don't talk to me.
All right, sounds good. Let's draw 4.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Let's go. If I can pick these up. Okay. All right, so how do I want to start this? I am going to start with pitching 3 resources, using 2 to swing with Beckoning Mistblade. And this card says, once per turn action, go again. It attacks for 1, and if it hits, my next blue attack this turn gets +1 and go again. So, would you like to block? It is beckoning to you.
That is quite a threatening on-hit, so I think I'll give you a Battlefront Bastion block. And this card says, when this defends alone, prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to you this turn.
Okay.
And so I have 1 prevention floating, and this is because on turn 1, Uyong would really like to probably spend his cards and attack with his second Mistblade, so we will just stop that from happening.
Yeah, wow, that's a very interesting observation. So I'm just going to swing with this attack instead. Okay. Impulsive Desire. This is a stealth attack. It attacks for 3. And this is, when this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck, and whenever this banishes a reaction or an instant, which is a lot of cards in your deck, I will gain 1 life.
Okay. Well, typically, I don't want to be blocking his stealth cards with blue cards. And Uyong, could you tell me why that is?
Because if you block with a blue card, my hero ability will also banish any action card that is blocking. So they'll go to your banish zone, and then I'll be able to play them later with her if you start blocking with blue cards. So give me your reds.
Unfortunately, this turn, I don't really have a choice. I think we want to preserve life. And if he gets to play this out later, then it is what it is. So I will give you the second tenet of G.
Oh my god. Oh, what a juicy, juicy card. In which case, as we go to reactions, I'll spend 1. I'll play Hiss, which gives it +3. It is now coming over for 6. And this card says, if I've pitched a blue card this turn, create a Slither in my hand. And it also gives this attack +3. So this is coming in for 6. And I get a Slither in my hand. And what I'm going to do is I'm also going to Slither, which says target attack action card gets go again. So now this is 6, go again.
Okay.
1 card in hand.
I will choose to say no reactions.
Cool.
And this will be defended by 3 and 1 prevention, so I'll be taking 2 here.
Yep. Take 2 damage.
Take 2, and the on hit means I banish the top card on my deck.
Yes.
That is not a reaction or an instant, so he does not gain the life, but it is a
No.
blue card, so he can play it out later with his hero ability if he wants.
Yes. And as this attack resolves, the card that defended it also gets banished.
Very good, sir.
This goes to the graveyard. I'm going to close the chain, and this card I will Arsenal.
But before you Arsenal, I actually
What?
have a card I want to play.
But it's my turn.
It is your turn, but I have instants. Illusionist is very good at playing instants, especially auras. So I will be pitching this blue here and be playing a Waxing Spectre. Now, Waxing Spectre says if you've pitched a blue card this turn, this enters the arena with a +1 counter, and it has base 3 ward. So this is a very good offensive and defensive card.
Cool. Can you explain ward to me?
Sure. Ward just means if I would be dealt damage, destroy this to prevent the amount of damage that it is warding. So ward 3 basically means if I were to be dealt 3 damage, I can prevent 3 damage.
Cool.
But it also means that if he is dealing 1 damage, if I have no other way to prevent that 1 damage, this ward 3 will be eaten by that one source of 1 damage.
All right. Then I'll Arsenal my final card.
Sounds good, Uyong.
Why are you looking at me like that, Jason?
Because I knew. I knew what you were planning to do.
Okay, so there I thought about using my last card to attack for 1 to try clear out that ward, but I think he has hidden cloaked equipment that can block it, so I'm better off just sort of arsenaling that card for later.
And I had one floating, so he doesn't know what my cloaked equipment could be. All right, cool. We'll draw up. I will start off my turn by pitching this card to declare an attack with Waxing Spectre.
What?
So,
But
Cosmo,
that's a ward!
my weapon allows me to attack with my auras with ward, and their base attack is equal to their ward, and if I have a +1 counter on them, then they gain go again. So this is currently ward 3 with 1 +1 counter, so it's attacking for 4 with go again.
Cool, so it's attacking for 4. So I am already in a real pickle here. That is a lot of damage, and I want to block it. But if I block, I just don't have enough cards to fight back. Because the longer I don't clear these wards, the more he'll get to attack me with them. So I am going to have to declare no blocks.
Okay, sure.
I'll take 4.
And then I will pay 1 resource to play a Waning Vengeance at instant speed.
Oh no.
And it has ward 3, and this says when it leaves the arena, if I've pitched a blue card this turn, create a Spectral Shield token. So the Waxing Spectre is the aggressive aura, and the Waning Vengeance is the defensive aura. Cool. And I think we will declare an attack for 3.
Cool, so
1 resource.
And because it doesn't have a +1 counter, this has no go again?
This has no go again currently.
At least for now.
For now.
Pain. I think I just have to take the damage, whilst I'm going to be in a whole heap of trouble. So what I will do is I will simply block for 1 with Rousing Wave. And what's important to note is that this equipment is battle worn. So it simply means if I block with it, it gets a -1 counter. It blocks for 1, and the next time I try to block with it, it will block for 0. So, cool.
And in response, I will be pitching a blue to be turning over my Uphold Tradition, which is my Cloaked Arms. And the effect is instant, pay 1 resource, turn this face up, put a +1 counter on an aura you control with ward. So effectively, now that this has a +1 counter, my weapon will now give it go again. So this has gone from attack with no go again to an attack with go again.
And it has +1, so it's now coming for 4.
Correct.
And I'm blocking for 1, so I will take 3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
And the reason I did that there is because I have some very important auras that I want to keep, and I can see that he's keeping 5 cards to try and disrupt my board and stop me from keeping my auras. So I actually want to flip this for the ward 1, just to have a little bit of protection for these auras. And in the same vein, I'll be playing Solitary Companion. So this card is, when this enters the arena, if I control no other illusionist auras, create a Spectral Shield token. I do have other auras, so it does feel like I'm losing a bit of value here, but it is worth it because this has ward 1 and this has ward 1, so it basically stops him from opening his turn with daggers.
Okay. That is... Oh god, that's a lot of
And
ward.
I will end my turn.
Oh no. Okay. This has -1. So that's ward 1, that's ward 3, that's ward 3, that's ward 1.
Correct.
6, 7, 8. 8 points of defense that I have to get through. You just saw me take a bunch of damage there. The reason is, whenever you're versing Enigma, it is so important to clear their wards. Because if you don't, they're just going to build up and it's going to become more and more of a problem. So even if it costs a lot of life, try to keep 5 card hands so that you can have explosive turns to try clear everything that they put out.
So here I actually flipped up the Uphold Tradition to push 1 extra damage and get 1 more ward on the board and to play my Solitary. But what you can actually do instead is to just keep the arms face down and just arsenal the Solitary. Don't get too greedy on damage and ward because that equipment is really important for protecting your auras down the line.
Alright, so let's try pushing back. So here is a Beckoning Mistblade for 1.
And as calculated,
Calculated,
we will declare no blocks.
no reactions.
We will let him eat our Uphold Tradition here.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, alright, so now I will, as my second attack, pitch 3 more. So that's a total of 4 resources, and I will play Deep Blue Sea. And this gets +1 for each blue that you've pitched this turn, and I have pitched 2 blues. So this is coming in for a total of 7. I have 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal.
We can defend this quite well, but we're a little skeptical because he's got some cards left. The cool thing with Enigma is that you don't actually have to defend a whole lot, so you can really put your opponent into the position of making the first reactive move, and then you can respond afterwards. So I will declare no blocks here.
No blocks here, he says. All right, I think what I need to do here is to have a chance is I will pitch one.
Okay.
Activate my undertow stilettos. Even though I haven't blocked with this one and I've blocked with this one, plans have now changed due to his actions. So I will crack undertow stilettos, and this says destroy, create a slither in my hand. So this comes into my hand, and then I will simply play it.
And what does
playing
this
it,
slither do?
and this is target attack action card gets go again. So this now has go again. It is 7 go again.
So now he has no more cards in hand. He's got 1 card in arsenal and no floating resources. So I think we can start blocking a little bit here. I think we'll go Haze Shelter.
Oh, so much ward.
And then I'll play Waning Vengeance.
Oh my god.
And so,
okay.
You know what Waning Vengeance does? It's a very good defensive aura. When it leaves, if I have a blue in my pitch, then I can create a Spectral Shield, and Haze Shelter is Ward X. So it's typically Ward 1, but if I have a blue card in my pitch, it becomes Ward 4. So this is also a very good defensive and offensive aura. So that is all I will be doing, Uyong.
Okay, no further reactions from me.
Okay, cool. Since it's just 7, I think...
How would you like to distribute the 7 damage between your wards?
So this is also a very tricky part about playing Enigma, is figuring out when you should let certain auras die. So I think typically people might want to get rid of these 3 to cover the 7. And the reason for that is because these have +1 counters, so they're very good for attacking offensively. However, this has go again, and he's got a card in arsenal. So I think I actually want to split up the ward here. So I want to keep these 2 around, and I actually want to let these 2 die. So I will let this ward for 3, let this ward for 4. These will die, and then this Waning Vengeance will get me a Spectral Shield.
Alright, sounds good.
So here, maybe I should have just let my board get wiped and reset the board, because the opponent might still have a lot of big attacks coming, and you don't want to overcommit to blocking, and you just want to reset sometimes.
I need to keep chipping away at this board, otherwise I'm going to get swamped. So I'm going to close the chain.
Yes, sir.
I will now play Pass Over, which is my first Transcend card. So this says banish target card from an opposing hero's graveyard. So I will simply banish this because there is no blue cards that I want in there. And the second text says, if you've played another blue card this turn, which is my Deep Blue Sea, it says Transcend, which is take the card out, flip it, and then it becomes an Inner Chi. So what this is, it is simply another blue resource, but it also has relevance for things like my hero ability, which requires Chi to be pitched. So this will come into my hand, and then I will immediately activate News ability, which is pitch a Chi, look at the top card of an opposing hero's deck. If it's blue, I can banish it, and I can play any blue card from your banished zone this turn without paying that cost. And it is a blue! Alright, banished.
Hey, that's my Transcend card. That's kind of uncool, man.
May I please have all your blue cards from your banished zone?
You can have my whole banished zone.
Yes. Juicy, juicy, juicy. Alright. The only tricky thing here is there are cool cards I can play, but I can't play multiples because they are not instant. And it's also important to note, there is a Transcend card here now in his banished zone that I can play. But the thing is, when this thing transcends, because it is actually Jason's card, he will get the Inner Chi instead of me. So that is very, very bad. I do not want to be giving him Inner Chis. So instead, all I will do is play second tenet of Chi, Tide. And this says, if you've transcended this turn, it gets +2. And because it's being played off News ability, I don't have to pay the cost of 3. So this, because I've transcended, is coming in for 7.
Okay, that's pretty rude, attacking with my own card.
Do you know what's even ruder? Having 4 auras.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Because I have 1 blue in my pitch, I think I want to just preserve my board a little bit. Sometimes you want to let your board get wiped and rebuild, but I'm not exactly in a great position to rebuild here, so I think I'll just pass on blocks here.
Yep, no reactions from me.
Cool, and then I will play Big Blue Sky. This is a defense reaction that says it gets +1 defense for each card I've pitched this, for each blue card I've pitched this turn, and I have 1, so this is defending for 3.
Sounds good. Go to damage.
So I'll be taking 4 damage, and I can distribute them across my ward. So I will be letting these 3 auras die. So ward 1, ward 1, ward 2. That's 4.
Cool. Sounds good.
This Waning Vengeance will create another Spectral Shield when it leaves because I have a blue card in my pitch zone. So this Spectral Shield here.
And all these cards that I pitched go to the bottom of my deck. All right. And I'll draw up for the end of my turn.
Cool. And on my turn, I don't have any cards in my hand, so I can't attack with my Waxing Spectre. But
what a fool!
Enigma says that your first Spectral Shield attack each turn costs 1 less to activate. So because this costs 1, discounted by Enigma's hero ability, I can actually attack for free and attack you for 1.
All right. I'll say no blocks and I'll take 1 damage.
Okay, sure. And then I will pass my turn and draw up.
All right, my turn. We are again faced with the problem of Jason having wards, and we need to clear them because they are spooky. So here is a Beckoning Mistblade to open things up. 4-1. Go again.
I think we'll let him have our Spectral Shield here. I'll declare no blocks.
Yep, no reactions.
Cool. This will eat up his 1 damage.
Cool. And then I will play Double Trouble. This is a 0 for 3 stealth attack, and it says, if I've activated 2 or more attack reactions this chain link, so on this attack, this gets +2 damage, and when it hits a hero, I banish the top 2 cards of your deck.
Cool.
So hopefully it hits, and I get some cool blue cards to play.
I don't think it's hitting, but I think I'll give you some cool blue cards to play.
Wow.
I think we'll have to defend for 6 here.
Oh, okay. So he has respected the attack and given me 6. So this is where we get him. So I'm going to first play Venomous Bite, which is my first reaction. This gives Double Trouble +3 damage. And it also says, if I've pitched a blue card this turn, which I have, create a Fang Strike in my hand. So this is a Fang Strike, comes into my hand, and I will also play it. And Fang Strike simply says, target attack action card gets +1. So these are now 2 attack reactions, so this becomes 5. +3 from Venomous Bite, and +1 from Fang Strike. So this is now 5, 8, 9. 9 damage.
Cool. And I'm blocking 6, and I have Ward 3, so this is covering 9.
Yep.
Calculated.
Calculated.
But these get banished, so you can play them later, but I don't really care about these cards.
This goes to the bottom, and I will draw up for the end of my turn.
Alright, cool. On my turn, I don't really have anything exciting to do, so I think we'll just cover our life total a little bit, play Essence of Ancestry Mind, and this card says, when this leaves the arena, if I have no Illusionist auras, the next time I'd be dealt damage by a blue source this turn, prevent it. So this is a very good card to play when you kind of have an empty board, just to save yourself a little bit of life on your opponent's next turn. So I will Arsenal and pass.
Cool, sounds good. Okay, so this is sort of my one opening. I've worked hard to get rid of a lot of his wards, and now I really need to push damage and get some tempo. So I will pitch 3. Start with another Beckoning Mistblade for 1. Go again.
I think we will choose to not block here. We'll let our Essence of Ancestry Mind die here, and this will prevent the next blue damage that he tries to deal to me this turn.
Yep, sounds good. I will pitch another 3, use 2 of it, and attack with Beckoning Mistblade. And it's important to note that weapons are not red source or blue source or anything, they're just weapons.
Now, an interesting thing here is because I've let this die, and because Beckoning Mistblade gives his next blue attack +1 and go again, I can actually comfortably let this hit and not be afraid of him playing a blue card. So I think I will just take the 1 here.
Fair enough. Okay, so that means what I'm going to attack with is Desires of Flesh. This is a 0 for 3 stealth attack. This is when this hits a hero, they banish the top card of their deck, and whenever this banishes an attack action card, gain 1 life. So here's 0 for 3, no go again.
Okay, cool. And
1 card in hand.
What I'm going to do is play Moon Chakra, which says the next time you would be dealt damage this turn, prevent 1 of that damage. If you've transcended this turn, instead prevent 3. But before this resolves, I'm going to play Rising Sun Setting Moon, which is a transcend card. This lets me draw a card and then put a card from my hand on the bottom of my deck. And if I've played another blue card this turn, transcend. So I will resolve the first part of this text by drawing a card and putting a card on the bottom. And then this will transcend.
That's pretty good.
And this just means I flip it over to become an Eshghy. And now Moon Chakra resolves, and I have transcended this turn, in fact, so it's preventing 3 damage.
That's a clean block on this attack. So what I will do is, then I'll play Hiss. This simply says, gets +2. If I pitched a blue card, create a slither in my hand. And here's a slither, which will come into my hand, and I'll play it. And it says, target attack action card gets go again. So this is now coming in for 5, go again.
The important thing to know about when you're playing Enigma is that sometimes you don't want to cover all the damage, even though you are able to. So because we don't have that many attack actions in our deck, you'll see, we'll let him hit and hopefully he doesn't gain the life. So I'll say, sure, I'll go to damage.
Yep, sounds good. Take 2.
Take 2, banish the top card on my deck. Hopefully not a blue or an attack. It is a blue and an attack.
Hope. There's hope. All right.
Gain your 1 life, you idiot.
I gain 1 life. My great friend,
Pathetic
Jason.
1 life.
All right. So this is go again. So what I am going to do is I will attack once more. Art of Desire Bodee. A 0 for 3 stealth attack. This is when this hits a hero, banish the top card of the deck. And whenever this banishes a red card, draw a card and gain 1 life.
Well, we're already priced into not blocking here. And there's no way he'll hit a red, right?
There's no way, right?
There's no way. There's no way. No way. All right, no
Give it to me. Give
blocks.
It to me. No blocks? Okay, no reactions from me.
Okay, I'll take 3.
All right, give me a red.
It's a blue, but
okay,
that's an
blue.
attack. That's really good.
That's pretty good for me. All right.
It's really good for him.
So I don't gain the life and I don't draw a card, but that's A-okay.
A-okay.
A-okay indeed. All right, I'm going to draw 4.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Cool, your turn.
Sweet. And because I transcended last turn, I can pitch this Eshghy to activate Enigma's hero ability.
Yeah.
Which is a once per turn instant, create a Spectral Shield token with a +1 counter if you pitch a cheat. And this ability synergizes very well with her first line of text and also her weapon, where I can attack for 2 with go again for free.
That's pretty good. I'm going to have to declare no blocks. I will take 2.
Sure. And Enigma is not only placing down ward auras, but also at attacking for 7.
Oh my god. That's not an illusion.
It's pretty...
That's just a big 7 attack.
It's a guy with a sword.
It's a big guy with a big real sword. Nothing about that is an illusion. That hurts really bad, actually. So I think what I have to do is... Can't take all of it, so I will block 3. And
Sure.
take 4.
Take 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I will arsenal this for a later turn and pass.
Cool. Sounds good. So what I will do on my turn is I will give you another Beckoning Mistblade for 1. 1 floating. Do you think these attacks are blue?
I think their attacks are red. But even so, I have to protect my Spectral Shield. So I will give you this Battlefront Bastion, which will prevent the next 1 damage when defending alone. So this will cover his next Beckoning Mistblade, hopefully.
Okay. Well, here is my not Beckoning Mistblade. My Mind's Desire. A 0 for 3 stealth. When this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. Whenever this banishes a non-attack action card, gain 1 life.
I think we'll just defend for 3 here with 1 prevention still floating from the Bastion. If he banishes this card, then he will gain a life, but we kind of want to just keep our Spectral Shield alive.
Fair enough. I will go to Reacts, and I will play a Hiss.
How dare you?
+3, create a slither in my hand.
How dare you?
And this time, I will not slither. I will keep it in my hand.
Okay.
So this is for 6.
I think we have to protect our Spectral Shield still. It's very valuable. I think I'll play a Waning Vengeance from Arsenal. Paying for it, and because I pitched a blue card for it, when this dies, I create a Spectral Shield token.
Yeah, so it's coming, you're blocking 3, coming over for 3, but that is ward 3.
Correct.
So that dies, and this is blocked, and then when this attack resolves, my hero banishes this card, and because it's a non-attack action, I gain a life from here.
Yep.
Gain a life, close the chain, and I will keep the slither for later in my arsenal.
And I can, on your turn, because I have floating resources, I will pay 1.
You have actions.
Turn over my Truths Retold, which will allow me to put my Waxing Spectre on the bottom of my deck for later. Very good card. And this will essentially prevent another dagger attack next turn.
That's pretty good. So, Slither in my arsenal.
Yep.
Go to the bottom, and then I will draw 4. Your turn.
Cool. Here, I should have probably let the shield die and reset the next turn, because sometimes it's just not worth to keep your auras alive for too long. You don't want to overcommit. I'll attack for 2, go again with my Spectral Shield for free.
That's also
utilizing Enigma's discount of 1 on a Spectral Shield.
Yeah, so I'll... Ooh, what do I do with this hand? Alright, I will take 2.
Now, my second Spectral Shield attack does in fact cost 1 because it's only the first one that gets discounted. So we'll just use our action point to play out this Essence of Ancestry Mind.
Ooh.
And pass turn.
Okay, sounds good. Then what we do is we start off with another one of these wee daggers. Here's one.
Cool. And we have a bunch of Ward 1 here, so we can look to kind of mitigate the damage by letting these die. So I'll let the Truths Retold eat up the dagger.
That's pretty good. I will pitch 3 more. Come with another big Enigma Blade.
And just like before, we'll let it eat the Spectral Shield.
One step at a time, clearing these wards. Alright. And then I will come in with Gravekeeping for 3. So this says when this attacks, you may banish a card from their graveyard. So I'm just going to have a quick look through, look for any blue cards I might want to play. And here I see a very big, juicy blue attack. So I will banish this.
That's pretty good. What we have to think about here is whether we want to protect our auras or whether we want to swing back on the following turn and rebuild our board. So I'm thinking here that we can probably rebuild our boards.
Just let me clear that board. You don't need that.
Maybe.
Spectral Shield.
Really depends what he has left to play. I think we will, even though this is a very powerful offensive card, we will play Waxing Spectre. And we will let this eat the 3 damage.
Cool. So I have no attack. Oh, no. I do have an attack react. I'll play Slither. It gets go again.
That's fine. We knew that was there. We'll let this die eat up the 3 damage with Ward 3.
Cool. Sounds good. And because I have go again, I'll play 1 more attack, which is Bonds of Memory.
Okay. And we have 1 floating, and this was pretty calculated. Just thinking about whether we want to use our cloaked equipment here or whether we want to use cards in hand to cover this. I think we will elect to do both. So we'll play Waning Vengeance with our 1 floating so as to not waste our resources, and then we will turn over our Skywalker Keikoi, and this will prevent the next 1 damage that will be dealt to me.
It's pretty good.
And this will prevent the next 2. So this dies. I have a blue in my pitch zone. So Waning Vengeance creates a Spectral Shield in play. And that is the 3 damage of the Bonds of Memory.
Alright, sounds good. Alright. I will close the chain and pass the turn. And it's a bit bad for me because I really wanted to clear his board, and somehow his board got bigger. So we are definitely on the back foot here.
Just like last turn, I think we'll attack with our Spectral Shield for 2, go again for free.
So strong. Okay. Is there anything I can do about this? I don't think so. I think we need to take this damage. Take 2.
Cool. And I'll just Arsenal and pass rather than attacking with my other auras.
Okay. So I'll pitch 3. Attack for 1.
I will declare no blocks.
Sounds good.
Let this die.
And then I'll pitch 3. Come in for Deep Blue Sea. 2 blues in my pitch stone, so this gets +2. Coming in for 7.
That's pretty strong. So this is a prime position to take all the damage and swing back on a following turn. So we don't have to be afraid. So we'll just take the 7 here.
Yep, sounds good. No reactions.
Cool. This will ward 3 and I will take 4.
Okay, it's scary when Enigma keeps up a board, but it's even scarier when they just let their board die, because it means their hand is very scary. So I will Arsenal and end my turn.
Cool.
All right.
I will pitch 3 to play Spectral Manifestations. And this is why we let our board get wiped. And this will create a Spectral Shield token, and then if I have no other Illusionist auras, put 3 +1 counters on it. So this is a very good card, only if you have no board though. With my ability and the weapon, I will attack for 4, go again for free.
So this is swinging for 4, and the on hit is death.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good on hit. So I think I will have to block for 3.
Okay.
Taking 1.
1, yep. And then I will pitch a blue, and I saved this for later. Battle for
7.
Bastion.
It's another 7.
It's another 7.
Oh my god. Why can't you hit me with fake illusions?
No, it's okay.
This is
How about big guy with
so
sword?
big guy with sword, the biggest sword. All right. I gotta block this. I'm gonna block 3 and I'm gonna block 6.
Cool. Take 1.
Take 1.
Cool. I'll arsenal this and pass turn.
So we are alive, and I think I need to keep this card because this is the thing that might give me a chance at a comeback later on, because he has very cool blue cards in his banish zone that I can use, and this will give me access to it. I'm going to try hold this, and then I'm going to swing for 3 instead. Desires of Flesh.
Okay.
Coming in for 3.
We have an okay turn here. I don't think he can kill me, so
Was that all a bluff? And is this an attack reaction?
doesn't matter. So we'll
That's
say no blocks.
Are you sure about that?
I am pretty sure. Yeah.
There's a
we're-
special shield with 3 counters on it, Jason. Don't you want that?
Yeah, he's right. But also no blocks.
Oh, okay. Damn. All right.
Cool. I'll take 2
Yep, take 2.
and then banish the top card.
Yep.
That is another juicy card for you.
It is, but it is not an attack action card, so I don't gain a life. And then I will Arsenal pass.
Okay.
Draw 4. So here my thought process is, it's near the end of the game. I've got my Transcend card. I am ready to go next turn and kill Jason, because there are so many powerful blue attacks in his banish zone. So I just need to survive here.
I think with this hand, we just want to pitch and do the same thing as before. Let our board get wiped. Rebuild. We will rebuild. And we will attack for 4. Go again for free.
So the 4 is again very threatening, so I will give him a card. The cool thing about this though is that if I take 1 here, it lets me go to 1 health, and then I may be able to flip over my chess piece, which will be very, very powerful. So I will block for 3 here. Taking 1?
Sure.
Take 1.
Then I will play Waning Vengeance with my 1 floating. I will play Homage to Ancestors. I just played this blue card, so this transcends and I gain a life.
Oh god. Okay.
And then I will pitch this in a chi, not
Yep.
to create a spectral shield, but to attack for 1
Okay.
with 2 floating.
All right. Again, the on hit is death. It is an attack for 1, and I don't want to give up a whole card for it. So the cool thing I can do here is I will pitch 3, and I'll flip my headpiece, Aqua Seeing Shell. So what this is instant pitch 3, turn this face up, and I draw a card. So I get to effectively replace that card and get a block 1 on the board, which I think is good because then it lets me keep this, and then I should be able to win next turn with this. So I'm going to block 1.
So Enigma doesn't have any attack reactions, but
Wait, what? wait, what?
but what she does have,
Yeah, she doesn't have attack reactions. Wait, what do you have?
she has
what do you have?
Astrolations, which puts a +1 counter on a target aura with ward,
No!
which is an action typically. But if I control the spectral shield, I can play it as.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Leon will in fact be taking 1, and the on hit is death.
Okay. No. Okay. I am dead. Good game.
All right,
good
good game.
I had you next turn.
You never had me. You never had your car.
No. Okay. Good game though. Good game.
Good game, good game.
That's the end of the game, and I just want everyone to know what you have just witnessed is what we in the industry like to call a cheese. And it's when an inferior player sort of tricks the better player into winning.
The only cheese in that game were the chi in my hand.
Yeah, so in that game, I just needed 1 more turn. And if I had 1 more turn, I feel like I could have transcended, played all of his big blue attacks out of his banish zone, and won the game. But Jason, sneaky boy that he is,
Superior player.
snuck in there with a little tappity tap.
And sometimes your opponent just needs 1 more turn and you just can't give them that one more turn. So throughout the game, we tactically prevented all of his damage by using our ward efficiently and knew our spots to block to protect our auras and also spots to just let the auras die and rebuild. And it is with that tactical strategy that we won the game.
Great job, Jason. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you. I'm really proud of me too. All right, with that being said, remember to get down to your local pre-release, 24th to the 27th of May, and try out these new Mystic heroes. And remember, after you finish your game, remember to
D-Chi. Remember to D-Chi. And after your games, remember And after your games, remember to D-Chi. And after your games, remember to D-Chi.
Welcome back to the booth here for the draft rounds at U.S. Nationals. I've been hyped for this all day long. Part the Mistveil Limited, and we have maybe one of the best drafters in the history of Flesh and Blood to watch this go around.
By results, one of the top players in the game of all time. So, yeah.
Of course, Michael Hamilton, former U.S. national champion in the top 8 last year, starting off 4-0 thus far, playing Enigma in the Classic Constructed rounds.
It's funny, in the dark, if you asked me to guess, Hamilton's cup of tea, I would have said Enigma.
I think that's true, but also I felt like Michael was really finding a bond with Kayo at the same time, and I think Kayo is still well enough positioned in this metagame that I think that's where I expect him to be.
Okay.
However, unpacking his playstyle, thinking about his history with decks like Icelander,
that
kind of
playing part of the game on the opponent's turn, and
makes a lot of sense. And we're going to see if he's got that same predilection when it comes to draft. It sounds like we are ready to go ahead and watch his draft process. So let's get on down there to the table, and we'll see the man on the right-hand side there, Michael Hamilton, the most decorated player in the history of Flesh and Blood, former world champion, multi-time calling champion in every top 8 ever, it feels like.
Yeah, he doesn't miss.
Absolutely. Participating in a pretty stacked draft pod here, folks like Pat Eshghy, right across the table from him. Roger Bodee, his podcast mate from the Manor podcast, also sitting at 4-0 thus far. Released his new list ahead of time, by the way, just posted it on Twitter. And he's like, all this secrecy, I'm not having it. Here's my list. I'm going to go out in 4-0. And then he did.
Yeah, it's funny. He said, I think I solved it. And then you need the results to back that up, right? If you're going to make comments like that.
Yep.
And he backed it up.
Absolutely did. Yeah, there you see Pat sitting across the table from Michael. Pat also very, very high-performing player, waiting on that breakthrough performance.
I was just about to say.
Always in the mix.
He has several top 16 finishes where it's just outside of those top tables at the end of the event.
It's funny, these Enigma specialists, I feel like they're so locked on this hero. I'm looking to see if Michael has preferences. We're going to see where he ends up, but I just want to see if he is leaning towards Enigma from the get-go. He already pulled that Waxing Spectre forward to the pack of the front of the pack, and I am not surprised to see that. Just an absolute power pick.
Yeah.
Double Trouble, another card he's taking a close look at here.
I think in general, for me, drafting this format, I want one of the powerful Majestics to really push me into Enigma.
Sure.
But Waxing Spectre is right on the brink. It's very close to being that card.
Yeah, having those Mystic Illusionist cards, the instants basically, so important for these Enigma decks. It feels like that's where a lot of their power comes from. Some equipment in the pack here, an Evasive Leap. You see one of those first Tenants of Chi, tied in this case. But no real slam dunk cards here outside of this Waxing Spectre as far as I can tell. And it is going to be the pick for Michael Hamilton. So just played 4 rounds of CC alongside Enigma, starting down the path. Let's see if he continues that way, or if it's just a case of take the most powerful card in the pack and figure it out as you proceed through the draft.
Yeah, and I do think that card is head and shoulders above everything else that was in the pack for him.
Some other folks in this pod, Bryan Knecht, Thomas Battaglia, Daniel Rothhaar, Reese Tomer, Damien Riggins. There's a Riptide in this pod. There's a Boltyn in this pod. There's 3 news in this pod.
We have a lot of awesome decks at the top tables.
Yeah, absolutely. Go check Twitter. You see a full rundown of the 4-0 decks. Single-minded determination floating to the front of the pack. Uphold tradition. I think that's a very critical piece of equipment.
Oh, spectacular.
Yep.
But I think that this pack embodies the problems, the decisions that you have to make in draft for this format, where it's like, do I want the most powerful red card? Do I want the blue block 3? Do I want the Transcend card because I'm only going to have so many shots at those? Or do I want to start filling out my equipment suit?
In this case, though, it's going to be Spectral Manifestation as the pick for Michael Hamilton. Again, another powerful Enigma card so critical to getting those snowballs rolling. And honestly, the thing I love about Spectral Manifestation is it empowers the second mode of Enigma play. You can just play like a value-based game, trade your rewards turn after turn, and just try and get up on numbers and offer enough damage, enough defense where you ultimately come out ahead. Or you can make one really, really big Spectral Shield, protect it forever, and ride it to victory.
You can.
See the Skybody Kakoi there. I think these equipments, and you've talked about Uphold Tradition being critical in terms of enabling the game plan, but if you do want to play that Protect the Queen strategy, I do think the Kakois are very, very important for that. Just having that at a flash, unconditional prevention at your disposal.
It's perfect on a couple of levels, right? Because it doesn't cost you any resources to do it. It's very flexible when you're going to get to use this card because it's face down. And you can do it at a reaction speed. So you don't necessarily have to reveal that this is what you want to do, especially when you're playing against new with all of those attack reactions. You can still cover an extra point if you need to.
And that is going to be the pick from Hamilton here. Going to go ahead and take that powerful piece of equipment. And I love the pick. I love the way it corresponds with his second pick of the draft. I think having taken the Spectral Manifestation, it really pushes me towards this Skybody.
And I mean, I think that's very high. You know, to take a piece of equipment like that in the third pick is very aggressive. It's hard to value the equipment that high, especially a generic piece. But I agree with you where it's like, no, for a specific strategy, this might be the best card in the pack for what you're trying to do.
And there's another Kakoi available to Michael here should he want to go that direction. Can just look to fill out this equipment suite now, or do you want to go ahead and get on the board with these Transcend cards? A drop in the ocean, at its best, an Enigma for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, and also, I think if you're Enigma, you're hoping for the other arms, right?
No, but look at this, Craig. He is just going to go ahead and take that Kakoi, and I'll be honest with you, there are moments in the development of this set when we were drafting this set every single day, just ad nauseum. These actual prevention effects rated higher than those core, as you would think of them, illusionist enabling effects, things like the Uphold Tradition. We were taking these prevention effects so highly. Now that ebbed and flowed depending on how Enigma was being constructed. But I think there's a very good case for these cards being right up there in power level. I'm not going to say surpassing them, but very much on the same level as things like Uphold Tradition.
Well, and we know the equipment is so valuable because you get access to it every single game. It starts in play. It doesn't cost you the resources. So having that, that backbone to your deck where you know you're going to have these prevention effects, it is just so valuable.
Yellow Blanche going to be the pick here from Hamilton. Love Blanche in this format.
Love it.
So impactful. Going to take it over the Transcend, drop in the ocean here.
Well, and I think Enigma is one of those decks that can play a little bit more of a mid-rangey game where you're very happy sending, a 3 for 6, a 3 for 7 some turns, letting your auras protect your life total, blocking with 2 cards, and then having that reset point where if your opponent blocks with cards, all right, now we're starting over and I'll start building up my board again.
Looks like Hamilton again has the option of a Transcend card with Rising Sun, Setting Moon.
So I was telling you earlier in the day, I played in 4 different pre-releases for this event. Loved it. Had an absolute blast. But you guys, you went a little crazy on us. You lost your minds and you gave us 8 packs for the sealed format, which means you get at least 8 Transcend cards to construct your decks with. The biggest tension in the draft is sitting down and knowing that there's only 3 Transcend cards per player.
Very different feel.
How they get distributed, how early they get picked in the draft.
Yeah, it is quite different. And I think you do have to reset your fundamentals when you get over to this draft format coming from the sealed format. Very, very different experience.
And each hero obviously prioritizes the Transcend cards differently. I think if you're new, you want kind of 2 of these effects in your deck.
Yep.
I'm pretty happy. Listen, if my new deck is very good and I have 0, I'm fine with it.
Yep, that seems reasonable. Big Blue Sky, the pick here for Hamilton, finding a nice defensive card. Blue defensive card critically.
I would say the middle of the road is Enigma, where I want 4 to 5 of these, right?
And then Zen, you're just jamming all day.
And then Zen, I want 6 or 7.
Yep.
But like I said, depending where your seat is on the table, how things break, you might not actually get a shot at picking 7 of these or even 4 of these at a point where you're comfortable taking them in the packs.
of Waning Vengeance available, but it is going to be blue Blanche this go around. So I think Hamilton is set up to play a couple plans really well. That mid-range Enigma strategy that you mentioned, 3 for 7s, just big blue attacks, very, very reasonable. We'll see if he can find some effects that combine pretty well with things like blue Blanche, maybe some first tenants along the way. Also set up to play Protect the Queen right now with double Keikoi. There we see a pump effect for those blues, taking it over a grain that tips the scale.
Yeah, and I don't even think that's a pump effect first and foremost, right?
Blue block 3.
Blue block 3. It pitches for a ton. When you do play it, it enables all your Transcend cards. So it's more of just the perfect role player in this deck.
Yep. Very important you fill that out. Has access to another first tenant of Chi here. Could get another blue block 3 or take the Transcend card, the Rising Sun, Setting Moon. And it is going to be the Rising Sun, Setting Moon.
Okay.
You have to balance so many things in this format. So many things you have to be aware of.
And it's not easy because so much of it depends on what the people around you are doing.
Interesting pick here. Blue Evasive Leap, Sigil of Solitude is going to take the Sigil of Solitude. Sigil's fine. I think it's fine filler.
No, Sigil is a card that often makes my deck, but I'm not excited about it, but it does make the deck.
Wild Blue Yonder making it around for Hamilton as a late pick here.
That's a little interesting over the blue Waxing Spectre, just because you want a certain number of these instants, for the games where you have to go first or second. Anytime you get to deploy multiple of these on the first turn, and sure, it only has Ward 1, but it still gets the +1/+1 counter most of the time, which means it's going to be another go again attack on the board.
Yep. Rounds things out with a Haze Shelter. So basically committed to Enigma from the get-go.
Yes.
It took one card, and Hamilton was ready to lock in, ready to send strong signals, I believe. I think he really did cut Enigma very, very hard.
Yeah, I was going to say, it means Pack 2 could have huge dividends for him.
Yep. We'll have to see how he gets hooked up as we start passing around the other side of the table. How would you rate his draft after the first pack?
Very solid. I like that he's got a lot of these equipment pieces already where, he doesn't have to worry about them going into the later packs. If he sees a big upgrade, maybe he thinks about taking it. But, in general, he has some flexibility in what he wants to take. People right now who don't have enough blues have to start prioritizing blues much higher. If you don't have any equipment, you have to start prioritizing equipment higher.
Hamilton's foundation is good right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Really nice base building.
He has a good mix across the board, a lot of the things that you want to be doing, and it'll give him flexibility moving forward in the draft.
Yeah, I don't think his deck is powerful yet. I don't think it's anywhere near complete, but I think he's done the foundational work. And if these packs play out well, packs 2 and 3, he could be rewarded with a very, very powerful deck down the stretch. I really looking out for more copies of things like Spectral Manifestation, maybe lean into that Protect the Queen a little bit more. Looking for strong 3/7s. I think they benefit Michael's deck a lot at this point.
Yes.
And then we have to fill out that equipment suite. Always a concern to make sure you have a full set. A full set, very, very different in this format than playing with a half set.
All right, another little insight that I had in this particular draft format. The previous formats, sometimes you figure out that you're drafting the wrong hero, right? You make a late switch, but you really get hooked up and your card value is so high, but you end up having to put those 1 or 2 cracked baubles in your deck.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that's okay. I'm just going to pitch these every time, and my deck's going to be so good that I can overcome this. I think in this format, having a cracked bauble in your deck is a disaster.
It's quite bad.
It does not do any of the things that you're trying to do. It doesn't enable your blue cards. Obviously it's not blocking, which is just so critical in this format. And it has no flexibility to it. And so it's just very interesting here where you have difficulty swerving in the drafts, right?
Well, it's interesting though. Like if you review Michael's early picks, if there was an absolute bomb passed to him, pack 5, pack 6, I think he could get out actually at that point.
No, I agree. The equipment was all generic, right? He had the Blanche in there,
yep.
and so he does have that flexibility. But to my point, when you have too many class cards and you want to pull the ripcord and jump ship and completely blow up the draft and go another direction, those cracked baubles are extra punishing in this format.
Yep, you have to do so from a good base. And I think that also speaks in favor of the way Hamilton drafted those early picks. I think he did establish that broad base where if there were a disaster signal, if the Enigma cards just disappeared, he left himself not a totally safe parachute, but he left himself a chance of survival, which is a critical skill the best drafters have. Always have an exit strategy. Always keep a little bit of safety in tow with you. We mentioned Hamilton 4-0 with Enigma in the CC rounds, joined by 2 other Enigmas going 4-0. 31 4-0s across our 4 CC rounds.
And just a huge spread of heroes as well.
Yeah, 7 Zen, 5 New, 4 Azalea, 3 Kayo, 3 Enigma, 2 Riptide.
Love it.
2 Prism, 2 Kano, a Dash.io, a Maxx, and a Boltyn comprising our undefeated players thus far.
That is a lot of different heroes.
It is. It absolutely is. Waxing Spectre again pulled to the front of the pack to kick things off.
Yeah, that's a juicy one.
Homage to Ancestors, a very good Transcend card as well. Battlefront Bastion, extremely important for these Enigma decks. Very good defensive tool, very good offensive tool.
Yep.
Love to see the red one. We talked about picking up some 3/7s. How about the best defensive 3/7 to add to your deck?
This is the blue one, right? It's the 3 for 5.
Correct. This is not the home run, but still, I think even blue Battlefront Bastion merits a lot of consideration.
No, it's a very solid card. You want it in your deck every single time.
I do not think it's going to overcome that Waxing Spectre.
No, I think Waxing Spectre needs to be the pick here. It's kind of the backbone to these decks.
Yeah, and there you see Waxing Spectre pulled forward. Good start to pack 2 here for Hamilton.
Absolutely. And I do like, him pulling all the cards in consideration forward, and we kind of get to see his thought process, and we're along for the ride with him there.
Oh, Truth Retold in the head slot. Another blue Battlefront Bastion coming around. The Passover is the Transcend card this go around. Obviously, that's best in new. And things get a little bit weaker. Really giving a look to that equipment here. And again, I have to sing the praises of Battlefront Bastion. Really, really important, particularly if you are going to play a Protect the Queen style. See where Hamilton wants to go. You see him pulling to the front of the pack. The equipment, the blue Bastion. Yeah, sure. Give that first tenant a look as well. Blue block 3s, very, very powerful in this format. And it is going to be blue Battlefront Bastion this time. So passing on the equipment.
Yeah, and I think we're both along for that pick there.
Yep.
Just so much flexibility with that card where, obviously being the blue pitch is you need a ton of that in this Enigma deck, right? You want
absolutely
2/3 of your deck to be blue cards.
And I do think the Illusionist head is fine. It's not necessary. And here's a big pickup for Hamilton. It's Astral Etchings pulled to the front of the pack. It's a nice card to see. Maybe the highest blowout potential in this entire format.
Sure.
And again, we're talking about that Protect the Queen style. You go ahead, you Spectral Manifestation, you put on Astral Etchings, you have a massive Spectral Shield to mess with your opponent.
Yeah, ridiculous weapon. And it's nice because you can use all your cards to block every turn.
Yep. Very powerful position to be in. Second tentative Chi, Wind, another powerful card, one I quite like to have in my deck. I think it is critical for Enigmas to turn the corner. Of course, another blue block 3, which we always want to see. And we do see Hamilton take it here.
Yeah.
So, I might have gone a different route, but I think this is a very reasonable pick for sure.
I think it's a much safer pick.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
It doesn't have quite the same ceiling, but it's just so solid. You want it in your deck. If you could have 4 of those in your deck, you would take them every time.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, critically spoiled by our buddy Ethan. And look at this reward for Hamilton. Passes on the etchings, has another chance to take it this go around if that is what he wants in this spot. Yellow Bastion, also a fine card, frankly. It's weird. I don't want yellows in my deck in this format, but some cards are just good enough. And I do think Bastion crosses that threshold. Does Hamilton feel like he needs to start prioritizing some Transcend cards? Transcend count pretty low right now. How highly does he value things like Astral Etchings versus something like an unconditional Transcend and Stir the Pot? I think he is debating between these 3 cards here, and it's going to be yellow Battlefront Bastion.
And again, I think these are just the safest, consistent cards that he's taking every pack, where depending on the way the turns play out, you're always going to get a ton of value out of these cards.
Yeah.
They're going to block great, and if you end up attacking with them, you're happy doing that as well.
Yeah, his deck looks consistent right now. It looks like it's going to achieve the same thing across many turns. There's not going to be those massive spikes, but it is going to be just good value, good defense all over the place, plenty of blues.
Yeah, I mean, he is still working with multiple Waxing Specters, so he has some of those high upside cards.
Another first tenant available here. So we're pretty light on a few things now. We're light on Ward Auras. We're light on Transcend cards. We got a lot of blue block 3s, just playing very efficient Flesh and Blood.
And he does have a pretty good base of just high attack value cards, where he's going to be able to send those 2-card 6, 2-card 5 attacks very consistently if that's what he wants to be doing.
Another blue block 3 available.
Exchange pools if you have not already done so.
And to your point, it looks like, you know, Michael's not prioritizing the almost more combo-oriented aura deck where they kind of cascade into each other. You let them play them for free, or you get bonuses when one dies. You know, he's not going that route.
This is going to be the essence of mind taken here. And I'll say this, drafting in this style means that if Michael does hit one of those absolute bombs late in this draft going into pack 3, he's set up so well to take advantage of that. You don't have to worry about spike turns. You just play consistently, play towards that bomb. You hit something like, say, a Miragai, and you are off to the races.
Yes.
We will have a token station set up in the empty block where you can get additional tokens. You have 15
Essence of Ancestry Bodee pulled to the front of the pack. One of those action speed auras, which you want to avoid in large measure, but I do think this is a fine sideboard option against things, particularly like Zen. I'm quite happy to have this card in my deck when I'm facing a Zen, and I do sideboard a massive amount in this format. My deck is always in flux, always changing, and I think you'll see that from all of the best drafters.
And I think that card is better than normal in Michael's deck because he has so few of the auras going on. It's one of those cards where you want to be, having it die on a board with no other auras to get the maximum value out of it. And, he's building his deck in such a way that that's going to go on a lot. Ooh. Little switcheroo there. It seems like he changed his mind at the last second.
You see how close these decisions are for Michael. Agonizing right up to the end. Did table this first tenant of Chi Wind. Nice little pickup. Moon Chakra available as well.
That card's so good.
Yeah, interesting to see that make it all the way around. But again, it feels like another high ceiling card. And again, Hamilton makes the safe pick here and takes first tenant of Chi Wind.
Yeah, I believe he's still only working with 2 Transcend cards.
Yeah.
And, if he had 4 at this point in the draft, maybe he could prioritize a card like that higher.
Another first tenant of Chi Wind coming around. So blue block 3s for days. Days and days.
Super consistent.
Yep.
Yep, I'm going to make 1 weapon. I'm going to defend it really well.
I'm going to ask you a question, Craig, and I'm not really sure of the answer, but as it stands right now, is Michael a fatigue deck?
That's tough. I think it's kind of matchup dependent. But he's definitely in a situation where he can block very well.
Yeah.
And then
Evasive Leap picked up here. Another very nice defensive card. Yeah, Spectral Manifestation.
Even the blue one, I'm fine with having a copy in my deck.
Yeah. Get some arena presence, get some go again. All good. Tough pick here.
Doesn't
wow, he
with
leaves
the foil.
The foil.
Unbelievable.
$100,000 changes, man. I'll tell you, Craig. You win 1 world championship and you're just leaving the foil out there.
Just so much extra value.
It's nice to be the GOAT. all-time earnings leader in Flesh and Blood, I believe, is Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, so many top finishes out of him, and just the consistency, right? Where we see him at the top tables, event after event after event.
Made somewhere in the range of 140K playing Flesh and Blood over the game's life.
What am I doing here with you?
Well,
actually, I can answer that. I'm not out there losing to Michael, is what I'm not doing.
That is true. You get to skip that portion of the tournament. Still only those 2 equipments, so I think we'll be looking to fill that out for sure. And like I said, if Hamilton finds a bomb in this last pack, he's so well set up to leverage it. Just this solid blue base, can defend forever.
Yes.
Couple of high impact cards. I don't think this deck is great yet. I think it is very foundational still. And that means in pack 3, he's going to be looking for a little bit more spice, a little bit more spike to this deck to really push it to the next level.
Sure, but I mean, look at the number of blue block 3s. It's
massive.
This huge pile. So like you're saying, now he has the flexibility going into pack 3 where he can prioritize a transcend cards if he really wants to, the equipment if he really wants to, and then the high upside bombs that you keep talking about. Even if it's just 3 for 7s, right?
Yeah. I think Hamilton has some nice sideboard cards as well, so yeah, quite well set up. We are going to head to the 3rd and final pack of this draft.
I keep waiting for the exciting 2 Chi in the face down pack. Haven't had it yet.
That's when things take off.
You're always just hoping it's me. Come on. I hope it's me.
Not this time for Hamilton.
These all of those Sacred Art cards are just spectacular.
Oh yeah, extremely strong. CCN limited for sure. Only 1 Chi this go around though. What else lurks in this pack? What else lies beyond the mist, Craig?
I actually, I assisted at one point in the spot. I was over there birding the draft. I very specifically did not watch what Michael was drafting because I wanted it to be fresh for both of us.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the players, just in trying to flip the card around in the pack, one card is facing the other direction so that you can't see any of the cards, dropped it on the ground. So, yours truly swooped in.
Always there to help, Craig.
Cape flapping behind me.
I knew I could count on you.
Picked up that card, handed it to that player. The whole room went crazy.
Yep. That was that cheer I heard.
The cheering, I had
a feeling
wild.
it was related to you. I was
wild.
like, I didn't know what was happening, but I'm like, that feels like something Craig is responsible for.
And I had to tell him, it's not all about me, guys.
Yep.
Let's get back to the draft.
Very good of you to keep it focused. And here we see some real priority shifting, I believe, from Hamilton.
Absolutely.
We're going to go ahead and first pick a Transcend card. It is going to be the Homage to Ancestors. And this is probably my favorite Transcend card in Enigma. I think it's just so perfect, so unconditional.
So
that
good.
One life is critical for Enigma.
Yes.
Really nice pickup there for Hamilton. And I think a pointed shift in priority there. There's things like the blue Battlefront Bastion, which may have been the pick previously. But happy to go with the Transcend card here. Does have a headpiece available if we need to start filling in that equipment suite. An Aquascene Shell, I think it's fine. I'm usually quite happy to have an Aquascene Shell in my deck.
Well, I think it's particularly good for him because he has so many of these blue cards, but a lot of them are very similar. And so there's going to be times when you're hoping to just cycle into a better card to play for your turn.
Yep.
And this is going to do exactly that.
Some other options here, something like Red Haze Shelter, but to me it feels like I just want to fill in my equipment hole. It is the gaping maw in my deck right now.
Yep.
You mentioned I think this plays really well with a lot of what's going on, and that is going to be the pick for Hamilton. I believe only missing legs at this point, should he want to seek out that entire suite.
Yep.
So we keep an eye if any legs show up for the rest of these packs. I would say weaker cards for picks 1 and 2 of this third pack, but necessary cards.
I agree, but he's filling out the exact pieces that he wants for his deck, which I think is just critical here. Where earlier we saw the same option, like the blue Battlefront Bastion versus Transcend card, and he went with the Battlefront Bastion. This time he went with the Transcend card. And it is having that base that gives you the flexibility to make these decisions later in the draft.
Yeah, Koi Bless Kimono in this pack, but we are already filled out in terms of our chest slot. Probably don't want to double up there. Option of a Transcend card like that Passover.
Oh, and I'll tell you, that kimono is such a tease. Where, you know, you have dreams, right?
Mm-hmm. You hit that one, everything's in your favor.
Yeah, like I'm getting this extra card, and it'll snowball from there, and it's just like, oh, it's so tricky trying to land at exactly one on the right turn.
It is hard. And one of the benefits we didn't talk about with those Keikois is they are cloaked, and cloaked equipment just represents all these equipments. Your opponents have to consider all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So you get some equity of them playing around the potential of you having something like that chest, even when you don't have it, which is such a powerful impact to have from your cloak slot. Yellow Battlefront Bastion. We saw Hamilton pick one of these before.
And yeah, this is interesting because there is the red aura in the Haze Shelter in this pack, and he does not have a lot of auras that he's going to be able to play in his deck. So, you know, does that move up? He already has a couple of these kind of tier 2 attacks in his deck. So, yep, just stay in the path.
Yep. Good value attacks, good numbers all over the place. I think what we're seeing here is a man with a plan. I think this is somebody who just knows how he wants to draft this deck. And, well, that's probably a pretty easy stray from the path here. Rage Spectre makes it around to Hamilton.
What a payoff.
Pick 6, I think?
Yeah, this is super late for this card.
That's interesting. So maybe he has an Enigma close by in the pod with him. Maybe only 2 Enigmas here. Interesting to see that card make it so far around the table.
And this is what you were talking about going into the pack, where just one bomb and his deck goes from solid to scary.
That was a big pickup right there. Does have to pass the legs, which you would have liked to add to his collection, but still plenty more cards to go. We'll see if that slot can be filled. And the Rage Spectre slot was not going to be filled. Windmill slam that card, get it in your deck.
Yes. No, you're happy passing up the legs for that particular card.
Uphold Tradition making it around late here, able to potentially replace the existing arms should he prioritize that card. And it is a very, very powerful upgrade.
Yeah, I think this is one I'm willing to make. I think his card depth is deep enough where he's going to have more than enough playables going on.
That's my instinct as well.
Do you want more blue block 3s in your deck? Yes, always, right? But these are the premier arm piece for this hero.
Yeah, and it, again, allows that Protect the Queen strategy. You can set up that type of game plan if you have access to Uphold Tradition. Waning Vengeance coming around late. Moon Chakra one more time. Couple nice options late in the pack again. This feels like a 2 Illusionist pod, but it's weird because it's not like there's bombs all over these packs, but this pack in particular, these cards are coming so late.
But we've seen Michael have a couple of shots. I think other players value the red Waning Vengeance a lot higher than Michael has been, because we've seen him pass up on I think 2 others throughout the draft, and it didn't look like he struggled about whether or not to take them.
Did in fact take it here, though. Adds the Waning Vengeance to the collection. So a small but effective collection of auras thus far, I would say.
Yes.
Truths Retold. Again, has the option to make that upgrade if he wants it.
That is funny. Just slightly punished for prioritizing this equipment early in the draft.
Maybe. Such a risk, though.
Yeah. Like you're saying, it is such an edge when you sit down and you have 4 pieces of equipment and your opponent only has 2.
I like this one of Vengeful Apparition making Michael's deck. A Trixie card. Waves of Aquamarine in the pack here. Solitary Companion. Yeah, just going to stay the course. Blue block 3. Let's go. 3 for 7, baby. Theoretically.
So tell me, Evasive Leap, was there any consideration for only printing that in red?
So it's interesting. We do that more often these days. We do tighten the range a little bit, and if a card only really fulfills a function in red, we will only print it in red. However, there are enough scenarios with the blues that we were comfortable going with the full cycle. Doing something in red and blue feels a little incomplete. Maybe we'll do that someday.
Yeah,
But it tends to be a binary, though. You either print one color or you print 3 colors.
Yes.
It's been our approach thus far. And there were enough scenarios where you could talk yourself into a blue Evasive Leap where we were happy to let that be not a good pick in the format for sure, but a card that, filled out some decks.
Okay.
Haze Shelter comes back around alongside that Vengeful Apparition. So a couple of Vengeful Apparitions making the cut now. They get better in multiples, I would say.
It'll be
And
interesting
still
to
more
see.
illusionist cards floating around this pack. It's clearly a 2 illusionist draft at this point, I
Yes,
think.
yeah, I think you're correct. And it'll be interesting to see if some of these kind of middling late
Late
cards
Vengeful
end up
Apparition.
in his deck, or if it's just
Yeah.
like, well, I had to pick one of them, so obviously I picked this one, but like, I could see some of these Vengeful Apparitions just not even making the deck.
No, I think that's reasonable, but I do think that that pack rounded out very, very nicely for Michael. And look, there's a Rage Spectre, but beyond that, there's no super powerful standouts. I think it was just a very good, consistent fundamentals, looking for good numbers, looking for a lot of blues, looking for a lot of defense. Kind of like typical Michael Hamilton Flesh and Blood, like the man who created this whole paradigm of maximize value.
Sure.
Does it again in the draft format?
Just understands the numbers and prioritizes the numbers better than anyone else does in the game.
Yeah, that's the vibe I was getting from that draft. I'm very curious to see how he performs in this draft pod. We'll get more information about the structure of the pod. We'll put it all together. I do want to talk about standings. We're working on getting those together for y'all, and then we'll revisit those in just a couple minutes. But I think I'm ready to pull back the Mistveil for you a little bit, Craig, and tell you some more about this big announcement.
You're going to part the Mistveil.
Oh, I'm not going to fully part the Mistveil. We're not.
You're
going to
parting.
We're
Peak the Mistveil.
Peak the Mistveil. I like that. That's
Okay.
good. How about I tell you what you will know by the time this weekend ends?
You think you can tell me what I know?
I think I can tell you. I think I can tell you pretty authoritatively. I think by the end of this weekend, you will know the name of the next Flesh and Blood set.
Wait, that's what you're doing to us?
I think by the end of this weekend, you will know the talents and classes represented in the next Flesh and Blood set.
Talents and classes.
I'm going to go one step further.
Oh, no.
By the end of this weekend, you will know all 4 of the heroes in the next set.
Okay, so the people at home think that this is a bit.
Okay. They can think whatever they want.
But it's not.
At some point, reality comes
You
to
will
roost.
not tell me what these cards are.
No, I will not tell you. I'm not going to tell you until they are revealed.
And it is actually very genuinely exciting to know what this is going to be.
I think you should be very excited.
Well,
And
you keep getting me hyped a little more. I started at a 2 out of 10 because I just didn't believe you. And now that I believe you, I've quickly escalated to, I don't know, I might be at a 7 right now.
Yep. I'm going to be very clear. You're going to know who the heroes are in the set.
Really?
Some of them you will know what they do as well.
7.5.
7.5?
Yeah, it's rising.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, you should be at a 10. I'm telling you, you should be at a 10. Everyone at home should be at a 10.
Every time you say that, I do go up a little more. So this is.
Yeah, I mean, this is big. This is you know, what we live for. This is the exciting stuff that often we make you come to the keynote speech at a Pro Tour to hear kind of where this stuff is going.
Yes.
And we're going to do it a little different this go around. I'm going to give you a little bit more information, and I'm happy to share it. But you got to wait. You got to hang out with us all weekend. You got to be here for U.S. Nationals. And why don't we look at how our players are doing here in U.S. Nationals thus far? We got to start telling the story of who is performing at this tournament, and we'll also take a look at the hero representation. I gave you that quick rundown before, but sitting in that top 4 is a cluster of news. That's the way we refer to that. That's the plural, the group form of news. It's a cluster of news.
Well, right now in our event, we can't really break it down by the top 4 or whatever, right?
Sure.
Like, this whole board, this whole page that we're looking at,
All undefeated.
all undefeated.
Correct.
So it's just a matter of minute tiebreakers here and there,
Absolutely.
which are going to change a lot as we move forward.
Absolutely. But I'm a simple man, and I see three news next to each other, and I get excited, and I call out a cluster of news. So amongst those top fours, we see three news. We see a Kayo as well in the hands of Bryan, Knecht, Roger, Bodee sitting atop these standings thus far. And as we mentioned, these are our feature pod drafters, number 1 through 8. That was the pod we were watching there.
Wouldn't a grouping of assassins be called like
Cluster?
a murder or
no, those are crows. Come on, everyone knows that.
A conspiracy or
no cluster. Michael Hamilton on Enigma 4-0. Pat Eshghy playing Zen 4-0.
Yep.
Reese Tumra 4-0 on Boltyn thus far. And there's so many notable names scattered across these undefeated players. You see Peter Budensek, of course, on Kano.
Yep.
4-0 right now. Noah Bagelman 4-0 on Kayo. I would say, of course, is there as well. Seen a lot of Kayo play from Noah. Mara Faris, I don't know if we say of course in this scenario, but it does make sense given how devoted she has been to -IO. It really was her second main in the background behind Dromai all this time, ready to unleash it upon the world at this U.S. Nationals 4-0 on -IO.
Yeah, I mean, Charles, who we got to watch in round 1 of the event.
Yeah.
Right there at 4-0.
I got to shout out Evan Herndon as well. Yep. Now, Evan, of course, lost to Charles in the finals of the last U.S. Nationals, Lexi versus Fryar.
Evan's running it back.
Yeah, trying to set up a Zen mirror match perhaps to decide U.S. Nationals this go around. We'll see if that comes to fruition. Brian Lorenz around that top cluster as well. I see Ellie Bird repping Zen, has been playing that deck a lot, played it down in those ProQuest Plus in Texas last week, did very, very well. So getting comfortable with that hero. Why don't we move on to the second page of standings here, and we'll see if we've got a few more 4-0s to talk through. They'll pop up in just a minute, I'm sure. But there you see Alexander Vor, another famous Kano 4-0. Of course, it's the same ones all the time, always crushing it. Same Kano showing up, making everyone say, man, I really should have brought a lot more AB this weekend. 2 Kanos.
They do keep them honest, right?
Yeah. You got to give a shout out to my guy, Justin Fryar, 4-0 on Maxx Nitro, showing the power of that new expansion slot card, Supercell, on full display. Nitro Mechanoid, it is a heck of a flesh and blood card. Elizabeth Sprinkle, 4-0 on Prism. A couple Prisms scattered around this top grouping, looking very, very strong thus far. Then we get to folks like Anthony Pham on Riptide, sitting at 4-0. Riptide with 2 contenders sitting at 4-0 thus far in these early rounds of U.S. Nationals.
Yeah, just a huge spread of heroes that we're looking at. And then as we move into the 3-1s, I mean, you see even more where there's a Victor that makes it in here, a Katsu, and like there's just so many heroes that you can bring to the events right now where you're not locked in. You're not saying, all right, what are the top 3 heroes? What are the top 4 heroes? You really need to have a hero that you're super comfortable with and then have a game plan into a very diverse field.
Yeah, a couple more surprises along the way here. We do have those 2 first victors show up. We also have our first Katsus showing down at 47th place in the hands of Sherman Darren Camp. So a very nice start for those folks thus far. Chris Iaali on Levia, 3-1 thus far. Chris did win one of those ProQuest Plus down in Texas last week on Levia. Very, very comfortable with that hero. Why don't we go another page of standings? We'll go one more and just look for a few more notables sitting at that 3-1 record. There we have another page. You see Dorinthea doing very well at 3-1. A couple other notable names along the way here. I see folks like Guy Cohen switched over to new in the aftermath of Dromai. Okay, that's a nice fit. Also sitting at 3-1. You see a lot of news again on this 3-1 page of results, doing very, very well thus far. So a huge amount of diversity, but these part the Mistveil heroes really standing out in their first big showing.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. It's exciting to watch. It's exciting to play. This is a great format right now.
Yeah, it's really excited. I can't wait to see how it shakes out. And it is going to be interesting to see how these draft rounds, because we're in for 6 straight rounds of draft at this point.
Yep.
It's going to shake things up a little bit.
Absolutely.
We're going to step away from that constructed meta, and we could see, some folks that didn't do as well in these CC rounds, maybe didn't nail their pick for the broader metagame, but are really focused on targeting things that they expect to show up in large numbers, like news, Zens, Enigmas. Maybe there's some secret sauce out there targeting all these part of the Mistveil heroes that we could see rise up to the top as we get to these late rounds.
Sure. And to your point, I mean, there's going to be players that went 2-2 through the first 4 rounds that managed to go X-1 or 6-0, and they're towards the top of our standings going into the late rounds of this event. There's going to be some of our top players here who started 4-0 who fall off a bit.
Of course.
The drafts just didn't break their way. And so that's why we play the games, right?
Yeah, and we are going to be playing those games in just a little bit. We're going to take a brief break. We're going to get our players situated down in the feature match area, and then we'll go watch Michael Hamilton pilot that Enigma deck and see how he does with our first round of draft here from U.S. Nationals in Minneapolis. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back to the booth here at U.S. Nationals. I'm not wasting any time. Our players are ready. We're going to go down there. We're going to get into the action. And I am itching to see what Michael Hamilton can cook up on this Enigma deck. Going to be taking on Damien Riggins. Damien drafted Zen, got to this 4-0 record, playing Riptide in the CC rounds. Now taking on Michael Hamilton, the terror of the Flesh and Blood Arena, former world champion.
And straight from the
US
get-go,
champion.
it looks like Damien's on the play here, and he tried to move straight to arsenaling.
Yeah, and Hamilton says no.
Yeah,
and now I suspect we will see Damien's play pattern alter here.
Yeah, but there's times where you can force your opponent to commit enough cards to attacking to clear out your aura to where they end up not arsenaling on their turn.
Potentially. And Hamilton's deck is well set up to do that with these high defense values. Let's see if there's some breakpoints available for Damien. That'll be pretty critical to find here if he's going to go ahead and break this Waning Vengeance. Going to start things off with the Tiger Taming Kakara. Critically on the side of these two players.
Oh, the perfect card.
All cloaked equipment. And yes, you are exactly right, Greg.
Oh,
this
the perfect
is
card.
the perfect card. The perfect defense of this Kakara with that one shield floating. Now even the breakpoint won't do it. You have to offer 5 here if you're going to clear this. And now you're starting to worry about that situation you mentioned where you just can't clear it. And that is a huge win,
what a win
on turn 0 for Michael Hamilton, going to go ahead and keep that aura out there in the arena. Draws up. And look how much we're seeing the late picks that Hamilton found filling out this deck. Those Vengeful Apparitions all made the cut, and they play so well in multiples. These things just stack up with each other.
Yeah,
now, this is a very action point intensive hand.
I was just going to say, this hand is a bit of a clunker, right? Where we were saying that Michael wasn't prioritizing a lot of these instant auras as high as some of the other players. He wanted to make sure he had that consistent block 3 base to his deck. And, you know, a little bit of bad variance catching him here where he's not going to have a very good turn because all of these cards demand his action point.
Yeah, 4 actions here. Now, did Shift into the Uphold Tradition can use that to make sure an attack happens on this turn, and I think it'll be pretty critical to do so. Otherwise, this just feels a little flat. Does also have the headpiece as well, and that's going to be the first salvo. Yeah. Let's go ahead and convert a card here, see if we can find something to unbrick this hand a little bit.
And this is exactly what we talked about.
And finds the Transcend card. Can we make use of that?
When we were watching the draft, we said, you know, this deck is very consistent, but only has a few high upside pieces, and the headpiece is a way to go digging for them. So we see it immediately on the first turn of the game.
Is going to go ahead and get in with this Waning Vengeance, and I expect we have to see those arms here. I just think this turn has to continue. You really do want to deploy that blue action speed aura, followed up the Transcend card, make another Spectral Shield.
Yes, yep.
Exactly. Then you're kind of rolling at that point. Yeah, and here we see the Uphold Tradition. So this actually turned out to be a critical upgrade for Hamilton. Remember, for a long time, this was just the Kikoi in this deck, and was able to grab this Uphold Tradition at no cost very, very late. It unbricks a turn here, so a critical pickup.
Oh, and this is interesting.
Maybe didn't have the blue in this case. Maybe that last card in hand is a yellow.
You might be correct.
That would make a lot of sense if that is the case. Yeah, it is a yellow in hand, so makes perfect sense the way Hamilton had to navigate this particular turn. It's a nice bit of defense value here, and we talked about how critical that Essence of Ancestry is against a deck like Zen, and sidestepping it thus far with this red Tiger form incantation. But had to pitch a yellow, though, and a misstep. I think we heard Damien say that was a mistake, and that's a huge mistake.
Oh, wow. Doesn't get the Tiger.
Oh, that is a massive, massive misplay here from Damien. Look, we always give players the benefit of the doubt, but there's no way to sugarcoat this. I believe that is a blue in hand, correct?
Yeah, for this turn to shake out this way, and you know, Michael's going to get the turn back with nearly a full grip here.
If it's not a blue, you wanted to play this hand in a very different fashion, I believe.
Yep, I agree with you, Bryan.
Unfortunate here for Damien. Going to need to bounce back. Going to see if he can find the clarity. This is what champions are made of. You know, I've seen Michael Hamilton. It was actually in back-to-back tournaments. I saw him miss Tunic in a critical spot, and it really, really cost him. And he had to bounce back through that. That's what makes him a champion. You're able to come through the mistakes. Everyone makes them. It's about how you respond to them. So maybe a misstep there from Damien. See if you can find the path forward to go ahead and make this match close again. Things going very well for Hamilton thus far. Navigated an awkward hand early very well.
Yeah.
Now has an aura established. Can he keep the momentum rolling in his favor? Now that Waning Vengeance, a omnipresent source of go again with that +1 counter, and you see how critical the uphold tradition is across multiple turns. It's not only on breaking one turn, it's multiple turns this is having an impact on.
So valuable. Can we call this card a waxing moon at this point?
Sure, you can call it whatever you want, Craig.
I mean, once it has the counter on it, it's essentially the same card, right?
Yeah, very, very powerful. Very good spot to be in.
And this is one of the problems when you have that mediocre turn and you're playing against Enigma. Often you just have to take it.
Yeah, it snowballs on you. You have to be able to present a massive amount of damage back. And this is going to impede that quite a bit. And I talked about how much I love this card in this format. It's for exactly this reason. So many points of damage are ignorable here from an Enigma. This cannot be, though, in some scenarios. If this shuts off critical effects, critical transcends, it's a really, really big deal.
Well, and it's a big chunk of damage on top of that.
Yeah, fair enough. 6 represented as well. And we do see Damien just take it. And I understand why. If you do not go ahead and get tempo back in this spot, you are frankly doomed. You have to turn the corner very, very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, if you put 2 cards in front of this and then you're not able to clear out the aura, things only get worse for you as the game goes on.
Going to kick things off here with an Untamed coming in, 4-3. Under the effect of Blanche for this turn. No colors for any of these cards. Will that matter? Will that have an impact? Hamilton thinking about the defenses here.
Oh, wow. This is a little surprising.
You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, Craig. And it is time to fold that aura. The Vengeance headed to the graveyard. Flex Claws follow up here. Threatening an on-hit. An interesting hand here. Nice defensive value available to Hamilton. And ready to just cash in some ward to preserve cards in hand. It is going to be Flex Claws hitting here, so not looking to avoid that on hit. That means a follow-up Crouching Tiger here can offer one with the buff from that Untamed. And Hamilton lets it happen one more time. Breed Anger here.
Well, Michael does have the huge life lead here where he can use his life
Yeah,
total.
and he's leveraging it for sure.
Yep, as a resource.
I don't expect a change in strategy here. Hamilton pretty much committed at this point to just letting this go. And I have to say, a nice salvo from Damien, particularly under a Blanche. I think this came at a very critical time.
That was a nice wide turn.
The problem is, I think Hamilton's hand is also very good here. Very, very strong. Massive output. I think he's going to have the blues that he's looking for in this spot. Going to get buffs on some of these cards. And then probably follow it up with wards at the ready. See what's in Arsenal as well for Hamilton. There's going to be the Waxing Spectre to kick things off here. Coming in with the counter. And attacking for 4 immediately. 4 offense, 3 defense. Falls to 2. Does Damien, and the follow-up here, just simply Battlefront Bastion. And Hamilton says, I got the numbers at this point. I'm demanding cards for you, and I think I can make it snowball from here. And just think about how he drafted his deck from this point, Craig. He's got nothing but 3 blocks. He's got 4 ward on the table, and it's ready to attack at a moment's notice. If he defends properly, he can just pop off. He can offer damage every single turn of the game, and he will demand cards every single turn of the game, and Damien will not be able to come back.
Yeah, after not blocking on the previous turn, he falls to 10, but by deploying this aura, he's essentially a 13, right? So he's still buffing his life total, and he, like you said, he's just demanding cards from the opponent.
Card at the ready in the arsenal. Now,
every single turn.
As I exalt the virtues of all the 3 blocks in his decks, Hamilton draws 2 non-blocks. So obviously I know nothing. A little bit of out of order drawing here for Hamilton, but is able to just go ahead and apply a Kikoi here. That's going to go ahead and let Stir the Pot be played. That's going to transcend and offer perhaps a combo card for Zen here.
And one thing we haven't really spoken about with Damien is he does have 2 cloaked equipment on his side of the board.
Yeah.
And he didn't even think about flipping them up previously. I wonder if one of them is the chess piece that searches up a chi.
Yeah, just didn't have the transcend in this spot.
Had not transcended.
Maybe
yet
has
in
it on the next
game.
turn. It's possible. Something that Hamilton will definitely have to consider. But just a triple transcend turn here available to Hamilton should he want it. I don't think he has to take it. I think he can save one of these for a future turn just as well. But 2 transcends is pretty nice. That guarantees a lot of spectral shields across the next turn. Could go ahead and sync that chi as well if you want to. That's why you sequence in this fashion.
Yeah, he just has it all working right now, right?
Yep. Has defensive cards available with evasive leap. We know there's going to be plenty of spectral shields over the next few turns. Just has to find the resources to put this hand together, and maybe it is just getting rid of this evasive leap. Yeah, you don't need to play defense right now. You need to play offense, and Hamilton going to just go ahead and maximize the output to the arena. Nope, is going to go ahead and eventually go back to that transcend card.
Yeah,
maybe playing it a little safe in this scenario.
It is funny when you're in this position, you're so far ahead, you start double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking.
Of course.
You know what the opponent can do to potentially win the game, and you actually have the resources and the ability to play super conservative if you want to.
Yeah, and I think Hamilton knows the plan here is just going to go ahead and start things off with that inner chi. Going to offer a break point.
Yeah, I mean,
take 2 cards. Waxing Spectre is on the combat chain. Enigma now activated. That's going to be joined by a Spectral Shield. That's going to come in for 2. Demand another card, it appears. These equipment's just not doing anything for Damien Riggins. They are not the secret sauce in this scenario. Yeah, and it gets a flex clause and 1 card left in hand. It's a no block, and that means when this Waxing Spectre comes down, picks up a counter and rumbles in, it is going to go ahead and take this down for Hamilton.
I can't read my cards.
And you see Damien lamenting a little bit, maybe some nerves in this matchup. It is tough to be in this scenario against the GOAT, the all-time winningest Flesh and Blood player in history, to have to face down his Enigma in the feature match area. And a bit of a misstep there from Damien, but still a beautiful record at this point. And like I said, this is how you make champions. You rebound, you dust yourself off, and you come back the next round.
Yeah, I mean, he's right in the mix for this event. At 4-1, you know, you're still at the top of the standings. It's definitely not time to panic or do anything crazy. You just regroup.
Yep.
Maybe you take an extra breath before the next game. You play a little bit slower, and you're not going to make that mistake again.
If there's a hero you just can't afford to misstep against, too, it is Enigma. It can absolutely snowball on you, especially in the hands of Michael Hamilton. Sounds like we're ready for our backup match, and I think we have the other half of the Manor podcast down there ready to battle. It is Roger Bodee going to be representing Zen this go-around, taking on a new, Pat Eshghy's new, in fact, across the table. And we're going to start things here in the early turn still. Roger kicking things off with that Tiger, taming Kakara. Follow-up attack for 2. Tidal Surge at the ready for defense. Aspect of Tiger comes in for 2. Not a card I want to see in yellow, frankly.
Generally not, but when you end up with the Tiger, you're kind of doing what you're trying to do. And it's almost breaking the right way for Roger here, where he's getting a lot of these B-level cards out of his deck on the very first
turn. I would agree with that. We saw Fact-Finding Mission Blue pitched here. That's not a card you really want to see stick around for all that long, so now it's buried on the bottom. Of course, then shuffles a lot, so it could rear its head again. But yeah, I think that's a fine way to spend your first turn, throwing out some of your garbage attacks, quite frankly.
And it's also kind of interesting that Pat chose to use a piece of armor on that very first turn. It was only 1 point of damage. You leak a point on the first turn. It's not a big deal.
Wants to have that arousing wave at the ready, though.
Yeah, that exactly right. You're saying, hey, maybe I want to use this piece of equipment on the very first turn.
Yeah, I think it's important you at least threaten that at all points. You need to have your opponent thinking about it. And it's a lot easier to buy that narrative if you've already got your counter on the arousing wave.
Pat only showing up with 2 pieces of equipment here.
Yeah, Roger with 3.
Roger with 3, and the 2 that he's showing are definitely premium pieces.
Looks like Bonds of Memory going to kick things off here. Met with no defenses, apparently, and Hiss going to go ahead and do the thing. Combining with Slither. There's a blue Hiss, so some disaster avoided there for Roger. Before we go again, we are going to go ahead and banish a card here. It's a blue card, but it's a homage to ancestors. And blue cards, blue transcend cards that you exile as new can be awkward, Craig. They do transcend back to your opponent's hand if they transcend on the turn. Sometimes you use them anyway, frankly.
Yeah, well, there's times where your opponent, if you're using New's ability on your own turn, that they're just not able to play. You haven't played a blue card yet on your turn.
You can find that spot as well.
And so you just fire one off, get a little bit of benefit out of it, and it doesn't transcend.
Mask going to be used here for Roger on this next Bonds of Memory. It is going to hit, though. It finds a nimble strike off the top. No life gain there. Pretty critical for the Zen to just dodge those life gain effects. Those random 1 or 2 life that can show up over the course of a game can be really, really hard to overcome on the Zen side.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, if I'm in Pat's seat, I'm pretty happy with the opponent leaking a pile of damage. I've exiled 3 extra cards. Like there's a lot of upside to that turn.
Yeah, and we'll see why Roger wanted to go ahead and give up a little bit on this turn. Looks like yellow Nimbleism.
All right, what's going on here is pretty face up, right? I would think we're going to use the Transcend Go Again card here.
Yep. Yeah, and there you see Path Well Traveled coming down, +2 for the droplet. New falls to 14, so both players just trading blows thus far here early. Zen critically, though, now with an action point still, with that hero ability at the ready. And can Roger make a big turn out of that hero ability? She is going to be pitched. What is it being pitched to? Yeah, just going to play a card from hand. It's going to be Harmony of the Hunt deployed here. So a couple resources floating, going to make the Tiger. Interesting. I wonder what's sitting there in the arsenal for Roger.
Well, not just arsenal, but it also kind of speaks to not a lot of high upside combo cards.
Maybe.
In Roger's deck, right?
Or they're just in Roger's arsenal right now. That's the other option.
Very possible.
Yeah, 2 resources floating. I'm always thinking about Pouncing Key.
Yes.
But it's going to be Tiger Taming Kakara fired here. And Pat's just saying, send me the bill. Yeah, is committed to taking a bunch of damage here. And Pat quickly falls to 9 here. So New you often think of as playing more defensively, but maybe that 7 damage leaked on the first turn is telling Pat, no, let's take off the brakes here. Let's just go ahead and offer really, really uncomfortable blocking decisions for the rest of the game. And this is a card that is well primed to do it. Double Trouble, a nightmare to defend against.
Yeah, this... in Rainbow. All 3 colors are some of my favorite cards.
It looks like we're going to activate legs here. It is Aqualapse doing the thing, and Siren's Call added to the mix. So a powerful Majestic here for Pat. Going to go ahead and take a peek at the hand. 2 options. It was that fact-finding mission that comes back around. Roger just playing Prismatic Leyline in every format. Refuses to get away from it. Has it in his new deck in CC. Also has it here. And frankly, has shown a good spread of colors. Now, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I do think his deck is quite well poised to get value out of that prismatic Leyline. Does have the Nimbleism in the yard as well, played it on the last turn, so that Nimble Strike is going to be turned on. And I think a turned on Nimble Strike is very powerful in this format.
Yeah, super strong.
Yeah, clean hit here for the Double Trouble. A couple more cards head to the Banish Zone. They were both reds, I believe, but that Droplet was committed. That bodes well for the New. 2 options you see put aside there.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to the point in the game
Doesn't
where...
seem like it, Craig. We're just firing
That's
here.
what it's about. Yeah. It's just a lot of big attacks.
Yeah, blue bonds is the offer here. Roger sitting at a comfortable enough 11. Not really afraid here. Is going to have to play the next turn with only 3 cards in hand, on an arsenal as well. Is there a defense that Roger would like to make here?
Well, and the way that this turn has played out, I think Pat would have liked to have forced through more damage at this point.
Oh, Intimate Inducement comes down. It is somehow the worst Intimate Inducement in the red one. I really do favor the blue one over the red. Maybe some folks disagree. Certainly, all versions are playable. But I really love the solid +1 from the blue.
But even here, I feel like potentially that card was better blocking on the previous turn.
Maybe. There was some uncertainty with Pat's hand, right? He had to draw a card off the Siren's Call. So you can see scenarios where it pops off
that's fair.
Really hard.
That is fair.
But pretty low output thus far. Critically, though, another blue is going to head to the Banish Zone. And I agree we're not really playing towards that, but just a random Transcend card is starting to get to the point where it could potentially offer some value here.
Sure.
There's another.
I just think with the rush to the low life totals, we're going to end up situations where the players have, kind of the 2-card, 1-card hands that they're working with, and it gets more and more difficult to transcend as we get to that point of the game.
For sure. Blue aspect of Tiger. It's pulled into defense. It's going to have no defense value. Arousing Wave going to do its thing and create a Fang Strike. I think just looking for some resource efficiency here. I don't know if it's going to be deployed. I assume it just floats to the next turn.
Yeah. I would agree with you there.
And another droplet goes ahead and enters the Banish Zone. So a pretty stocked up Banish Zone thus far.
It's a massive Banish Zone.
Yeah, considering how many turns we've played. And those Beckoning Mistblades, should you get a trigger available to you, maybe it can unlock this Banish Zone very quickly. But I love this as a way for Roger to start the turn. Just going to go ahead and offer that 5 go again on the back of Nimble Strike. Plenty of resources still at the ready to play the rest of this turn. Very good knowledge here for Pat. Knows what Roger's working with on the back of that Siren's Call critically, so can make some good blocking decisions here.
Yeah, I mean, considering Roger was at 13 going into the last turn, and Pat had the full 4-card grip.
Yeah, I think you would have expected more.
To come out of it at 9 and still have 3 cards in your hand and your arsenal that you're working with, you're saying, all right, that could have been much, much worse.
If you are Pat, and this Banish Zone has developed in this fashion, you have to think about slowing down a little bit, right? You have to think about defending, knowing that you have some resources to leverage already set up in the Banish Zone.
It can be tough because, yes,
that Zen doesn't want to defend a Beckoning Mistblade. It's such a bad spot to be in. Although I guess Roger does still have equipment available, and maybe that's the thing that's going to really hold back Pat from that plan, and maybe we just see him go aggressive one more time.
It's also possible that maybe Pat has 1 or 0 Transcend cards in his deck.
Sure.
If he's saying, hey, slowing down doesn't do me any good because I can't take advantage of those cards anyway.
Yeah, fair enough, Craig. Good point. We do not know the count on those Transcend cards.
So just a lot of considerations going on here.
Yeah, it does have this Aqualapse available to defend here. It's going to combine with a 3-block, a Pick the Pieces. So just a point of damage going to leak here.
Pick the Pieces is a great card, but not for this matchup.
No, that's an Enigma card through and through. Companion of the Claw, follow up here. Four go again. Creates a Tiger in hand off that blue pitch. Another 3 points of defense here. And Roger just content to go ahead and Arsenal. So, a pretty mediocre set of turns here for both these players. I would say neither really
I
pushed the limits of the format.
Yeah, they're both happy with the way that the things went on the opposing turn.
Yeah. So a bit of a lull in the action here. The pace of this game slowing down was frenetic at the start. Players are settling in now, and we're starting to think about a slightly longer game. A big win on Roger Bodee's side. Those equipment have been worked through. You always feel a sigh of relief when you reach that point. You know your opponent does not have any more defense value. And we're going to add to that Banish Zone over on Pat's side. I love this play out of New. It is gravekeeping, and Pat's going to make Roger clean up that filthy graveyard. Crouching Tigers don't go here.
Yeah, he's not banishing the Crouching Tiger. It was never supposed to be there to begin with.
It is just going to be a red card banish here, though. No more blue cards in Roger's Banish Zone here. So takes out that Companion of the Claw instead. So this is more of a 2 for 6 than anything else.
Which is fine. I actually think that.
Yeah, numbers are good right now. And on Roger's side, showing an affection for this card, Prismatic Leyline. It's going to kick things off by pumping a yellow Biting Breeze. Is Roger going to do it? I feel like there should be some kind of achievement unlocked if you're able to get all 3 points.
Listen, even if you just get 2, you're getting a ton of value out of this card. If you go,
that's Roger's whole theory in his CC deck. He only has blue and red cards. There's no yellows in the deck except for Prismatic Leyline, and he's still playing it happily.
Yeah.
Zero, 4, 3 block is yellow. It's above rate, Greg. That's very, very good.
Yes. And
0-6 is absurd.
Pat is back in this position that we saw him in a couple of turns before, where he has a very large life total lead, and it's a question of what does he want to do with that.
Oh, here's a nice follow-up. It's Red Blanche, so it's only going to get 3 points of pump off of that ley line, but I think that's completely fine. I think that card did its job, and this Blanche going to go ahead, rumble in for 8, 2 points hit, so no colors for Pat on this turn. What kind of offense can he put together? Roger still with 2 points of equipment, card in arsenal, slight life deficit. You do have to worry about the attack reaction game from New at this point. That is the problem. You have some fear.
I believe we're still working with the Fang Strike out of the arsenal.
Okay, so you know the limit. You do have to commit a little bit of defense here to avoid death. But you could get away with no cards, assuming that chess piece is ready to defend. It may not be. It may be one of those flip on 1 life effects.
Sure. Which can be extremely hard to navigate right now, where you can't block going to 1 intentionally because of the Fang Strike.
Is there. Yeah, that might be the biggest use of that Fang Strike in this matchup, to cover up that faux breakpoint and keep Roger from just going ahead and pushing in something like the Strides here. He's reaching for it. You can do this plus a card. That's fine.
Yes.
If you are correct and that's that Fang Strike, though, you got to add more to the mix here. Looks like Roger thinking about what else is going to defend on this turn. You could have effects like Ancestral Harmony. Or excuse me, the... something about ancestors. I don't know. Gain of life.
Well, I feel like the most obvious one here would be an Evasive Leap.
Yeah, Evasive Leap, also very clean here.
You know, he's blocking to take 2, going to 1. He's not just going to die to the Fang Strike here, presumably.
Presumably. Unless, what if he's running the sickest next level bluff of all time, Craig?
And yeah.
What if he's trying to just get Pat to pass on this? It's crazy. I really don't think that's what's happening here, but
that would be quite the mind game. That would be the next level.
Like when you think about it, like at the highest level, I think you could talk yourself into that play. I really do think there's a window to do it and to get a massive, massive benefit from it in the right spot.
Sure. And if you're in Pat's seat, it's just like he has to have something, right? He has to. I can't just.
And Pat just passes here. So like, again, I'm not saying it was the case, but if it was, he would have gotten away with it. And now he falls to 1. And is this a chest that is going to be turned on in this scenario? Strides at the ready, and it is a chest.
Oh, wow.
Boy bless Kimono. That is going to go ahead and get the chi. And I am dying to know Roger's hand arsenal.
Yeah.
Did he get away with it? If I'm Roger and I didn't get away with it, I just had the backup, I'm never showing it on camera right now. I'm hiding it. I'm making everyone think I'm a genius. I'm never admitting to the fact that I didn't run that scam. I will take that story with me to my grave.
Yeah, it's like, listen, if he has the evasive leap, all options were good for him there, right? Like whatever the opponent does, he gets to kind of have the blowout. But if you don't have it, you definitely just flip it over and show everyone how gosh darn good you are at this game, right?
Have no choice in that spot. You know, Roger usually very quiet and humble, so that's not something he would do, but that's what I would do.
He actually, he had tweeted out how much respect he has for the Runaways.
Oh, okay.
And how he feels like they're the best team.
I love to see that camaraderie
at the Pro
players.
Tours.
People may not know this when I talk about Roger on stream. I really, really like Roger. I think he's a great dude. I think he is extremely funny, extremely smart.
Yeah.
We've gotten into it a few times on Twitter.
That's okay.
Because he is extremely opinionated and extremely smart.
He
backs it up.
Persnickety at points.
Yeah, absolutely. We all can. And I think he's a great dude, and I think he's a great flesh and blood player. I hope that shines through when I'm commentating his matches. I give him a little gruff sometimes, but I really do think he is top-notch.
And also, I'm down for a little bit of this.
Yeah, a little bit of trash talk.
Yeah,
sure.
Some needles.
Keep it respectful, keep it clean, but yeah, I like a little bit of trash talk.
I don't know. Maybe you skirt the line here and there.
Okay.
Maybe you're not respectful.
Craig's a habitual line stepper.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Roger's a habitual Tiger Taming Kakara user, offering 2 here. Zen activation at the ready. Has that aspect of Tiger was the find. And this deck just showing off the devotion to the rainbow spread, honestly, all over the place with these color combinations. I'm assuming you go get yellow aspect. You either have no combo cards left in your deck or you have something to pair it with and you're going to use it effectively.
Sure. Yeah, I had speculated that maybe he doesn't have a lot of good combo pieces in his deck, and this is kind of just lending credence to that, right?
Here is the Crouching Tiger. Yeah, Pouncing Key yellow.
Okay.
Very clean here.
Okay.
Okay, thus far, I've seen nothing that indicates that Roger didn't just make a spectacularly brilliant play on the last turn cycle. Thus far. Still cards hidden, still information out there.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with you.
Aspect of Tiger. Soul. Going to go ahead, make Crouching Tiger. I'm going to put out one more possibility, Craig. And I actually think Roger would own to this if it was the case. He forgot it was the +1 effect in Arsenal.
I mean, maybe we blew it.
Maybe we blew it. Let's put that out there as a possibility. Sure, I'll eat that one.
Maybe the Fang Strike did get played earlier in
bad
the game.
tracking. Maybe it's a Slither, something like that. Sure, I'll take that on the chin. Here's a Breed Anger. Going to go ahead and close out the chain. That's going to go ahead and combo off one more time. So we're still going wide. That means seeing what's in that arsenal is still a possibility here. This represents lethal and no equipment at the ready. So it looks like it is going to have to be committed here. Pat's going to allow Roger to go ahead and grab that one off the chain.
We're using an Enigma as a
sure, why not?
A Crouching Tiger proxy.
That's just clean game administration there.
We give the players everything they need down in that feature match area.
Unbelievable what these people put us through. Yeah, and it does demand a card here from that Breed Anger. The last card from Arsenal. It's a Gravekeeping. Craig.
Unbelievable.
He just ran an absolute clinic on this turn. If this is real, this is mind-blowing. Oh, there's one more card.
Okay.
What is that card? Is that a Tiger? I think that's a Tiger.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know either.
Brian, we do not know what's going on here.
Roger Bodee has sufficiently short-circuited me in this game. As it often happens when I interact with Roger, I am just beyond tilted. I have no idea what's going on anymore. This is unbelievable. Roger now drawing back up, full grip, has full tempo at this point.
Yeah. And we're at that point in the game where the libraries are getting real thin. The life totals are really low. There's no equipment on either side of the board.
This is very impressive thus far. I got to consult with our gallery. We got all the boys over in the corner. Do you guys think he just ran a masterclass there? They think he forgot. Their production thinks Roger forgot about the +1. I'm telling you, man, this dude is good. He's a really good Flesh and Blood player. Give him some credit. I think he made an absolute gambit there. And now he's just pulling cards from Pat's hand. Yeah, it was a Crouching Tiger in Arsenal, so it sure looks like he successfully got away with one here. And the follow-up here, it's going to be that blue fact-finding mission coming around for another time. And I think this does it, barring something from Arsenal, because it's a no block in Pat's hand. Picked to pieces. Yeah, and we believe that's the pump in Arsenal. I am staggered right now. Show it. Oh, my God, it is the pump.
Oh, my God.
Did Roger just steal this game? We need to talk to Roger. Can someone grab Roger, please, and figure out what happened? Did he actually just run that gambit on him?
Because I think he needed every resource on that turn to go wide. So if he didn't have the chi, then Pat gets to keep cards in his hand, and then the game is completely different.
I'm speechless right now. Like we sent people out to go grab Roger, frankly. We're going to get to the bottom of this when we get our next...
rarely see people running the bluffs.
Look, I think there's a lot more... You know, I did an interview with Simon Nielsen at the last Pro Tour, and he talked a lot about the fact that he thinks there's nobody who's actually great at Flesh and Blood yet. The game is so deep, there's so much to explore, and there's so many more things you can do. And I've always said there's kind of this mode of risk-taking, this mode of bluffing that you can really delve into. And it's sure it happens. It's present. I don't want to make it sound like Roger's the first one to ever run something like that, but that was a really high-level play if Roger just put that one together. Very, very impressive stuff.
I mean, you can't do that, right? You can't block in a way where you just lose the game when the opponent plays the card that you know about.
Yeah, you know it. You saw the card put in Arsenal. It's clear you have that. There's no way you make this play unless you're going to gain one life. And then in Pat's case, obviously you save it. It does you no benefit there to just leak that one damage.
Yeah.
Starstruck right now. Blown away. Impressive stuff from Roger Bodee to move to 5-0. Potentially setting up for a Roger versus Michael showdown in the next round. It's exciting stuff. Battling your podcast co-hosts at 5-0. We're going to check in, see where the pairings are there. A little bit of a break here. We're going to get our boys, Pankaj and Doa, back in the booth, and they're going to bring you more action from the draft rounds here in Minneapolis, and we will get to the bottom of this Roger Bodee situation.
Absolutely.
We'll understand what just happened. Do not go anywhere.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the U.S. Nationals here for Flesh and Blood. Doe and Package back with you again. And we've got a lot more draft to look forward to, 2 games specifically. Plus, they go fast enough. We'll probably get even more than that. Lots of bonus games. But how about a bonus release, we'll say? I don't know. That seems like a good transition, right? Let's talk about the Kayo Armory deck. Check it out. Obviously, you can go pick it up. If you've been curious about playing Kayo, here's your chance to just get an Armory deck and do it. Have a good structure to build from.
3 KOs ended 4-0 at the end of US Nationals today, and quite a few of it off the back of what is available in the CC deck, particularly Savage Sash. When you pop that on a Blood Rush turn, you are going wide and you are hitting hard. This is a fantastic product to just get started with the game and just, play at a local armory and really just, start off your KO Flesh and Blood journey.
Yeah, I think it's fun too, and I think I said this before, where like it can be tricky. I feel like in Flesh and Blood to jump over to a new hero and pick everything up. You need to play with it, and et cetera, et cetera. But this is a good way where it's like, hey, I want to give KO a try. I want to give Brute a try. I can just pick this up and do it, and if I like it, great. I can build from that. So yeah, I like that they're starting to do these armory decks. It's pretty exciting for me. It's getting to play things I haven't played before, so it's pretty fun.
Big fan too. It's very nice, just in a nice little compact package. You have everything you need, the 60 plus the equipment. That being said, though, it sounds like our players are ready for our next draft feature match. So let's get right into it. We're following Michael Hamilton again on Enigma.
Yeah, that's right. And Daniel Rothhaar on new. It looks like both 5-0 coming into this. And I always say, and I've said this to his face too, to Michael Hamilton's face, and he and I played our match against each other in the Goliath Gauntlet way back in 2022, and he beat me. It happens, right?
He does that a lot, I've heard.
And then at Worlds, after he won, I said, let's be honest. That moment when you beat me, that was the moment when you really said to yourself, I can do it. I can be a champion in Flesh and Blood. And he said, absolutely, Doa. That was the moment I knew. So I'm just glad to help Michael.
So you're the reason.
So far since then,
You're the reason he's a menace to the Flesh and Blood community now.
I will take
everyone's
100% credit for that.
Wow.
Oh, it's all me. It's all me.
Can't believe I'm sitting next to you.
No, he's actually like a god-tier gamer, and he has done it all himself, obviously. But yeah, coming in with Enigma again, obviously. I think it's very much his type of hero to play, especially in this kind of draft format, too, where you can do something like this. Play the, put in the Waning Vengeance, swing for 4, and then you've got other big card opportunities like Battlefront Bastion, things like that you have available in drafts. So I feel like Enigma is very much in his wheelhouse here.
Looks like he was playing that on New's turn.
That's
so
right.
New
yeah.
passed priority, and Hamilton responded with that Waning Vengeance. Could be a little risky against a deck that has 2 daggers. Let's see if Daniel's able to break through their ward and punish Hamilton for actually, using 2 cards like that on his own turn.
A little bit, yeah. Here comes the Nimbleism now with the follow-up. Okay, I call this card like Disco Fever, because if you get a Rainbow Foil, you kind of turn it. It looks like a rave is going on back there, but it's actually called Mind's Desire, as you can see. But will this be enough to take out the ward on the side of Michael? Because that's one of the scariest things about going first versus an Enigma, or really any illusionist, is their ability to instant speed in auras and then just be ready to go after you on their turn.
Yep, so Michael Hamilton getting quite a bit punished over there. He only had the 2 block remaining. A very powerful card as that as well, the Spectral Manifestations. Yeah. At the same time, Daniel gaining 2 life off of the effect of Mind's Desire, banishing the Spectral Manifestations I was blocked with, and banishing the Essence of Artistry off the top as well. So it's a 3 life point swing for Daniel right there.
And in a format like Blitz, that can be a massive life swing, right? When you're playing with such low health pools, just a couple health can mean the difference. See, Michael looks to the heavens to get ready for his turn as well. I'm trying to go through what he's got there.
So typically this is quite a bad matchup for New. You do need, some number of picked pieces, good amount of reacts, because otherwise it's hard to mount the pressure you need into the opponent. But, Michael Hamilton gave up quite a few powerful red auras to do the play that he did. He lost the Waning Vengeance. He pitched a Waxing Spectre, and he had to block with the Spectral Manifestations as well. Those are some strong power cards that he just doesn't have access to right now. And this hand that he's drawn up here, not what you want to see when you're going second.
Yeah, it's a little bit tougher to play out, a little bit tougher to, build something that you're going to be, interested in protecting for the next turn here. But he knows what's in his deck. He knows what he can afford to block with. And so I have to believe that, that's part of the long-term plan, right? Is, you're giving that stuff up because there are things that you can theoretically draw into and establish that board that's very hard to remove. So we'll see if that's the case. Single-minded devotion.
Do you need to call it?
No, I'm just trying to remember if I
Determination, rather.
banished off of, or if I gained the life.
You said gain a life, so you
Right,
went to
but
21.
But it should be 22, right? Because it was 2 non-attacks. But
Discussing the life gain from the previous turn.
I'm happy to ask a judge.
Sure.
Yeah.
And Michael's a very gracious guy, too. Like, he's
For sure.
seriously one of the nicest people you could meet.
He absolutely is, which is, for a player that has, the achievements that he does, he's just still managed to remain so incredibly humble past of all of that.
He's like he's the embodiment of what I think a professional player should be, right? Where it's like the concern is with, did I play the best I could play in the game I just played? And that's the primary concern. It's not about like, I got to win this big tournament. I got to make this money. I got to have this prestige. It's like, did I play the best I could? And the people I feel like that have that mindset first and foremost, those are the ones that win that money, that win those tournaments, So, like I said, I'm not surprised at all. Where he's like, yeah, let's just go. Call judge. See what's up.
In it for results. You just want to play good, clean games of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah. Obviously, you love winning too, but still.
Yep. So while the players are settling that for now, let's talk about this turn cycle for Michael Hamilton here. We spoke about how that was a pretty awkward turn cycle for him, just drawing a bunch of first tenets of chi there, and they don't really work well with each other, especially since the single-minded determination's a yellow, not a blue. He couldn't give it go again, playing the tenet of chi wind. So it looks like his turn is just going to be play this Ward 2 card, get a couple of counters on it, but he's going to pass, and he's probably going to need to end up arsenaling one of those tenets of chi. And also, very critical to point out, those are cards Nu would love to steal from you at some point, especially with that blue Essence of Artistry already in the banish zone. If you can play the Ten of Chi, gives it a go again, and then play that and suddenly pop off with a bunch of Ward on your side of the table, you could look at Michael Hamilton and say, who's the Enigma player now?
Yeah, it looks like they did bring Daniel up to 22 health just to resolve that. Now we're moving on.
Shout out to our judges once again. Without them, these tournaments do not run, and very glad to have them around to help us solve these inconsistencies.
Yeah, so it looks like there is a transcend opportunity in Michael's hand coming up here. We have to get back to that, of course.
Water the Sea is a very, very critical tool that Nu has access to in the draft format to mount the pressure that she needs into something like Enigma. Critically, it does give +1 to the dagger as well. It doesn't just pump up attack action cards. It also make the next dagger come in for 2 instead of just 1.
Right, and so then when you combine that with the damage that then your next blue card is going to get to, this card can suddenly be worth like an extra 2 damage on the chain overall. So it's a big deal, especially in this draft format. Yeah.
And Danielle sending in the dagger after it is coming in for 2, which does match up very nicely with the Ward 2 that Michael Hamilton has set up. But of course, that's a Ward 2 with 2 counters on it. You really want to try and keep it if you can. Michael Hamilton recognizing that looks like opponent is possibly going wide enough that it would just be too greedy to try and keep something like that.
Yeah, and that's the kind of awareness you need as the Enigma player is, when to avoid over defending your wards. And I feel like that's a hard thing to overcome as a new Enigma player is because there's a very fine line, right?
Yeah. At some point, you just have to accept that if you manage to get the full ward value, you should just be happy enough with that.
Yeah. Desires of Flesh being thrown out.
I'm gonna Venomous Bite.
Blocked. Oh, okay.
Pretty aggressive line from Daniel over here, using the react on this piece while it's not going to threaten any ward pieces. Typically, Enigma is pretty happy to just use a life as a resource to set up board state, and you would need those reacts to get over their blocks once they do have the board state. But Daniel's saying, I just want to get to low enough life that you can't use that life total as a resource anymore, so I'm just going to go ahead and use the react right here.
Yep. Makes sense. And that's going to be the end of the turn there. Already, Michael having a little bit of... Michael struggling a little bit, down to 14 health. That's a bit rough. Decides to pull this back up again.
And he said he'll pass without banishing that, without saying the banish.
That's
Do I
my
need
bad.
to?
No, I missed the trigger.
Okay, so what's going on?
Okay, because it did banish an attack action card. So going back and thinking about, looks like if there was a miss trigger there as well.
I think the trigger that was missed was a banish off the top of the deck.
Oh, yeah,
that
you're
Vengeful
right.
Apparition didn't move go to Banner Zone, but the top
Yeah.
of the deck was missed. The judge will just clarify that. Now, that is one tricky thing about Nu, both in Limited and in CC. She has a lot of triggers. There's just the triggers from your stealth attacks. They banish the opponent's cards. Then you make tokens here and there. You're making Fang Strikes in your hand. There's a lot of things to keep track of as Nu. You're giving Go again to your blue cards. It's just, it's
I feel like
can be tough. Yeah.
I feel like a lot of her cards like do two things too.
Yeah.
So it's like you remember one, you forget the other, and not to mention you have to think about it, at this point in the day, these players have been playing a lot of flesh and blood.
Yep.
This is the point in the day where you start to really feel that these events are marathons. They are demanding in terms of keeping your mental acuity like up as high as it can possibly be for a very long time. It's grueling.
Let's also not forget
we get to take breaks. These guys don't.
Let's also not forget that they are playing on stream as well, and that's no easy feat. No less, especially when you're playing against someone like Michael Hamilton. The nerves are a thing, and we do allow players some leeway when it comes to that. Let's see what the judge rules for that.
Yeah, you're playing against a former world champion.
Mm-hmm.
I love that he's like judging and having a snack at the same time. You got to stay fueled. You got to keep the energy up. So, yeah. There you go, Tony over there judging like a pro, which we demand.
Yes, they all are. Yeah.
That's right. Yep. Good thing it's not me over there. I'd be like, I don't know. I'd be focusing more on the snack.
Yep. Let's talk a little bit about the equipment now. We know Michael Hamilton has that Uphold tradition, which is a very, very critical piece for Enigma in Limited. It can be difficult to find auras with the +1 counters on them. We saw Spectral Manifestations already blocked with and gone away. So typically the Uphold tradition is sort of the key piece you need to try and start going wide. Because sometimes if you're left with a bigger hand but you don't have Go again on your auras, you can struggle to actually make use of the big hand. We saw that happen already on Michael's first real turn of the game, where he played a single-minded determination and couldn't do anything else.
Right.
So Uphold tradition we can expect to see get some great value there, and we also know his chest and headpiece are both Prevention 1, I believe.
If I remember correctly, because we saw him a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
I think that's right. I didn't have it all memorized. I admit it.
But. Daniel's equipment's a bit more of a mystery. The arms piece typically could be the prevent one, could also be the attack reaction one, which is very, very good in Nu specifically, especially cards like Double Trouble.
You'd rather have a Rousing Wave, wouldn't you? What do you think?
Yeah, if you had the choice, but if you had to play a cloaked one, you'd rather have Waves of Aquamarine, which is the arms piece that gives you an attack react, which can turn on something like Double Trouble. Right. And the chess piece, that's a real mystery. And honestly, one of the very, very fun things about this limited format is, does the one life actually matter? Does getting my opponent to 1 matter? Like, do they want to get there to flip up the chess piece and, on the Nu side, get a Battleborn 2 equipment or potentially find a deck for a Chi? Or is that just another one of those prevent 1 effects?
Right. It's always a little bit scary when you get down to that point in the game. Do you let them get to 1 or do you just try to push through, not let them have a chance?
It's a fun little thing.
Checking out the Banner Zone real quick here while we wait a little bit for that ruling, it looks like. Yeah, might as well take the time to look through the graveyards, just familiarize yourself with the overall board state a little bit more.
Yep. And on Michael Hamilton's side, I believe he's holding on to a red Battlefront Bastion. It might be a yellow. I'm not sure if he ended up drafting any of the reds.
I feel like I saw him play I feel like I saw him play yellow earlier. Yeah, we're getting confirmation those were yellows. Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like his play on his turn is going to be Battlefront Bastion. And remember, he still has one of those tenets in his arsenal. I don't quite remember if it was the Go Again one or the +2 one, but. Looks like he's just gonna go for more mid-rangey style while he finds those auras.
I think after this day is done, maybe I should follow the art on the card and go get a massage. That sounds nice. Sounds relaxing. I could use a nice shoulder massage after this. You're hunched over, looking at holding your cards, stressed out, looking at the table all day. Go get a nice back rub. Yeah,
definitely. Although I don't think I'd want one from these assassins. I feel like there's something even more sinister going on there.
I don't want to die.
So,
yeah. Just more like a regular IRL one. Just relaxation, please.
Yep.
No poison needles, nothing like that. Yeah.
Looks like Judge is just asking for the game state to be recreated as they figure out what the ruling should be.
Love that full art Fang Strike.
Oh, yeah. It is
very cool.
Absolutely gorgeous. And I believe they have the cold foil ones on the prize wall here today. In Minneapolis, you need a hefty amount of prize tickets to go and grab yourself one of those, but those look really, really good.
I mean, this is one of the nicest looking sets we've had in Fab, I think. Just card art, the borders on the Mystic attack reactions for the Assassin are so cool. They're so ethereal looking.
Yeah.
I really love it.
Very thematic. Not to mention, of course, the Marvel Transcend cards, which are all absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. And you know what? I refuse to double sleeve, so I'm just flipping those raw when I'm playing.
Oh,
you
you
know?
animal.
I know. I'm crazy like that. I just don't like my deck to be that thick. You know?
Yeah.
No double sleeving for me. I know that makes people cringe out there, but you know, I'm just they were made. Those cards are made to be flipped.
They definitely were.
Yep. There you go. So still figuring out the eventual board state. You know, if I think the crux of this is, should Daniel be at 22 or 23 health? Or no, it's the banish.
Yeah, banish off the top of the deck.
Should be banished from the top, and then if that is an attack reaction, would then he gain health? So
yeah,
from the
if it's an attack action, yes.
Yeah.
Which we know Hamilton is running a few of. I mean, he's holding one in his hand
yeah.
right now with the Battlefront Bastion, and we know there's at least one other in the deck.
And I mean, 1 health again in the Bliss format. That's a lot of health.
Yeah.
Could be a very impactful ruling here in terms of the results of the game eventually.
Yeah. One card off the top as well. I mean, this is, remember, in this limited format, you are maximally allowed 30 cards in your deck. So to lose one of them, just getting banished Desires of Flesh. Not to mention Noo's ability as well if you hit a blue that you want to play.
Right.
I mean, the implications of this banish could be pretty far-reaching.
Hugely impactful.
Yeah.
Come from yellow shirt to orange shirt now.
Yeah.
It's getting serious. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Discussion ongoing here. Head Judge Brandon on the scene to explain things. And man, like if you're a head judge in Fab, you basically have a PhD in Fab. You are that level of smart.
Yep.
We should call him Dr. Brandon.
Especially for a set like MST. I mean, there's so many intricate interactions, a lot of instant speed stuff going on as well. Enigma is just being an instant speed illusionist with Ward and his anti-prevention effects with pick to pieces. There's a lot of things to know and understand to judge this game very, very well. And that's, again, why we shout out our judges and really, really appreciate them.
We've entered an era in Fab where I think, like, to even play the game at the Armory level, you really need to start to understand priority windows and things like that. And when you do, I think you can avoid it for a long time playing certain heroes that just don't really interact with that part of the game as much. But like once you do start to dive into that and learn that side of the game, it just opens up so much. You realize you could do so many things you didn't know you could do before. So it's good. I like that this set particularly pushes that side of the game mechanics that hasn't been as explored with a lot of these classes. So yeah, it's fun. Obviously, Illusionist is no stranger to it, but things like, Katsu. When I played a lot of Katsu, I didn't end up running into those windows too often. There's occasions here and there. Obviously, a lot of Katsus like to run Art of War now. I never really did, but now you have to interact with it more whether you like it or not, especially if you're drafting this. So.
Yeah, I mean, Zen in particular actually cares a lot about the intricacies.
Oh, totally.
Like which part of the combat chain, especially with those Transcend cards that we've been talking about, which particularly only target attacks. So sometimes target your own attack, but with the drop in the ocean that gives it -1. So you need to remember where you can do it so that's after the damage. Then you can give it -1, it doesn't matter.
You want to make sure you give them priority first to see what they might do. Then so not to just stack all your priority at once before they do anything. So yeah, it's a lot of particulars with it.
And it looks like the judge has ruled that the banish will still happen, and that is not an attack action card. It is one of Michael Hamilton's Transcend cards, though, so still a pretty potentially important card, and of course, -1 card in deck for Michael Hamilton.
Yep. -1 card, essentially -1 health as well, because that's not a health he's going to gain now, and it's not a chi he's going to have access to, and Enigma definitely a hero that thrives on the ability to use the chi on that hero ability from time to time. Now, he does have a Transcend card in hand, so he still has soon to come access to chi, but that's got to hurt a little bit to lose the Amish ancestors. Yeah, waiting for the game to get rolling again here in a moment, but we have established things.
Potentially looking for confirmation on whether they can start. Looks like they can.
There we go. All right, Battlefront Bastion in yellow. Out of the hand for Michael Hamilton. Going to pitch that Rising Sun Setting Moon to pay for that, looks like. Coming in for 6.
Still has one of the tenets of chi. I don't remember if it's Wind or Tide in his arsenal. It's Michael Hamilton. For now, though, 8th life point lead for Daniel as he faces down this 6 damage Battlefront Bastion. And, this is probably one of the less threatening Battlefront Bastions that we've still seen Michael Hamilton do. Typically, the play pattern for Enigma in Limited is you want to set up an aura with Go again, something like a Waxing Spectre, attack with that, and then come in with a big attack. You tell them, if you want to try and deal with my Waxing Spectre, you have to take 7 first. So the fact that Michael Hamilton is doing this without setting up an aura does give Daniel a bit of space, but looking like he's opting to still just take it, looking like he wants to send a big Haymaker of his own, because I do see another Battlefront Bastion in his own hand.
I was going to say, yeah, but that one's going to end up being pitched. It was a blue, so pitching it to pay for an attack with the Beckoning Mistblade to start things off with.
Impulsive Desire.
Okay, all right. And you heard it from him. Impulsive Desire hitting the board as well in red.
This one cares about non-attack action cards, which we know Michael Hamilton's running quite a few of. I mean, early on we saw already one get banished off the top and one get banished.
Yeah, that might pull some cards.
Sorry, this one's reactions and instants, correction. But obviously, Enigma is a deck that runs
Reaction
those.
or instant, yeah. I mean, a lot of those auras are instant, and as you can see, Michael knows, that pulls a couple cards out of the hand. Even overblocking a little bit.
Yeah.
Just to account for any possible attack reactions to come in, because it's just so likely with new.
Daniel, of course, losing out on the benefit of the Mistblade hitting, did not come in with a blue attack. I do believe he's holding a blue pick to pieces, potentially wanting to save that for when Michael Hamilton actually has a board that he wants to attack.
Yeah. So the play over to Daniel as he decides how to respond to the blocking from Michael Hamilton here. Taking a look at the line, we do have he said like a pick to pieces, and then it's like another attack reaction in there. So the overblock was smart from Michael, it looks like.
He did have a red Venomous Bite, so he could have gone over it by 1 and still get a card off the top of the banish, but it looks like he's opting to pair it with the pick to pieces. Potentially pair it with the pick to pieces, saying, you know what, if you overblocked me already, I don't really care. Like, I'm winning these exchanges anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I believe he drew a red hex there as well, or not.
I think it's a
hiss.
Yeah, it is a red hiss.
Yes, not hex. I'm
great eye there. Yeah.
Yeah. So the point is he's going to have a lot of attack reactions available to try to get something through next turn. I think that's the plan. Is like, I'm going to find something I really want to go through, and I'm going to make it go through. First, he has to deal with this yellow Battlefront Bastion from Michael Hamilton.
Michael Hamilton just playing a bit of the numbers game for now, blocking 6, sending 6, which, in Limited, you are trying to get a better rate than that, but this isn't too bad as far as rates go as well. And Daniel, once again, taking a bit of an aggressive line. Michael Hamilton just straight up fixed the life lead. Daniel was 8 life ahead 2 turns ago.
Yeah.
And now he's 2 life behind.
I think
full grip, of course.
It seems like he's setting up to go real tall with something, even to the extent of blocking with the boots, getting that armor value out of it, getting ready to be able to pop it then for another attack reaction.
Yep.
So it's he seems like he's ready to go tall with something. We'll see what he ends up deciding to throw at Michael here.
And at this
it could
point,
be scary.
Michael Hamilton has drawn one of the bombs in the format, really, that Rage Spectre.
Yeah.
So we might finally see an aura come down from his side, but let's see whether Daniel, is able to push enough damage for that to potentially not matter. He did keep a full grip of cards.
Yep. All right. I feel like if that Rage Spectre needs to get through, it needs to live and attack. Otherwise, Michael just feels too far behind. He does have a Blanch in hand, I believe, too. So that's another relatively high damage spell, and so it reminds me a lot of Michael's Icelander play. Back in the day when he was winning worlds and things too. Just loving those big beefy generics. But this Mind's Desire coming in again. This is the one that banishes the top card of the deck if it hits, and if it banishes a non-attack action, you gain a life. And that's a little bit of a clue into why Daniel was willing to take a little bit more damage too. He knew he had potentially a bit of healing in, and if the attack racks go off, that's almost certainly going through.
Yep, and that's, Enigma does have a lot of non-attack actions. We've seen Michael Hamilton block with them time and time again, and we know his deck is, full of them.
Yep.
So
big decision here from Michael's side. Throws out the yellow Blanch as a blocking card for this one. The reactions, is this the moment, or do you just keep going out from the arsenal? Venomous Bite.
Yep. So far, does that no go again yet? Let's see whether he opts to give it the go again.
And I will hiss.
Oh, Oh, this is
wow.
started off at 3, and now it's going all the way up to 10 is this attack. Now, Michael Hamilton is holding on to a defense reaction, but that's just a defense reaction that blocks for 2.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what we were talking about, right? To just go super tall, go giant on one of these, and he's going to flip the gloves over as well.
That is the Waves of Aquamarine coming in for 11. That's 9 leaking through.
That is an incredible amount of damage Michael Hamilton's going to take, and this is the threat with New. You never know quite when she's going to produce all of these attack reactions and just completely decimate your life total.
And that is a non-attack banish, so Daniel will gain a life of that.
Yeah.
Blanche banish as well. That is an attack, no life gain from that. Now let's see what the ops do. Probably, yeah, Arseling the blue pick to pieces. Still has an attack react on board in the form of those boots to be able to, actually turn on its effect, especially after Michael Hamilton, plays his Raid Spectre.
Yeah, so this is a turn Michael Hamilton needs to shift the momentum here, and it's going to start with that Rage Spectre.
Yep.
Obviously, if you don't control any other auras, you get an action point, so that's the big deal of being able to actually play it and then attack with it.
Yep. Looks like he played a first Tenor of Chi Tide, which of
Yeah.
course does buff the Rage Spectre as well. It is considered a blue attack.
Yep, that's
So,
right.
Rage Spectre coming in for 8 over here, and leaving behind. Stays around. So if Michael Hamilton's able to keep even 1 card in the following turn, you'll be able to attack for 6 again with this. Build your own hammer, if you will. It's honestly better Anathos.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, the thing to think about, too, is that Rage Spectre is just Ward 1 on your opponent's turn, too. So when it comes to the defensive sides of that, it's called Rage Spectre for a reason. It's not called Armor Spectre or something, You're definitely focused on offense with this one.
Yeah.
So it doesn't offer Michael a ton of protection, but, if you get enough damage done with it, you're not going to need it, right? The best protection is just eliminating your opponent completely.
Yep. Where Enigma wants to be is to get an opponent to block while they have a board state, which means they're less likely to be able to clear their board state, and you can set up even more, and then finally just overwhelm them.
Yep.
Then, of course, with the Waves of Aquamarine still there, probably going to use them to block at some point this turn, because, of course, they will get destroyed at the start of his turn. So you might as well just get a block value off of them.
You're very correct about that. And you think too back about the Amish ancestors getting banished, not getting to transcend with the Rising Sun Setting Moon, if I got the name right. So multiple transcend opportunities not being able to be taken this game by Michael Hamilton, and the lack of ability to pick up that Spectral Shield, get in for a little chip 2 damage, have a little bit more protection each turn. That is kind of stinging a little bit now too, just missing out on those opportunities, and that's just how it goes sometimes. But it's kind of a if only moment, right from Michael's side.
And at this point, Daniel has found a red pick to pieces. Will be quite critical as he tries to deal with his Rage Spectre, but looking a little like light on reacts at this point. He's used the Hiss and the Venomous Bite very, very aggressively. So,
wow.
Lacking a little bit on the attack reactions. Let's see if he's able to go through. Michael Hamilton still has the full suite of armor. We know he has 2 prevention effects there, plus Ward 1 on the arms, potentially.
Yeah. I mean, Daniel just taking it, though. He's like, all right, I'm going to try to get the damage in this turn and end the game. That seems to be the plan. Let's take a sneaky look at Michael's hand here.
That's a 3 non-block hand. Now, of course, there are 2 ward pieces in there. There's a Waxing Spectre and a Waning Vengeance, but using them purely defensively can be incredibly awkward. So that's 3 non-blocks, evasive leave in hand, but also the defense reaction in Arsenal as well.
Yeah. Kikoi getting flipped. A little bit more defense. And then here comes the pick the pieces blue afterwards. So, yeah, this is another one where the damage can get really scary and out of control fast, and your ward doesn't really do you much good defensively.
Yep.
This is one of the, premier cards against Enigma.
But here's where the defense reactions are perfect, because you want to wait to see how big this is going to get and then use the defense reactions to block them exactly. So Michael Hamilton has 5 points of block just via defense reactions so far, 3 in hand and 2 in arsenal. Potentially could be 3 if he pitches a blue as well.
It seems like he might need them.
Slow there. Yes. I'll play the slow there.
All right.
We'll go to 2.
Give it a go again.
Yep.
Coming in for 2. for the moment here.
Playing the big blue sky is Michael Hamilton, so that is going to block for 2. Also, very critically, means that he can transcend this turn with that Rising Sun in his hand. Now, not only could that potentially be a transcend, that could also help him sink one of those ward pieces and potentially draw a real blocking card if he really wants to and doesn't want to use his ward pieces purely defensively.
Yeah, and anything he can do, too, to save that Rage Spectre, potentially being able to transcend, pitch a chi, make a Spectral Shield, just keep that little bit of damage on the board, or that, lot bit of damage, really.
And here we see possibly one of the strongest Transcend cards that Nu has access to in the form of that Pass Over, because you get to pick a blue that you can immediately play off of Nu's ability. I think we're about to see a Nu ability being activated over here.
So on reaction, I'm going to activate now.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, like still in reactions.
Okay.
Right?
Can I read new?
Yeah, or it's an instant.
Activating Nu, potentially fishing for a potential attack react.
We all got to read those cards sometimes just to double check, especially in a newer format like that. Part the Mistveils have been out for what, 3 weeks now total at this point? 2, 3 weeks?
So I think Michael Hamilton's considering whether he wants to use his Rising Sun right now in response and potentially not let Daniel take a look at what the top card is. Very heads up play by him. He's counting his deck.
Yeah.
I don't believe we are at pitch stack yet, but of course with Nu bashing cards off the top of your deck, you kind of get there faster. So I think Michael Hamilton's trying to sleuth out what potentially that card could be.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
So I'll look at the top.
Okay.
Banish it.
Okay, that is a Solitary Companion banished.
Yeah.
So looks like there isn't much in the way of offensive pieces for Daniel in Michael Hamilton's banish zone. He could set up a bunch of ward.
Well, that's the thing. That's not so bad either, honestly, at this point in the game. With 5 HP,
yeah,
Rage Spectre on the other side, yeah.
Yeah.
Blocking 2, you're coming in for 2.
Yep. Coming in with a blue pick to pieces early, though, potentially, he could have potentially used the +2 buff the first turn of Chi Tide that's in Michael Hamilton's banish zone if he played a different attack here and then saved his blue pick to pieces for afterwards. Because right now he's holding on to no blue attacks in his own hand to make use of that card. So, and he still has this Rage Spectre to deal with. If you pass over to Enigma and they still have that card, you are in a very, very rough spot.
Especially with that life total.
I'm going to cast this.
Yeah.
They're beckoning Mist Blade. Rising Sun, Setting Moon getting used. So again, that's the good old draw card. Put a card from your hand at the bottom of your deck. Always a nice effect to see on cards in Flesh and Blood. Let's do a little bit of filtering here. Michael
One in hand?
Yep.
trying to figure out what the best option would be here, but it's a tough situation. 1 card in hand yet for Daniel, so there could be something still coming after this Mistblade. And we have the new ability.
And his Rising Sun will come back to hand as a Chi and be able to, pitch that to Enigma or pitch that to even, potentially the arms or something and leave 2 floating for the aura that he's kept. Because this is quite possibly one of the most critical turns in the game. Like, if that Rage Spectre sticks around, Michael Hamilton's suddenly in a much, much better spot where Daniel was in a driver's seat at the beginning. But, these illusionists, you leave an aura, you leave an illusion in the field, and then that'll just hurt you for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot to get the ball rolling on the illusionist side.
Especially since Michael Hamilton still has those equipment pieces. We know he has a prevention effect at minimum on the in the headpiece.
Okay, gonna use pass over to get another transcend. Second Chi now in the hand.
Right,
Michael Hamilton.
That wasn't a prevention piece on the headpiece. That was the block one and allows Aqua Seeing Shell.
Right.
I mean, it still blocks one, it still prevents the thing and lets him filter a little further. Very, very strong, powerful effect. Lets you convert your Chi into, something more useful, into a real card.
Yeah.
Play this. Create a shield.
Playing a Solitary Companion is Daniel, not playing anything else. Just going to make a shield and set up Ward 1.
All right. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, there wasn't really just a lot of offensive power in Michael's banish zone. So, you might as well just get a little bit of defense going. Puts you at a higher effective health.
Yeah.
That Rage Spectre's still out there, man.
It's a very scary spot for Daniel, however.
Yep.
Because Michael Hamilton still has his arms up, so he could play an aura, give an attack with it, give it go again, and then still come in the Rage Spectre, or even just give the Rage Spectre going. You put a +1 counter on a Rage Spectre, and that's actually incredibly terrifying.
Well,
that's 7 go again
yeah,
for 1 resource.
He's still got that chi in hand too, so you can always bring out the Spectral Shield just for a little bit of extra poking on top of all that.
Yep.
So.
And to cap it all off, he still has
There
that
it is.
evasive leap that was not forced out of him, that he can just arsenal to protect his. Yeah.
Yeah.
Players having a little bit of laugh about how Daniel used Michael Hamilton's shield, and so Hamilton doesn't have one of his own.
All right, so yeah, we got, looks like the Spectral Shield coming in for 2 to start things off with. Again, this one's free. It's got go again because it's got the +1 counter. And so setting up an attack with that Rage Spectre then afterwards, in theory.
Yep. No blocks, absorbing the ward that he so helpfully got from Michael Hamilton.
Yep. Pops that ward. Rage Spectre.
Yes. Take one. There, he had this and a shield.
There's a Spectre Shield and yeah, 2 ward.
Yep.
So it looks like Michael Hamilton's going to opt to give the +1 counter on this Rage Spectre. Just hiding information so far. It looks like it's 6, but yeah. At this point, Daniel should probably know that Michael Hamilton has those arms pieces.
Yeah, well, you at least have to make the assumption that they're there whenever you make blocking decisions at this point in the game for something like this. What a pull, though, in draft. Grab a Rage Spectre for this. That's going to basically push you into the Enigma direction, isn't it?
Yeah, although I believe he picked up that card in pack 3. In pack 3, like pick 6 or something. It was very late pack 3, but no one else had Enigma, so he just managed to grab it very late in the pack, which is just very rewarding for having read your seat. He knew it was an Enigma seat, so later on when the bomb was pulled, no one else took it, and he just got to grab it.
Yeah. That was a good feeling.
Block 3.
All right. Block from the Desires of Flesh. And there it is. Flipping over the whole tradition. Flip-flopping.
Yep.
A lot of that going on in the Flesh and Blood with the cloaked equipment.
I'll take 4.
Flipping, flopping to get that +1 counter on the Rage Spectre.
So now Michael Hamilton has a decision. He can play his Ward 3, but if he wants to attack with it, he'll need to get rid of the evasive leap.
I think.
Yep. Looks like he's opting for the more defensive posture, just keeping that 0 for 3D react in his arsenal. Saying the only way I lose this game is if you manage to attack react over my blocks and pop my ward. So I'm just going to have this in arsenal for insurance. Also, very good card to have against the potential pick to pieces, which he's already seen 2 of.
Yeah.
Daniel.
Well, there was still 3 cards in hand for Daniel. Like, you know that Waxing Vengeance is really unlikely to close the game out. So better to play it safe. Better to take the the higher % chance to win later than the lower % chance to win now. You know.
And some information was given right there, having Daniel not flipping up his chess piece. That means Michael Hamilton knows that that's very likely just the Kokoya, the one that prevents 1 damage.
Yep.
Since that wasn't flipped up to get a chi or to get the Battle Worn.
Yeah, it's not one of the rare ones that benefits you from being at 1 health exactly. As the red pick pieces comes in.
Yep. It's a very, very scary block for Michael Hamilton. He knows he's insured somewhat with the 3 block defense reactions arsenal, but 2 cards in hand from Daniel's side, this could go pretty high.
Yeah, blocking with 2 cards, a little bit of over blocking just to make sure.
Yep.
Watching out because there, and the thing is, there are attack reactions in the hand of Daniel Rothhaar. So good choice there. As the hiss comes in anyway, blue hiss to give it +1.
Yep. And I mean, Michael Hamilton just blocked any card in his hand that actually blocked. It's just like he only 2 blocking cards, just puts them both down and be like, I can't let this hit.
I think that's very wise.
Yep.
You're protecting the auras. You're protecting yourself.
Sorry, I want to read this.
You're good.
Intermittent Inducement as the attack reaction.
Yep. And we know that Daniel's just holding a Slither in his hand.
This is fine.
Okay, so look at the top 4.
Then, so just to reiterate with this, he looks at the top 4 and finds a card. If it's blue, it has a 0 base defense, so it basically comes in, blocks for nothing, and then it gives you the opportunity to banish a blue card that then you can use later. It's kind of the end function of this attack reaction, setting up those new turns.
Yep.
Just stripping a useful card from your opponent's deck.
Looks like he's deciding between the blue Spectral Manifestations or the first hand of Chi Tide, I believe.
Yeah.
could also take the chi if he
I was
really,
gonna
really wants
say,
to. Yeah.
Yeah, there is just an inner chi in there, and
I mean, he could also take the Waxing Spectre. Intimate Inducement does not specify that you have to take a blue card, just that if you take a blue one, it'll have 0 base defense.
right, you just get that extra little benefit from it. But he is going to take first son of chi hide.
Blocking 5, you're attacking for 6.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, looks like he's going to pop the D-React. So yeah, not wanting to take any damage, not wanting to lose any of his ward.
Yep. Michael Hamilton with a very heads-up play on the previous turn. You know, that's just him getting rewarded for not attacking with that Waning Vengeance. You're saying, I'm going to Arsenal's direct in case you have the exact picture pieces. I can protect myself against it. And we see him being rewarded for it, like letting him keep his Rage Spectre with a countdown at very critically and the Spectral Shield while his opponent's at 1.
That Rage Spectre has survived 3 turns in draft. How crazy is that, actually? So comes in for the free to go again from the Spectral Shield. Thank you, Cosmo.
Yep. At this point, though, he's probably going to be taking Daniel's entire hand.
Kind of have to at this
for the
point, right?
rest of the game, and yeah.
He's got him ward locked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. 7. No easy way to block 4 in this format. Of course, Daniel still has a chess piece. But that's just a one-time use, and now Michael Hamilton says, yep, now I'll attack with the Waning Vengeance for 3.
Yep.
That's the entire hand. Passes it right back over. And this
So-
is looking like the beginning of the end for Daniel.
It sure is, because you're in that position where it's, well, no damage to the wards because there's no incoming attacks. You get to attack with a full grip, 5-card hand, 4 in the hand, and then 1 in the arsenal. And so this is the opportunity for Michael to close it out. Draws 2 cheese there as well. So a lot of resources to pay for things. Can use that ability from Enigma as well. Battlefront Bastion Red comes in to block. Still 1 left over floating. Damage prevention from that, it looks like.
Gain 1.
Okay, gains life from the homage to ancestors. All right.
Yep.
This will prevent the
Back to 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Michael counting out the, or pointing out the prevention from the Battlefront Bastion as
Yep.
well. Yeah. That's it. There's a fist bump, and Michael moves to 6-0. A great U.S. Nationals performance for him so far. Daniel making it close. But in the end, that Enigma just able to get the Rage Spectre out and able to just keep it out, and that is the key.
Very, very patient gameplay by Michael Hamilton over there. He was pretty behind at the beginning. You know, he had an 8 life point deficit with no ward on the board, but he was just playing disciplined, blocking 6, sending yellow Battlefront, blocking 6, sending yellow Battlefront. Once he finally found the Rage Spectre, that's when he decided to take a bunch of damage, took that massive hit from Daniel over there that attack that came in for 11. Michael says, no, here's where I use my life as a resource, set us up a board state, and finally closes it out with that Rage Spectre.
That's right. You play Enigma, you get the reward for warding your wards.
Yeah.
There you go. Got to keep them out. Well,
very wise words.
Thank you so much. We're waiting to see if we can move over to a backup match really quick, or if we're going to just take a break until the next one. It looks like we will be moving right into the final round of the day. It's paired. It's going to be ready to go soon. Wendy, here, if we do a little break, or we're just going to jump right into that? We got to take a break. Yeah, okay. So we will do just that. Do not go anywhere, though, because we have one more game coming up on the broadcast here for the Flesh and Blood U.S. Nationals. It's going to be great. We're going to see you in just a few for that one.
And it's going to get the fist bump. The Phoenix rises. What an incredible display by. Listen to this room right now. The room is erupting. It's celebrating our Flesh and Blood World Championship.
we are back here at the Flesh and Blood U.S. Nationals. Doe and Pankaj with you again. Going into round 7, our third round of draft for the day. We're going to keep following Michael Hamilton because you know what? He's one of the best of all time. He's playing really well in Enigma. Before we jump into that game, though, we got to take a look at the schedule. It's a big, long, wonderful summer of Flesh and Blood, and we're going to see some of the locations that you're going to be able to play some Flesh and Blood at, some of the streams we have to look forward to as well, and we'll get into that in just a moment. A lot of places, though. It's fun to see Flesh and Blood.
Wonderful events coming up, and these events always so incredibly fun. I mean, the energy that we feel in the hall right now, even.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. As you might have noticed, it's national championship season. There's a lot of that going on right now. Then we got Battle Hardened, Seattle, Tacoma, right in your backyard.
That's my region. Yeah,
my backyard today. We'll be in your backyard soon enough. Then
next weekend. Yep.
Bali, a backyard that I would love to visit eventually. That sounds awesome to go to. Then Bologna as well. And New Jersey coming up later in July. Pro Tour Amsterdam. That is going to be a fun one to watch for me, a fun one for you to hang out. Then in Indianapolis, of course, that's at Gen Con. That'll be a kind of a learn-to-play thing. So if you have any friends that you have been trying to get into Flesh and Blood, or if you have anyone that you're curious about, bring them along. Take them to Gen Con and say, you know what? We're not going to push our way through all the crowds and things like that. We're going to sit down and learn to play some Flesh and Blood, and they'll come away from it loving it, no doubt.
Great way to introduce people to the game and potentially get them some of those armory decks that we've been talking a lot about. A great stepping stone to start the game. I want to point out that July 19th weekend, 3 events on that same weekend all over the world: New Jersey, Bali, Bologna, because this is a very, very global game.
And the New Jersey Blitz for Battle Hardened, that's going to be interesting. I feel like we haven't seen any big high-level Blitz events yet in this format. I just want to see how Enigma New Moon does.
I want to see how Blaze does.
That too. But I'm very excited. Apparently connected to the Realm 5K weekend there. I'm building kind of a meme New Moon deck. I'm gonna the Astral. Oh, why am I forgetting? The Cosmic
Awakening.
Cosmic Awakening, I believe it is. The one that's like 10, 15, or 20 damage. I've got the playmat. I've got the cold foil. I've got the hero. I'm gonna just build it and then try to just hit people for 20.
That sounds incredibly fun.
It's we'll see if it works. I don't know. Then we go on to our later part of the summer, the August schedule. Melbourne in BH in Melbourne, BH in Sao Paulo. Calling in Manila, Gamescom over in Cologne. That's another learn-to-play opportunity. So if you're in Europe and you have friends over in Europe, you want to help get into Flesh and Blood, that'll be an awesome opportunity to do that. Then Battle Hardened back in California with San Diego.
That's your backyard,
That's right. Once again,
pretty
close, like an hour and a half, 2 hour drive from here. I'm going to be down there for that one, of course. And then PAX West back up in Seattle. Like, hey, we live in the right place for U.S. Flesh and Blood this year, don't we?
Definitely a lot of West Coast events happening.
I guess so. Can't complain. And then finally ending the summer with Battle Hardened Lisbon, another CC event. That's going to be great.
Wait, that's just the summer? There's so many events on this. I thought this was going until the end of 2024. But no, this is just the summer.
I know, right? Wow. Yeah, that is just August/September because it goes into September 1st. So we have to put the slash September on there. Yeah. But enough about the schedule. We have a lot of events to look forward to, but we have one final game of the day to look forward to, and it's starting in just a moment here. Once again, our 6-0 Michael Hamilton on Enigma versus Thomas Battaglia on Enigma. So we're going to have the Enigma mirror. That and these play out very interestingly, very differently than a lot of other games of Flesh and Blood, don't they?
Yeah, it's very, very board state based. It's almost it's pretty snowball-y. Like once one player gets control of the board, it is very difficult for the other player to come back because Enigma doesn't put a lot of pressure. In the previous game, we saw Michael Hamilton. Typically, a lot of his turns was just here's 2 card 6, which typically isn't very good to bust through Enigma's ward. So really, the name of this game is about whether you can be the first to establish the board state and hold it. But if you fall behind, can you mount the pressure to actually break the opponent's board state? Because sometimes Enigma draws a hand that actually doesn't block super well. Then you use 2 cards to set up a ward 3. It's not a very effective blocking strategy.
Yeah, I mean, you add into all of that, too, that you're going to have some of those very big generic attacks in the draft format specifically. And so that's going to be something where you need to be ready to block those because those can clear out a whole big set of wards, too, if it's like 7 damage coming in from Battlefront Bastion or something like that. But I believe I was trying to remember because I've been watching so many interviews and podcasts with Enigma players coming into this, and I want to say it was Noah Clark. I'm not 100% sure who said that, like, in Enigma mirrors, the life total doesn't matter, only the board state matters. And that's very much true if you watch some of these, and we're going to see it in front of us just momentarily here.
Definitely. Bellhard and Montreal winner Noah Clark definitely did say that. Life total doesn't matter. I mean, that's typically the case for Illusionist Mirrors for sure. It's really just way more about the board state. Speaking of board state, Thomas already starting slightly ahead, having one extra equipment piece over Michael Hamilton. Now, of course, remember, both these players are the only two Enigmas in their pods, so no surprise to see both of them doing so well, sitting undefeated in their pods.
Yeah. That's right, but it all comes down to this. Only one can walk away 7-0 from this match, at least. We're going to have a couple other ones out there across the board. We'll take a look at standings after this game is done, because we're just as curious as you to see what the final results are. For now, though, we're just going to start to build that board just a little bit.
Yep. Looks like Thomas starting with a red single-minded determination does give Michael a window over here to play an instant speed aura if he has one.
That is a scary aura to start off with, though. That is a good chunk of damage coming through if when the attack does come through, if the attack does come through at some point.
Yeah, looks like Michael Hamilton did not have an instant speed aura there, so Thomas sort of getting away with a murder there. I mean, that's really, really fortunate for him that Michael Hamilton was not able to set something up. We saw him do that in the previous two games already, that he set up instant speed aura going with the opponent going first.
Yeah.
This time, just blue spectral manifestations coming out from him.
You know, you don't miss much of a beat with this. You still get to present an attack at least on your first turn. So it's not ideal, but at least you are out there making things happen on the board, forcing cards out of your opponent's hand, which we will see. Also, Ancestry Mind right into, there's the Blanche, and that's one of those big neutrals we're talking about.
And in Thomas's hand, your favorite card, Eric, the Cosmic Awakening. He managed to pull that up in draft. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I just noticed that. Yeah. All right. I mean, the thing is that card is scary no matter how much chi you pitch. It costs 9, right? So it's a very expensive card to play just in general, but even if you pitch 1 chi, that still swings in for 10. So absolutely a card that when you look at the later stages of this game, if he can set it up properly, and being 6-0, I've got a feeling, maybe those other 2 games of draft he played might have had something to do with that one. I'd love to see that happen, though. I'd love to see a Cosmic Awakening get played on stream.
Looks like over here it's potentially just being used for its number on the bottom right, which is a very, very nice 3, something Enigma very much likes to block with.
Yeah.
Thomas looks like he's deciding whether he wants to give up one of his prevention effects along with the block 3 and the block 2 to cover up his Blanche and protect his aura.
Yeah, so no Cosmic Awakening this game, unless he's got a second one in there.
Well, Preserved Tradition is a card. We might see Thomas maybe preserve that back in. So, we can hold out some hope, but
you're right.
I think it's pretty unlikely.
It is a non-0% chance it might come back, but it's close to 0. It's very close to 0.
5.
So Thomas did have to give up a leg piece over there to protect the single-minded determination. Now swinging for 5 with go again. Question is whether he's able to capitalize on the go again. Does he have another threat in his arsenal to follow up this attack?
We'll see, but I think you're just happy to be able to swing 5 at your opponent after having to block that much on your turn. So
you are especially happy if Michael Hamilton devotes blocks to this, because that means it's even less pressure coming from him to clear your single-minded determination.
Yeah, first 10 of Chi Wind and a Vengeful Apparition thrown down for the block. I believe that's going to add up to 6 if I got my numbers right.
Yep. So Michael Hamilton protecting himself from the potential arm piece, making that go up to 6 to blow up his own shield. So Michael Hamilton getting to keep a shield of his own, so it does have some board state. But only down to 2 cards. So when it comes to board state in the Enigma Mirror, especially in Limited, shields are, in a sense, more valuable than non-shields because they do get to attack for free. So Michael Hamilton is able to block a little bit more and still have some offense, whereas Thomas not quite with a single-minded determination.
Yeah, and so it's the ability to just grind down your opponent over time while protecting your spectral shields, your auras on their turn is kind of the name of the game here. But again, we just got to keep an eye on that board state, Keep an eye on obviously if there's one big swing turn, that could change the flavor of the game quite a bit. But until then, it's just a matter of getting a little bit of attacking in there, a little bit of aura building in there, a bit of defense in there.
Thomas has to be worried about potentially another big attack from Michael Hamilton. We've seen him do this time and time again. We saw him do this earlier.
Yeah.
Settle board state, send a 2-card 6. So Thomas is thinking about that.
We've seen enough of his game so far, though. We know he's got that Blanche. We know he's got 2 yellow Battlefront Bastions. Like, he's got a decent little set there. Big Blue Sky in there.
That's
able to do a little bit of blocking.
That's very, very good timing because he did draw into a Transcend card over here. So, I mean, he has intentionally kept that in Arsenal until he drew a Transcend card. So now he's played a blue card and he can go ahead and transcend that with that preserved tradition. He might send a Cosmic Awakening right back down.
The dream is alive. That's right. Oh, are we going to flip the gloves here? Thinking about it for a second. No, not quite. The dream is alive. He's 2-0 so far in draft. He busted out the Cosmic Awaken on some poor soul earlier in the day. I'd love to talk to him and ask him about it.
So there's a bit of mind games going on here. Michael Hamilton could, of course, flip up his own arms to give this Waning Vengeance +1 to potentially get over, but that would probably just take another equipment piece from Thomas, or potentially, he uses an Enigma flip to go ahead and make a shield to cover that up. So it would just be sort of maybe trading equipment piece for another equipment piece.
Yeah.
Let's see whether Michael Hamilton opts to go for that.
That's not like definite value, I suppose, either. So you don't want to do that unless you absolutely have to. You think you can get more out of it than your opponent's gonna get from it.
Especially when you're someone with a Rage Spectre in your deck, you probably have a better target for the +1 later on.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of Michael Hamilton's game plan too is just pressure with the big generic attacks, and then get that Rage Spectre out there and protect it. And the Rage Spectre becomes a VIP, and then it's like, get down, Mr. President. You got to protect that Ward 1. Yeah.
So Thomas just pointing out before Michael Hamilton draws up, just after combat chain closes, so past reactions can't give that Waning Vengeance +1 anymore.
That's right. All
Saying
right.
I'm gonna go ahead and transcend, and I have played a big blue sky.
Say it with me now. Cosmic Awakening. Cosmic Awakening.
Come on.
Come on. It's right there.
Yeah,
all right.
And if he
The dream
pitches
is alive.
if he pitches this Chi, there'll be a Chi right next to a Cosmic Awakening.
Exactly.
Set up for second cycle.
We're stacking. Yeah, we're just never gonna play Stir the Pot. We're getting ready.
Nah, this is not a card. Shuffling my own deck? Nah, I don't think.
I love it when a plan comes together. It is scary. You have to pay 9 for this. It does cost a lot. But again, if you pitch even a single Chi, it swings in for 10.
That's
2 Chi, it's 15.
10's a big number.
Yeah, 10 is a big number in Blitz. 3 Chi, it swings in for your entire Blitz life total.
So critically, if Thomas does want to pull that off, he does need to pitch blues next to that. So he's pitching 1 Chi at least.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But it looks like he doesn't have blues in his hand right now. So whatever he pitches to attack with a single-minded determination won't be a blue for the Cosmic Awakening. But who knows? Depends on the order of you draw it as well. Maybe you can Arsenal it as well and then draw into a hand that plays it.
Third cycle. Forget the timer.
Oh yeah,
We'll get there. Yeah.
time is fake.
That's right. So it gets another Spectral Shield out there. 2 coming in for the go again. So right away, Cosmic Awakening aside, you at least get to pitch that Chi, get the Spectral Shield, and get more board pressure on there, get more of that poking damage through.
And Thomas himself hiding a bit of information from Michael Hamilton here. Both players knew that there was a Chi in his hand, so Thomas starts off with that, sending the shield, just saying, I have 2 cards, meaning you don't know what this could be. This could be a 2-card 7.
Yeah.
Or it could be attack with single-minded determination into something else. So
absolutely
asking Michael Hamilton to make those blocks without full information. Very, very, minor sequencing optimizations that we're seeing from both players here.
All right. He's going to let one of them go. Yeah. And the Enigma Mirror it's kind of like building a house of cards, right? Especially because so many of those, so many of those auras have like Ward 1, Ward 2, that you build it up and it gets very big and scary, but it's also very fragile,
So that's a Haunting Spectre pitch to attack with a single-minded determination. So critically not a blue next to a Cosmic Awakening. So, maybe you're right, maybe third cycle if the game goes to that long. But for now, Michael Hamilton's losing his board state. I believe it's because he's drawn into a Spectral Manifestation. So that is a very, very critical card. We spoke about how Spectral Shields are the sort of the aura that you want to protect. And Michael Hamilton has one with 3 counters on it. So, the onus is a bit on Thomas to try and get rid of that, because otherwise Hamilton can just swing for 4 for free every turn.
Yeah, red Spectral Manifestations thing, one of the best cards you can possibly draft for Enigma. So good on an empty board state. Only good on an empty board state, but you run into a lot of empty board states in draft, right? You can't count on consistency really as much, and so this is going to be a card that kind of makes up for some of the inconsistency of your hands in draft. So it's quite good.
And you have the agency too of like, when you want to get rid of the board. Like we saw Michael Hamilton give up his shield, give up his Waning Vengeance, even without making an extra shield of the Waning Vengeance as well. Just saying, you know what, this is I want to get this board empty so I can play this, and this is what I actually want to protect. This is what we'll probably see him use his equipment for to try and protect the shield. It's a very, very critical shield. Oftentimes the win condition, if you will.
And the block, of course, because you want to protect your own stuff. On Thomas's side.
Likewise.
I saw him rip a card cover in half right before the game. Did you see that?
I think it was a split sleeve or something.
He just hulked out and just. I feel like that's kind of like that's a move of domination before the game. You're like, all right, behold my strength.
So some great discipline coming from Thomas's side as well with regards to his board state, opting to keep his equipment piece. Just decided I'm going to lose this shield. It's not worth giving him equipment because it looks like he has his own spectral manifestations, and that is the key piece that you want to protect more so than anything else. Single-minded determination is something you can afford to lose, but a shield with 3 counters on it, that is some real scary.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, 4 go again for free. Like, yeah, we like those. Yeah, Scar for Scar was a pretty good card. That one even required a little bit more. So what's it going to be? Again, Michael, throwing that 3 damage out there, blocking decisions being made by Thomas at the moment.
Potentially deciding whether it looked like he was almost going to put 4 block in front of this with his 2/2 blocks.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. You can survive. I mean, you can just survive on a smaller hand size, in this matchup because your monsters are on the board.
Yeah. So, but critically, he does need to try and pressure that shield from Michael Hamilton, and Michael Hamilton has already set up a Ward 3 in the form of the Waning Vengeance to protect the shield already. So,
true.
Michael Hamilton will have 4 cards in hand plus his Waning Vengeance plus his equipment still up to protect that shield. Thomas needs to make sure he can put enough pressure to get Michael Hamilton to use some of his resources. Maybe use some of that equipment, use Ward defensively.
When are we going to get the 3 Spectral Wolf Moon shirt from LSS? I want that. I feel like you could combine some art and make a great shirt out of that. That's an old meme reference. Nobody knows what I'm talking about anymore.
Is that a band? I don't know.
There was long ago when dinosaurs roamed the earth. There was a shirt.
Okay.
3 wolves and a moon. It became very internet famous for approximately a year or two in the early 2000s.
So it looks like drop in the ocean used there by Thomas just to block that Waning Vengeance and protect a single-minded determination.
Interesting.
So no flip because he had not played a blue yet. Not pitching a red spectral manifestation. That could be a very critical card for him late in the game.
And I think you hit the nail on the head there. That he could give up his ward now and play that, but hey, if you can protect your ward, still threaten for 5 go again, save the red spectral manifestations for later in the game when there's less answers to it. That's thinking ahead, He's just extending the game, setting himself up for that big cosmic awakening turn. We know. I can dream.
Yep. It might need to be 3rd cycle because that's yet another red that he's put right next to the Cosmic Awakening.
Don't remind me. Those details are not important to me.
Yeah. Also, I just want to point out, once again, another minor optimization, Michael Hamilton using Passover on an equipment piece, because if you target an action card, you could potentially get blown out by Preserve Tradition if Thomas has it, where you can preserve in response to the Passover, you can preserve the card that they targeted, and then it fizzles and they won't transcend. So he's just saying, let's get rid of his equipment pieces in the graveyard so there's no Preserve Tradition.
Yeah. That is a nightmare scenario, too. That happens. Biggest transcend fear of all time. Oh, okay, so we got a Battlefront Bastion there. Looks like it's going to go to the bottom.
Yep, looks like he's trying to bottom that. And then Rising Sun comes back to his hand as a cheese, holding on to 2 cheese. Still has this 5 power attack to contend with.
4-card hand, right? Yes. Then I'm going to block for 6.
Is indeed blocking for 6 there.
Yep, and
Full block.
Just holding on to 2 chi.
Yep.
Has that shield still? The shield attacks for 0 for 4 with go again.
I mean, man, you pitch a chi, make another shield on your turn, and suddenly you're starting to go a little bit wide here. Interesting. Spectral Shield coming in for that 4 go again for free. How about that?
very, very strong play. And looks like Michael is just going to set up even more board state. Going to be able to make an shield, which, you know, is both an offensive and a defensive piece. And you just need both in this matchup. More offense means it's harder for him to keep. It's harder for him to keep a single-minded determination. We see it actually just go to the bin right now. And more defense means you get to keep your very critical shield that comes in for 4 a lot more easily.
Yep. I mean, it was smart to save it for one turn, and then knowing when to, you know, get rid of it. There is that pitch to Enigma there.
Yep.
To create another shield.
And both players just being so disciplined with the equipment so far. You know, Thomas was not baited. Well, you could put a 3-block in front of this and then use the equipment piece. It's very, very tempting to do that. But just finally deciding the single-minded determination. It was, you know, it had 3 counters on it, but it's just not worth it when your opponent has a free shield that he keeps attacking with.
Yeah, and you need to know when they're more likely to go wide like this, too. You know, he had seen the Transcend. He knew Michael was probably going to create another Spectral Shield. He knew he had the ability to pay for both attacks, right? So that's the point where you just, yeah, you're going to lose it anyway. Give it up, keep the cards in hand, start to build back up again, threaten their board.
And speaking of threatening their board, it looks like he's got a red Battlefront Bash in his hand, which would be very critical for him to be able to threaten that board. 7 breakpoint. Breakpoints are just the bane of Enigma's existence.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in this format.
So that was a yellow Spectral Manifestation. So Shield comes in with 2 tokens. Still a nice way to start that turn, especially if you're following it up with a Battlefront Bastion.
Yep.
And is that Inner Chi, another Transcend card in Michael's hand? So a little bit short on blocking, it looks like.
And a Rage Spectre, though. So
Yeah.
it does have 2 3-blocks with the first end of Chi Tide and the Rage Spectre.
Yeah.
Big Blue Sky as well, along with the Transcend card, but also the full equipment suite.
Can he block with that Rage Spectre, though? That seems like such a crucial part of his game plan with this draft deck.
Yeah, especially with those arms. It's so strong with the arms.
Yeah. I would be very hesitant to give that up, but I have no doubt that whatever decision Michael makes is the correct decision in the moment.
Okay, Thomas, first one to go ahead and activate his arms piece.
Wow. All right. Okay. So we do see block coming in, and he is going to Transcend as well. So I would imagine. Do you think maybe there's going to be a pitch coming through here to up the armor on Big Blue Sky then?
So once his Rising Sun comes back to hand as a Chi, it's very easy for him to just pitch it to Enigma, and then that'll be the extra blue, and Big Blue Sky starts blocking for 3 again.
That's what I'm thinking.
And then you can lose the shield that you just created, and you cover up the 4.
Yeah.
So
on the surface, that seems like maybe the play he's thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But taking his time, though, to make sure.
Yeah, definitely do not want to rush this decision. This could definitely be a bit of a make or break. And this matchup is very, very, very much, you know, sort of exchanging resources in a way where the math is a little hard to quantify, but you have to try and, you know, guess or, you know, calculate that is actually beneficial for you. Like Thomas using up his arms over here, that is a very critical resource that he has, you know, given up. Effectively for not go again, right? That Spectral Shield already had go again, and he just went ahead and popped the arms anyway just to get +1 damage. Just to threaten his board state a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there just must have been a belief there that he was going to be able to get through and start to whittle away at Michael's board, but it's not looking like that's going to be the case here.
So Michael ended up using that Chi to pitch the Aqua Seeing Shell instead of to Enigma's ability.
Right.
Yep.
Oh.
And then going ahead and playing a ward piece on the opponent's turn defensively.
So this is blocking 4.
And that is blocking 4, yep.
See, if you clear my board, this looks stupid.
Yeah.
That's a little bit rough. And then, yeah, here comes the Battlefront Bastion. Oh, man. That's a lot of damage.
That was a very, very tight sequence from Michael there, recognizing that he could make that Big Blue Sky go up to 4, from 2 to 4 in the reaction step.
So blocks with the Aqua Seeing Shell, and what's the rest of the game plan going to be to mitigate this huge chunk of damage coming in from the red Battlefront Bastion?
Yep, it's about whether he still has a 3-block remaining. Remember, the Waning Vengeance is live in the sense that once it goes away, it will create a Spectral Shield, because obviously there's a blue in the pitch zone.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to pop his own Uphold Tradition, it looks like.
Yeah. And putting a counter on, putting yet another counter on their shield, saying, "Hey, you got a shield for 3. Well, now I'm going to up mine to 4." This, you know, But, yeah, just playing a little bit of game of who can have the bigger spectral shield.
Race to have the bigger shield, yeah. The
3, 6, 7.
Koi coming out here is going to throw the fridge at it. All the armor going in.
Yep. That is clean 7. Michael Hamilton will be left.
Wow.
Will be left with a shield 4 counters, a waxing spectre, and another shield. Did have to give up the entire equipment suite for it though.
Still though, what a play to be able to utilize Big Blue Sky that well. To be able to make the equipment be enough to I was gonna be surprised to see him survive with this many wards on the board yet, and we talked about just how important maintaining that board state with wards is in this matchup. Maybe now some questions here about how big the Big Blue Sky really was. Yeah, double checking that maybe.
Played this.
This replaced itself. So I pitched 2 cards. So these were 4 cards.
That's 4 cards.
4 cards, but I drew 1.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think any of it was from Arsenal.
All right.
Yep. They're just making sure that the mathed it out. Looks like it did. Now, Thomas has a board he needs to contend with, but of course Hamilton did expend quite a few resources to protect that. That's all his equipment gone, which means every breakpoint now threatens his board state. It's whether Thomas can actually come in with those breakpoints. We spoke about his Enigma deck sometimes just don't have the pressure to be able to do that.
So what card does Michael have in hand? That's what I'm trying to remember now. And can it pay for some more attacks?
Yeah. You just need a yellow to be able to attack with the Waxing Spectre and the Spectral Shield.
Yeah.
Looking at Thomas's hand, though, that is not a hand that puts on pressure, unfortunately. There's no go again in that hand.
Yeah, it might be a blocking hand. Sometimes you do just need to say, like, all right, the math doesn't add up for me to save this.
Yep.
Already slightly lower health total, and
How much was this?
you don't like giving the tempo that much back to your opponent, but sometimes, sometimes in Flesh and Blood you just kind of have to do it,
It does feel terrible though when you block against an Enigma who has a board state. Your primary, your alarm bells are going off in your head saying you have to clear that as soon as possible. But then your deck said, nah, this is not a hand you can attack with. So,
yep, that's right.
Yep.
Your heart is saying let's go, but your deck is saying no.
Oh my god!
I think that's how the Christina Aguilera song went, if I remember right.
Yep. That is an old reference too.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, she was way ahead of her time talking about Flesh and Blood in the 90s. Wow. She really
she knew
Christina
something.
Aguilera. Yeah. Amazing. Once again, nobody knows what I'm talking about.
No, I got that reference this time.
Oh, okay. That's good. All right.
Yeah.
I'm relieved. So 5 coming in from the Spectral Shield with the 4 tokens on it.
5 with go again. Michael Hamilton still with 1 card in hand. Probably just representing his attacking the Waxing Spectre plus the shield. Or even maybe arsenaling. We know he likes to arsenal those defense reactions in this spot.
Yeah, quite true.
Would be curious to see if he even brought those defense reactions in this matchup. Given that sometimes if you're behind, you just need to put on as much pressure as you can. So sometimes defense reactions clog up and don't let you do that. Yeah. I mean, we know he brought Big Blue Sky, but yeah.
Yeah. All right, there's blocks coming in to, take out the concern with that Spectral Shield. But now 4 from the waning Waxing Spectre. Waxing Spectre. Waxing, waning. It all looks the same from this perspective.
Oh, Thomas giving up some equipment over there. So the Uphold Tradition had wards, so he had no option there unless he was able to cover everything else up. But also using up the chest piece to just stop that shield, to protect his own shield. So
I think you have to.
Yep.
It's all that Spectral Shield is all he's got.
Yeah. He does need to just try and protect that, use the equipment to protect that, and just make Michael Hamilton give you cards, not be able to pressure you enough.
Yeah.
And hopefully maybe get there. If Michael Hamilton draws a hand like Thomas just did, which can't put on pressure, that could be Thomas's out in this game.
Block sent in. Okay.
We spoke about how they both just keep one-upping each other on how big the special kill can get, and now Thomas just made a special shield 7 power in the reaction step.
And Michael Hamilton has the D-react for it too. He's got the evasive leap.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking for Thomas. He's like, oh, I thought I finally had you,
That's just exactly what Michael Hamilton needed. He did have that evasive leap. Thomas, heartbroken a little bit over there.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Now using his floating resources to also flip up the Truth Retolls over there, putting back an Essence of Artistry, I believe, to the bottom.
I think we have to give up on the Cosmic Awakening dream.
Oh, yeah.
He might be redrawing it right now, though. I'm not sure. Trying to remember. No, not quite. Maybe the next hand. I think I see is that a Stir the Pot in there? I'm trying to,
Homage and a drop.
Oh, yeah, Homage, yeah.
Yeah, looks like yet another Astral Etchings. With this format, doesn't have a lot of attack reactions. It does have those defense reactions. We've seen Michael Hamilton with the Big Blue Sky and the Evasive Leaf. But Astral Etchings, one of those sneaky pseudo-attack reactions that Enigma actually has access to. We saw Thomas do that on that Spectral Shield. Drew into yet another one alongside with Transcends to potentially power it up.
Yeah, always got to be aware of the possibility, but yeah, I think I think Thomas really thought he finally had Michael with that last one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Michael with a very, very timely evasive leap.
Yep.
Take 4, yeah.
All right. Looks like Thomas had to give up that shield, saying, I won't be able to protect it. I'm going to need to just try and make a bigger one with this another red Astral Etchings that I have access to.
I mean, you got to try, right?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, so now over to Michael Hamilton again, coming in with the Waxing Spectre for 4.
So you're gonna
And the double Transcend. He's going to, looks like he's going to gain 1 life.
Yep.
Yep.
And Waxing Spectre goes down to 3. Still has go again, because Cosmo only cares about the existence of a +1 counter. Not that it needs to be higher than its base or anything like that.
So this is a way you can, again, it's all about building those Spectral Shields for Thomas now. And you've got the chi to do it. He's going to pitch one immediately and, going to make one of those Spectral Shields.
Yep. And you have to wonder whether Michael Hamilton just arsenaled yet another defense reaction to just protect this board state. That shield for used to be 3, now 4 has swung. I've lost count how many times it's swung this game already.
It's stuck around for a long time. It's a little Spectral Shield that could for sure. And that's the last thing that Thomas wants to see across the table from him is that shield just staying and staying and staying. He's got his own shield now. Going to get blocked by the Vengeful Apparition, yellow, from hand by Michael. Another chi now. First Spectral Shield was on the end of Michael's turn. Now Thomas doing one on his turn, activating Enigma once again for the to go again attack with the second Spectral Shield.
Yep, and still holding on to that red Astral Etchings. Could, have this be an attack reaction effectively to maybe pop one of those key ward pieces.
That's the play. Yeah, there you go.
Michael Hamilton this time reacting with the I was not expecting that. Loses both those ward pieces.
Oh my gosh. All right. That's the swing. That is the swing turn that Thomas has been looking for a lot of rounds. So, now the question is, can he weather the storm of whatever Michael's going to bring at him on his turn? Has he turned the game around?
That was an exceptional comeback from Thomas. Well, I mean, we don't know if it's a comeback yet, but this is the beginnings of a comeback if there was one. Yeah. Looks like Michael Hamilton did not have a defense reaction that time. All he had was a Transcend. This game suddenly got real close again. Life totals don't matter. Just don't those life totals. They actually don't matter. It's a shield with 4 counters on Thomas' side.
Right. Yeah, it's like we said before. It's it's like a lot of Enigma players have been saying before that the board state is indicative of who's winning right now.
Yep.
All right. Fact-finding mission running for block. Oh, man.
You gotta clear the board.
He threw that down there so fast. He's like, yeah, I got to clear the board. I'm like, yeah, of course. That's the matchup, isn't it?
He just slaps down a 9 power.
He was so excited to play that.
Yeah. And that will just clear the shields. Thomas is going to take 4. And you know what? When both players don't really have a board state, here's when life totals actually do matter.
Yes.
12-point life lead from Michael Hamilton.
Ultimately, if you lose your life, you still do lose the game in Enigma versus Enigma, no matter how many wards you had at the beginning of the attack. But yeah, it is something to think about. But I haven't seen someone throw down a card with that much vigor in a while. Michael was pumped to swing in for 9 there. All right, now back over to Michael on the blocking side of things. Just has the 1 Spectral Shield with the 1 token.
Yep. but that represents, attack for 2 for free with go again, just giving up 2 blue 2 blocks there. I think Michael smells blood and water.
I think so too. He's got his opponent down to 4.
Yep.
He's going in. He's going for the potential kill here. First, he's going for the 2 go again.
And looks like Thomas has come back around to a Cosmic Awakening. I don't think we're going to see it played though.
There's
unfortunately.
No way. No. But the thing is, if you pull one of those, why in the world would you not have that in your deck? You never know. It's a block 3 if nothing else.
Yep.
And it's always that slim off chance that you get a chance to actually play it out for big damage, but it will just be blocked with for the second time this game.
So we are getting to the point where one of the players might start drawing a hand full of cheese or full of no blocks, and if Michael Hamilton draws too many cheese at this point when his Waxing Spectre is coming in, he might be able to protect this board. Although, as we say that, he has drawn 2 cheese, it looks like, but he's back to a Rage Spectre as well.
You have to be careful saying that because we're very close to Wisconsin. If you talk about drawing a lot of cheese, people might think you're talking about the famous food from the state just to the east of us and not the inner chi in Flesh and Blood. As someone born in Wisconsin, I feel I have to warn you.
Thank you for letting me know. I did not know that, although I could definitely do with some cheese as well.
Best cheese in North America, I got to say. Yeah.
I'll have to give that a try.
Yeah.
For now, Michael Hamilton holding on to a chi, an inner chi,
and
and a Rage Spectre alongside this Waxing Spectre that he already has.
Again, the pressure on. Going for 4.
Both decks looking pretty thin over here. And that's the other exciting thing about this format. That limit of 30 cards, you actually do feel it. And it actually matters. It's not exactly a fatigue sort of game anymore, but, it's just the fact that your deck count, it actually becomes relevant is very, very exciting.
Well, we're coming up on time here, too. 4 minutes left on the round. We're starting to run out of seconds.
Yeah. Looks like Michael Hamilton's being very disciplined. Chose not to resolve the Rage Spectre, just saying, I'm arsenaling this. In case you clear my board somehow, I'll send this right back at you.
There's the spectral manifestations that we saw him pitch so long ago, now coming back for a 4 damage attack at a time when 4 damage attacks are really a premium in this game.
Yep, right after all the equipment's gone. Now breakpoints, kind of the bane of Enigma's existence over here. It's so hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Equipment's pretty much the only way you can actually deal with those 4 points. Unless, you're Michael Hamilton and you do a big blue sky that you manage to pump up to 4 on the reaction step.
You never know. You never know when that might happen, right?
Yep.
All right. So I think the plan for Michael here is protect as much as you can this turn. Set up to try to end the game with Rage Spectre. I think that's gotta be the idea here going forward. We'll see, but
Is your life total correct? 3?
Yeah.
I feel like that's where we're headed.
2, flip 1 prevention.
Okay, 2 go again with the Spectral Shield. And pitching the Battlefront Bastion for another attack, this time with the Waxing Spectre.
Yep. And 1 prevention floating for Thomas over there.
Yep.
This has a 2 block and a couple of chi. And you spoke about it. Once you get to the end state, you've been flipping chi, making shields all the game.
Oh, boy.
All game. But once it gets to that second cycle, that chi doesn't look very good anymore.
Yep. Shield for 2 go again. He's got some resources. No resources floating, actually, still.
Michael Hamilton being so patient with that Rage Spectre, just saying this is not yet the time. I've got the lead, I've got a life lead, and I've got the board lead.
Yeah.
I don't need to use that yet.
It's maybe kind of a surprise, too, where you give up some of those wards and then you play the Rage Spectre and get the action point, too, when your opponent doesn't expect you to have that. But, again, we're down to 2 minutes on the clock here, too. Yep. Time's ticking.
This dies. No reactions. I'm going to make another one.
You can tell the players speeding up a little bit now. They don't want this to go to time.
Okay. Yep. And your go.
Yep.
Yep, of course.
Yeah, and them just making a Spectral Shield. Michael over to him again. First attack comes in. We're going too fast, too furious now.
2 minutes left on the clock. But although it does look like with the lead that Michael Hamilton has,
I think so, yeah. It's looking like Michael's about to lock this one up, go 7-0 on the day. Stranger things have happened if we do see the comeback, but, Thomas nodding to himself. I think he knows where this is going.
Thomas put up such an amazing fight, to his credit. That comeback suddenly, where Astral Etching's reaction step just blow up all of Michael Hamilton's ward, that's absolutely fantastic play.
A big look of intensity on Michael's face right now. I thought I saw a little moment of frustration there too. We've got all the resources to make this work, don't we?
So he's in a weird spot because Rage Spectre, if you play it, you do lose your action point.
Right.
Because he has other wards. So, it only gives you action point back if your board is empty. So I think that's potentially what it is. He's doing a very good job protecting the board state, but there's a bit of anti-synergy when you protect the board state with a Rage Spectre because then you can play it, but you don't get an action point. You can't swing with it anyway.
Yeah, under 1 minute remaining here. Oh my gosh, we're going down to the wire here. It's going to be another Spectral Shield. Energy pitch for that. Michael's board getting even bigger.
Yep.
Not much that Thomas can do on his side.
Make a shield, bot for 2.
Yeah, make a shield.
Bot
Attack
for 2.
Yep.
Love it.
Bop.
And at this point, Thomas's hand should be mostly Chi. I think does have. Did he block with the Cosmic Awakening? I think he did block with it. So yeah, that's 4 Chi. Thomas smiling to himself over there.
There's the fist bump. There you got. Oh, with just a few seconds remaining, Michael Hamilton able to close out the game here, and you made him sweat a little bit. Again, the life totals didn't necessarily reflect it, but that was a fairly close game for a lot of what we saw.
Yeah, what a fantastic showing from both our players over here. And in the end, Michael Hamilton showing us why he is the ex-US Nats champion, ending day 1 at 7-0.
Yeah, and, congrats to Michael Hamilton. I mean, one of the strongest in the game, showing it yet again. But I'm really glad we got to see the Enigma mirror because it's such a different way to sort of observe Flesh and Blood than you see in a lot of other cases. There's so much variety right now in the game.
Definitely, and we saw all 3 showcases. We saw started off Michael Hamilton played against a Zen, second match played against a Nu, and finally ended off in the Enigma mirror. So we got to see all 3 of those heroes go up against an Enigma. Very just fantastic showcase of the draft format that is part of the Mistveil. And not only draft, I mean this is the end of our first day. We also had 4 amazing games of CC to start the day off. One of them being Mara Faris on the Dash.io, followed by Maxx against the Boltyn. These heroes that not a lot of people were expecting, but showing up really, really well on this first day of US Nationals.
I'm not sure where she ended on the day. We might see the standings a little bit later, but I did run into Mara after the CC rounds were done, and she ended up going 4-0 on the Dash.io, actually. So playing the deck very well, but obviously also something that maybe people weren't expecting too much either, too. But I mean, that list is interesting to say the least, and sounds like she's piloting it masterfully. And great results so far.
A lot of
armor
draft
hate
turned out. Yeah, a lot of armor hate in that Dash.io list. And speaking of the 4 OCCs, we did have a lot of unique heroes in the 4 OCCs as well, right? We had 2 Riptides that won Maxx that we spoke about as well. But I mean, 2 Riptides, that is so fantastic.
Well, we talked about that when we talked about the breakdown of heroes for the day too. Is that Riptide? A lot of people were saying might be a very intelligent meta call, and if 2 of them went 4-0 out of CC, that seems to be kind of proven true. We also had a Maxx the Hype Nitro go 4-0. So this meta is wide open. We don't know what our top 8 is going to look like on Sunday, right? But there was a lot of worry that it was just going to be Zen coming in, dominating everything. And obviously that deck is very strong, but we're seeing a lot of very effectively played answers to that. And we're also seeing a good breakdown among other heroes as well. I think it was Iaali and Kayo tied at 58 apiece in the event. We had Nu slightly edging out Enigma representation-wise, too. So a fairly wide meta, even at the top.
Definitely.
Kind of 5 decks represented, and then it kind of went smaller from there, if I remember right.
Yep, it'll be really cool to see, which ones of the CC heroes actually end the day at 7-0. We know Michael Hamilton on Enigma is at least one of those 7-0s. We will get that graphic up to you, up for you guys, sometime soon. We don't have that quite ready yet. They're still figuring out all the draft results, but it'll be incredible to see.
Yep, that's right. And we're going to have an interview coming up fairly soon. We're waiting for that to go just because we need to, get the player away from the table, get him set up, get him to, try to prime them to not try to steal the mic from Bryan. We're going to have to watch for that.
Yeah.
Will Bryan be able to hold on to the mic? Sometimes that player, they want it, they're competitive. They want to grab that mic and talk. You can't let him grab the mic.
I believe he's interviewing Michael Hamilton, though. Michael Hamilton is just such a nice, humble guy. I think he'll let Bryan keep the mic.
He's experienced, too, and I believe we're ready for that. So, yeah, let's go over and see what Michael Hamilton has to say after going 7-0 on the day.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to Nationals here from Minneapolis. I am joined now for my now yearly interview with Michael Hamilton. We like to get together once a year after he 7-0s Nationals every freaking year and talk a little bit about it. So, Michael, this time, it's all Enigma all the time. CC, draft. Tell me about your affinity for this new hero. Did you find something special in CC? And do you have a predilection for the hero when it comes to the draft rounds?
So, I do think I found something good in CC. I don't think it's amazing, but basically I'm trying to attack with these Spectral Auras and then use some proactive disruption to stop them from killing it on the crackback. So Command and Conquer is the main one, but there's some other cards in there that are trying to disrupt my opponent as well. I think the deck is really cool. You get to play a lot of really powerful blues, which kind of reminds me of another hero that I know and love.
I was going to ask on the 1-2 Icelander scale, how is your affinity for Enigma shaking up so far?
Right now, I'm on a high. I think I like her a lot. I don't think I like her quite as much as I liked Icelander, but I liked Icelander a lot. And then I like her more than Icelander after Amulet Device was banned, though. Then it was a lot less fun after Amulet got banned.
Okay, fair enough. And, maybe your relationship with Enigma is going to evolve over time. We'll keep a tab on that, see how it goes. 7-0 thus far, another banger start. I would categorize your heavy hitter season as off for you, and that's weird to say because you still did very well, but you didn't win a Pro Tour, and that's kind of the standard we hold you to now. Played a lot of Kayo during that time period. Were you ever considering Kayo for this event, or was it just your testing pointed you right to Enigma and you really wanted to be in that slot the whole time?
So after the last Pro Tour, I played Kayo because I thought he was the best deck, and I still stand by that. I think Kayo was the best deck of that tournament, and I lost 3 or 4 games just to me not playing as well as I could. And after that, I'm like, I'm not going to register a hero that I don't really resonate with at another major event because of how poorly that went. And when I started playing Enigma, I was really enjoying her, and I just locked in that I was playing Enigma unless I was just getting smashed over and over in testing. So
that is very interesting to hear. But I love the fact that even someone like you, arguably the greatest Flesh and Blood player of all time, is leaning into those things you love about the game, leaning into your predilections. And like you said, that plans to be your strategy going forward in the future as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think I want to do as well as I can, but I'm here to have fun,
I love to hear that, Michael. Seriously, that warms my heart. I think a lot of players can benefit from following your example. Speaking of following your example, there's someone who follows your example very closely. Your co-podcaster on the Manor podcast, Roger Bodee. And I have to ask, how many times do you think he's going to talk about that bluff on the podcast? Have you heard about this yet? I'm sure you already heard about it. Everyone on Twitter has heard about it, everyone in the world. Do you think you can do an episode that isn't just an hour and a half on this particular bluff?
I think we'll be able to manage to squeeze some other stuff in there, but it'll probably be the main topic.
Okay, that's what I anticipated. Congratulations again, Michael. I'm sure we'll talk again. We usually schedule another one of these for Sunday morning, I believe is how we did it last year. So can I book you right now? Sunday morning we'll meet up again, chat a little bit?
I will do my best to make that happen, but no promises.
Okay, I believe in you. We're going to have more from Michael Hamilton on Sunday. Come back tomorrow. We'll have more action.
Bryan revealing the script a little bit there. Come on, you're not supposed to do that.
It's all rigged.
You got to keep that hidden. Yeah, exactly. Wow. Well, you heard it here first, folks. It's all true. All the conspiracy theories. Yep. But Michael, no conspiracy theory about Michael Hamilton. He is just that good, and that pro player mentality, like I talked about. And right down to playing what you love first and foremost, because ultimately, when you're a competitor, you got to play what you love because that's what you're going to have the most passion for, and that passion is going to drive you to really push those heroes, push those decks to a limit that other people wouldn't do if they're just playing because it's good. So I love to hear that, and I really do think that contributes to competitive success.
I particularly enjoyed the remark that he made when he was talking about how he didn't play KO to the best of his ability. You'd hear a lot of people, especially talking about a deck like Brute, a lot of them would say, oh, I lost a few games just to bad variant, just to the die rolls not working, my scabs didn't roll well, I discarded Blood Rush Bellow off my Bear Fangs, but he's saying, nah, I just didn't play the deck as well as I could have, and that's why I'm not registering, and that really shows exactly what you were talking about, that pro player mentality. That's why he continuously does well at these events.
Yeah, absolutely. If you blame other external factors, you're never going to improve, frankly. That's just how competition is. So, wise words from Michael Hamilton. Looking forward to seeing him apparently on Sunday morning. We'll see if he can keep the results up. I think if anyone can, he certainly can. It looks like the standings are going to take a little bit longer to get ready than we were hoping for. So, you have to look for those on social media later and then on the live blog. That's right. There'll be a link in the description here on the channel, so check that out. And then, of course, we're going to cover them tomorrow morning. But for now, for the Flesh and Blood U.S. Nationals, that is it for our coverage for today. So thank you again so much for watching. Thanks for Ethan and everybody else back there, Cedric, for helping put on the show, making sure everything looks great. Thanks to my co-caster here and the other couple casters, Bryan and Craig, obviously killing it too, and you for watching, our players for showing us great games. And we'll see you tomorrow for more Flesh and Blood action here from Minneapolis at the U.S. National Championships.